The goddess is pregnant and forces me to get married? Lu Yu was called back home by a phone call from his mother. But after arriving, he was shocked to see his elementary school classmate waiting for him. And she was for months pregnant. Was she trying to pin the baby on an honest guy? But then what else with the paternity test results? Could it really be his own doing? Lu Yu was completely baffled. Chapter 1, A Scammer. You little brat. Instead of learning proper things, you've learned how to mess around with girls. Now 1S at our doorstep, I'll give you 10 minutes to get your butt back home, or I'll disown you. Haicheng. On Renmin Road, Lu Yu stared at his phone in disbelief after his mother abruptly hung up. His mind was in utter chaos. Heaven could be his witness, he had lived a full 27 years as a single man, never even held a girl's hand, let alone flirted with one. His love life was purer than bottled water. And now some girl was knocking on their door? Was this some kind of new scam? Had his mother been tricked? With anxiety rising, Lu Yu didn't dare waste a second. He jumped into a taxi and rushed home. Meanwhile, at Building 3, Unit 103 of Jinshan Community on Haicheng's Outer Ring, Lu Yu's father, Lu Qinming, was busy in the kitchen. In the living room, Lu Yu's mother, Wang Yun, was beaming as she held the hand of a young woman. Xiao Zi, can I call you that? The girl smiled sweetly. Of course. I'll be calling you mom soon, so calling me Xiao Zi sounds just right. Wang Yun was absolutely thrilled, grinning ear to ear. The more she looked at Xiao Zi, the more she liked her. You're such a sweet girl. Don't worry, if that brat of mine ever wrongs you, I'll break his legs. Please don't. Xiao Zi was startled by the threat. I mean, once I marry you, if he is legless, how will us girls survive? Wang Yun chuckled along happily, then suddenly froze. Wait, what do you mean us girls? Xiao Zi blushed and lowered her head shyly. The doctor said I'm pregnant with 3. Gasp. Wang Yun inhaled sharply. She stared at Xiao Zi, stumbling over her words, TT3. Xiao Zi remained silent, head bowed. Bang! Just then, Lu Yu burst through the door. He shouted before even fully entering, Mom, your son has lived clean and proper all these years. I've never even touched a girl's hand. Don't get scammed, huh? He froze mid-sentence as his gaze landed on Xiao Zi sitting on the couch. She was gorgeous, even more stunning than any celebrity. As a die-hard Douyin scroller, Lu Yu was all too familiar with the tricks of filters and heavy makeup, but the girl before him. She was clearly all natural. No makeup. No editing. And absolutely drop-dead beautiful. Those long legs, that slightly curvy waist, that figure. An angelic face paired with a devilish body. Lu Yu's mind was fried. Have scammers really upgraded this much? Or was she tired of playing around outside and now looking for a nice guy to take responsibility? With that thought, Lu Yu's expression darkened. But before he could speak, smack! His mom slapped the back of his head. What nonsense are you spouting? You ever seen a scammer this pretty? Turning to Xiao Zi with an awkward smile, she added, Don't mind him, sweetie. This boy's mouth runs faster than his brain. Xiao Zi just shook her head. It's okay. I can wait. I know you will fall in love with me eventually. Lu Yu was stunned. Mom, you should know me best. I've been a good boy my whole life. When would I have had time to mess around outside? She's clearly a con artist. He turned to Xiao Zi. Let me make this clear, if you're trying to trick an honest man into raising your kid, you've picked the wrong guy. Watch your mouth. Before he could finish, Wang Yun smacked him again and shoved a folder into his hands. Here. This is the paternity test. Look carefully. Is the child yours or not? Lu Yu's brain short-circuited. What the hell? Even scammers have paternity test reports now? He didn't believe for a second that he could have a kid, but curiosity got the better of him. He flipped through the report. It bore the seal of Haicheng Hospital's paternity testing center, the most reputable one in the city. Still, these days, anyone could fake a stamp. He skimmed through the contents, then gave a cold smile, sat beside Xiao Zi, and whispered, Bet this fake report cost you a lot, huh? But do you really think it's enough to trick me? Xiao Zi chuckled at his dead serious expression. You don't believe me? Har, you think I'd fall for this? Don't I know my own life? Still smiling, she stood up and did a little spin in front of him. You really don't recognize me. Lu Yu nearly laughed. Oh great, another act? This old trick again? Xiaozi giggled. Lu Yu, you really are clueless. Come on, Hongshan City, Chaoguang Town, Maoqian Village Primary School. Liang Xuanji. Ring any bells? Liang Xianha? A flicker of memory surfaced. Lu Yu's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief. Wait, you're that tiny girl who used to sit in front of me? Vague memories flooded back. 20 years ago. Hongshan City, a provincial capital, but far from prosperous, barely a third-tier city. Chaoguang Town had 27 villages but only 8 primary schools. He and Liang Xuanji both attended Maoqian Village Primary. She used to sit in front of him, and even back then, Lu Yu had thought she was cute. His first thought. If I hit her, she'd probably cry for ages, huh? From that moment on, he made it his daily mission to tease her. She was quiet and reserved. Sometimes she just put up with it. Sometimes she ran straight to the teacher. Lu Yu was a troublemaker from birth. Even repeated trips to the principal's office didn't change him. Then something happened in the second semester of first grade. Lu Yu took things too far. Somehow, he got his hands on a lighter and accidentally burned Liang Xuanji's hair. Thankfully, the teacher stopped things before it got worse, but it was a serious scare. Liang Xuanji transferred out shortly after. Lu Yu was so shaken, he turned over a new leaf. His grades shot up. But what he didn't know was, even through middle and high school, Liang Xuanji had stayed in the same school as him. She just kept her distance, while Lu Yu buried himself in books and never noticed. Snapping out of his daze, Lu Yu looked at her with a complicated expression. We were just classmates. Sure, I was a jerk back then, but that was kid stuff. Why would you trick my mom now? Liang Xuanji looked him straight in the eyes, smiling gently. The child really is yours. Why would I lie? No way. We haven't seen each other in 20 years. There's no way it's mine. Lu Yu's last shred of guilt vanished. She blinked innocently and teased, think again. 4 months ago when you celebrated your promotion with coworkers. Boom. It hit him like lightning. 4 months ago, he got promoted. To celebrate, he treated everyone to dinner. Got a little too happy. Blacked out from drinking. Woke up the next morning in a hotel room. Alone. He'd assumed a colleague had dropped him off. Never thought twice. Could it have been her? But why? Why would Liang Xuanji put him in a hotel? And sleep with him? Almost like reading his mind, she pulled out her phone, flipped to her gallery, and waved it in front of him. Look, photos from that night. Here's one of us together. Not so easy to deny now, is it? Then she leaned close and whispered something that made Lu Yu's blood boil. I even have a photo of the bedsheet, wanna see? Lu Yu was speechless, staring at her, struggling to form words. I nearly ruined your life back then, shouldn't you hate me? Why would you? Of course I hate you. That's why I'm here. She gently rubbed her belly. Triplets, Lu Yu. You better start planning for a very interesting life. PFFT. Lu Yu nearly spat blood. His face turned pale. Triplets. How the hell was he supposed to survive this? Food, diapers, formula, clothes, not to mention school, healthcare. And all at once. Their family had barely scraped together enough to buy a modest 3-bedroom apartment. Once those kids grew a little, where would they even live? And she was already pregnant. Prenatal care, supplements, checkups all cost money. Marriage. Betrothal gifts. Just thinking about it, Lu Yu wanted to curl up and cry. He looked at her, conflicted. So this is your revenge? Liang Xuanji smiled sweetly. Surprised? Shocked? Delighted? Surprised? Try traumatized. Now he finally understood what it meant to want to die. After a long silence, Lu Yu said stubbornly, You think this LL make me give in? No way. We're going for another paternity test. Chapter 2 Proposal 1. Station. Liang Xuanzi's eyes were filled with tears, and she had no intention of loosening her hands. She just looked at Lu Yu with tears in her eyes. That expression broke Lu Yu's heart. Even Liang Hao next to him felt like an unforgivable bastard at this moment. Unable to resist, Lu Yu reached out and took Liang Xuanzi into his arms, patting her back gently. Okay, be good, you go home first, I'll come pick you up after I put down my luggage at home, okay? Liang Xuanzi shook her head. No, I want to go home with you. Lu Yu smiled and turned her little head over, looking straight into her eyes, and reached out to touch her nose. It's not like I won't go over, and you won't go back to your parents' home in the future, right? I promise you, I will go to your house to propose marriage in 3 hours at most, okay? Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Liang Xuanzi stamped her feet angrily and said, we agreed that it would be no more than 3 hours, or I'll bite you. Okay, 3 hours at most. Liang Xuanzi then let go of Lu Yu, and then walked towards Liang Hao, looking back every few steps. However, just when she reached Liang Hao, she kicked him directly. It's all your fault, humph. Liang Hao? No, this is the rule here, and it's my parents' request. Why are you blaming me? After looking at Lu Yu with resentment, Liang Hao quickly followed him. Sister, be careful, you still have a baby in your belly, don't walk so fast, I'm going to die, sister. Looking at the brother and sister walking away, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and took the suitcase with a smile. Dad, Mom, let's go back too. Originally Lu Yu thought, it's just 3 hours, no big deal. But it was only after he and Liang Xuanzi separated that he realized how difficult those 3 hours were. Almost within the first hour of their separation, he inexplicably felt a chill in his heart, as if something was missing. After 2 hours, his mind began to constantly think about Liang Xuanzi, thinking about the previous memories, wondering if this girl would be wronged at home, and completely forgot that Liang Xuanzi was actually. She is also the little princess of the family. After 2.5 hours, Lu Yu could no longer sit still. He glanced at Wang Yun, who was packing in the house, and shouted, Mom, are the things ready? When are we leaving? Okay, where's your dad? Let him drive. Wang Yun came out of the house and took out 2 prepared marriage proposal gifts. One was filled with candies and melon seeds, with a big red book in the middle with the words, marriage certificate, written on it. The other was filled with banknotes. All this money was prepared by Lu Qinming yesterday, a total of 99,999 yuan, which means long-lasting love. It's not that they don't want to give more, but there's no need to. The most important thing is that the most they can give is only 66,600. They have already raised the standard by 1/3. If they give more, it will cause gossip, which will not be worth it. Here we are, get in the car. As soon as Wang Yun finished speaking, Lu Qinming parked the car directly at the gate and got out of the driveway. I have already put the cigarettes, alcohol, tea and other things in there, as well as some snacks. Let's hurry up, we can't delay our daughter's time. Lu Qinming bought his car yesterday, paying in full. It's also a Hongqi, but it's a Hongqi HS5 with a temporary license plate. Move things, get in the car, start, and set off. By the time the car drove out, Lu Yu's mood gradually recovered, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised into a beautiful arc. At the same time, in Chaoguang town, Liang Xuanzi lay listlessly on the sofa, holding her cell phone and staring at the time on it. Liang Langdao was sitting opposite with a cigarette in his mouth. Because Liang Xuanzi was pregnant, he didn't light it. The expression on his face was as complicated as it could be. Especially after seeing Liang Xuanzi's expression, I felt extremely sad. He even couldn't figure out now whether it was the pigs from other families who dug up his cabbages, or his cabbages forced themselves into the mouths of the pigs from other families. But no matter what, he knew very well that his sweet little cotton-padded jacket had flown away. After Liang's mother Zhu Gailing finished cooking a large table of dishes, she came out with her handsome face. She looked at the father and daughter and laughed out of anger. First, he walked up to Liang Xuanzi and tapped her forehead. Okay, they called just now and they've already left. It's only been a short while, but you're already like a waiting stone for your husband. What's wrong? Aren't you going to let Xiaoyu go to work in the future? Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up. Are you really leaving? Zhu Gailing. Well, this girl didn't catch the key point. Forget it. This is the couple's business and she can't interfere too much. What's more, this girl will know it later. Shaking her head without answering Liang Xuanzi, she walked over to Liang Langdao and sat down, slapping him on the leg. What are you doing? The in-laws will be here soon. Who are you looking at with such a gloomy face? Don't you want your daughter to be happy? Who said that? Liang Langdao was anxious, but then he sat back down and sighed. I'm just a little upset. After all, I raised such a big daughter, and now someone took her away with the basin. I have to be happy. Just tell me, what's wrong with me being depressed now? Zhu Guiling was choked by his words. She raised her hand and tapped his forehead, pressing him directly onto the sofa. Okay, you feel wronged, but you will be happy if your daughter doesn't get married in this life, right? Liang Langdao muttered and tilted his head. I didn't say that. If you don't have any, get up quickly and help me bring out the dishes. Really, day after day, your daughter is so happy now, but you are not happy. What are you thinking about all day? Hurry up. Zhu Guiling stood up after she finished speaking, glanced at the person lying on his side, frowned and said, Xiao Hao, what are you doing in the room? Come out quickly. Liang Hao came out with panda eyes. Mom, you are still talking about me. How can I face people in this state? Har har har, did your sister hit you? Phew, okay, I'll go in and have a laugh first. Looking at Zhu Guiling's back, Liang Hao was dumbfounded and pointed at himself. No, Mom, you really don't care about my sister. Don't tell me. When your brother-in-law comes, go and complain to him. Liang Hao? In the living room. Liang Hao is questioning his life. For the nth time in his life, he doubted whether he was his parents' biological son. But thinking that his elder sister is getting married today, he finally felt a little better. When his elder sister is not at home, he doesn't believe that you will still treat me like this. Just as he was looking forward to a better life, Liang Langdao suddenly came over and slapped him on the head. What are you thinking about? Go and call your second uncle and fourth uncle's family quickly. Don't wait until they come. We don't even have anyone to take the things. Liang Hao's beautiful vision just now was shattered into pieces by this slap. He walked out sighing and glared at Liang Xuanzi before leaving. Fortunately, Liang Xuanzi was now completely immersed in the happiness that Lu Yu was about to receive, so she didn't notice his eyes. Otherwise, it was 12:45 in the afternoon, less than 10 minutes before the time Lin Hao and Liang Xuanzi had agreed to meet. Following a shout from downstairs, the marriage proposal is here. Liang Langdao and Zhu Guiling, Liang Xuanzi's great aunt, fourth uncle and fourth aunt who were upstairs all ran downstairs quickly, along with Liang Hao and the two sons of the eldest uncle. Liang Xuanzi also wanted to go down, but was stopped by her fourth uncle's sister Liang Lele. Sister, you are pregnant now, wait here, running around, do you want to worry your brother-in-law to death? Go tilde, am I as fragile as you say? Liang Xuanzi shrugged, then pinched Liang Lele's face. Huh? It's quite fun. Liang Lele's eyes lit up, and she slapped Liang Xuanzi's hand away. Tell me the truth, does your brother-in-law like to pinch your face? Liang Xuanzi's eyes began to avoid. Liang Lele chuckled and pulled Liang Xuanzi to stand up. Although we can't go down, we can still watch from here. Downstairs. The red flag car stopped downstairs in the community. Knowing that the daughter of the Liang family was going out, almost half of the people in the community came. The young girls gathered in circles. There was nothing they could do. Who made Liang Xuanzi so beautiful? I don't know how many young people in the community regarded Liang Xuanzi as a goddess. Chapter 3, Proposal 2. Well, now the goddess is going to be taken away by someone, how can they be willing to accept it without taking a look at it? Lu Qinming was the first to jump down after the engine was turned off. After a quick glance, he took out a pack of cigarettes and walked around, finally stopping in front of Liang Langdao, in-laws. Liang Langdao took the box handed over by Lu Qinming and forced a slightly dry smile on his face. At this time, Zhu Guiling also came over with Wang Yun, and kicked Liang Langdao's calf with a look of laughter and tears. What are you standing there for? Greet people. Liang Langdao hissed and nodded to Lu Qinming. Good that you're here, let's go upstairs and talk. Lu Qinming nodded happily and said, okay, let's move the things first. At this time, Lu Yu came over, looked at Liang Langdao and Zhu Guiling, took a deep breath, and then bowed deeply to them. Dad, Mom, thank you for raising such a good girl like Xiaozi. Don't worry, I will cherish her, protect her, and love her with my life in the future. This was the first time Liang Langdao formally looked at Lu Yu, and Lu Yu's appearance and temperament made Liang Langdao fall in love with him at first sight. The smile on his face was no longer dry, but completely softened. He raised his hand and patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. You kid, you are sneaky. Do you know that when I first heard about you two, I almost took a knife to Haicheng to chop you? Lu Yu smiled awkwardly. Although it was Liang Xuanzi's fault, he had to take the blame. If he put himself in her shoes, if his future daughter did the same, he would definitely do more than just thinking about it. After seeing Lu Yu, Liang Langdao felt much better. He turned around and said, "Xiao Hao, what are you standing there for? Help your brother-in-law move the things upstairs." "Are they are here?" Liang Hao was stunned for a moment, then he quickly called his two brothers from his uncle's family to come over and move things. There were some ordinary snacks and gifts in front, but when the basket of red and green banknotes was brought out, the onlookers were all stunned, and the discussion followed. "Oh my god, how much money is this? 100,000, right? Is this the amount for a marriage proposal? What should we do next? I heard that the Lu family is from Maoqian village. It seems that a real dragon has appeared there. What's the matter with the real dragon or not? I just know that the girl from the Liang family has been married off." The onlookers were confused, and Liang Langtao's family was also confused. It's not that they have never seen so much money, but their family still has hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. But that is deposits after all, and is far less shocking than cash. The most important thing is, the betrothal gifts and proposal money here are not that much. Upstairs, Liang Lele turned around excitedly, put her arm around Liang Xuanzi's shoulder and jumped up and down. "Sister, so much money, brother-in-law is so good to you." Boom tilde Liang Xuanzi tapped her sister on the forehead in annoyance. "What are you talking about? Can love be measured by money? Silly girl, let me tell you, if I find out that you have become a gold digger in the future, I will deal with you. We don't want such people in our Liang family, do you understand?" A little tilde, Liang Lele stuck out her tongue, nodded, and took Liang Xuanzi's arm. "Sister, does your brother-in-law have any younger brothers? Introduce them to me." Liang Xuanzi was stunned, then gritted her teeth and said, "No." At this time, there was a noise at the door. Liang Xuanzi ran over impatiently. When the door opened, her eyes were immediately locked on Lu Yu, and she smiled foolishly. This scene once again broke the heart of the old father Liang Langdao. He snorted, turned around and greeted other people, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. Lu Yu also saw Liang Xuanzi, walked over with a smile, and said softly, "I'm not late, am I?" Liang Xuanzi raised her neck proudly. "You pass." But after she finished speaking, she threw herself into Lu Yu's arms and said aggrievedly, I miss you so much." Lu Yu hugged her gently and whispered, "I miss you too. I've urged your mother-in-law several times at home." "Really?" Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up. "Oh, husband, you are so nice." As soon as their words fell, their whole living room fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lu Yu opened his mouth, and all his words turned into an awkward smile. He was so panicked. With a good start, things will go more smoothly later on. The two parties formally exchanged marriage certificates and set a wedding date. At the same time, Liang Langdao and Zhu Gailing each gave Lu Yu a red envelope of 11,110 yuan, which meant that Lu Yu, he was the son-in-law they had chosen from among thousands of candidates. In fact, the red envelopes they originally prepared were only 1,110. It was not that they did not want to take too much, but they felt it was unnecessary. After all, this is how it is here. But later, after Liang Xuanzi came back, they found out through inquiries that the amount given was exactly 11,110, implying that Liang Xuanzi was the daughter-in-law chosen from thousands of people in their family. In this case, they naturally could not lose face. Not to mention that this time Lu Yu actually got 100,000 yuan as a proposal fee. Although the Liang family is not a wealthy family, they are not the kind of family that would sell their daughter. All the money will eventually be returned as dowry. Whether Lu Yu and the others accept it or not is one thing, but they must show their attitude. After lunch, Liang Langdao and Lu Qinming visited the families of Liang Xuanzi's uncle and fourth uncle. While they were out, Wen Yin took out the household registration booklet from the bedroom and put it heavily into Liang Xuanzi's hand. "Girl, go and get the certificate with Yu." Liang Xuanzi held her household registration booklet tightly. It was not until this moment that she suddenly remembered that after getting the certificate, her household registration would be moved from the Liang family to the Lu family. From then on, this would only be her mother's home and no longer her home. "Mom." Liang Xuanzi hugged Zhu Gailing with red eyes and sobbed softly. Zhu Gailing's eyes were also a little red. After all, the daughter she had raised for more than 20 years now belonged to someone else's family. That feeling could never be understood by those who had not experienced it. Patting Liang Xuanzi's back gently, Zhu Gailing tried hard to hold back her tears and said with a smile, "Why are you crying? Today is your engagement day, so be happy. Besides, this place is not far from Haicheng, just over 3 hours by high-speed train. Just remember to come back more often in the future. Liang Hao also quietly walked to Lu Yu at this time and whispered, "Brother-in-law, you must be nice to my sister in the future, otherwise I will find you to drink blood." Lu Yu put away his smile and said solemnly, "Don't worry, no one can hurt her, including me." Liang Hao raised his hand and hit Lu Yu's chest. "Forget it, my sister has chosen you, so let's leave it at that. I'll go back to their house first." After Liang Hao left, Zhu Guiling pulled Liang Xuanzi over, solemnly placed Liang Xuanzi's hand in Lu Yu's palm, and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, my girl will be taken care of by you in the future, go." "Thank you, Mom. I will definitely love her well." Lu Yu held Liang Xuanzi's hand tightly and looked at her tenderly. Liang Xuanzi sobbed for a few times before lowering her head and leaning in Lu Yu's arms. "Husband." 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the door of the marriage registration office, Liang Xuanzi had now recovered her composure. She was clutching 2 red books and grinning foolishly. Ding! The host and the target person are detected to be married. The target person's happiness value has reached the sky. A set of Shinjusu embroidery treasure, a set of 9 heavens dragon and phoenix robes, is obtained. I wish the host good luck in marriage. Note, the 9 heavens dragon and phoenix robe has been stored in the Yunding Mansion Villa. The host can claim it on his own. 9 heavens dragon and phoenix robe. Is it the legendary Suzhou embroidery treasure? The reason why it is called a legend is that it is said that this dragon wind robe was specially customized by Emperor Xiaozong of the Ming dynasty for his queen. As we all know, Ming Xiaozong Zhu Yutang had only one wife in his life. He was also the only emperor in the entire Chinese history who had only one wife. Moreover, this emperor and his empress had a very deep relationship. Although he was the emperor, he lived with Empress Zhang every day, just like an ordinary couple. In an era when people focused on passing on the family line and having 3 wives and 4 concubines was rampant, this was truly a clear stream among the clear streams. The 9 heavenly dragon and phoenix robe was specially made by the Suzhou embroidery master at the order of Emperor Xiaozong when he enthroned Empress Zhang. However, there is only a legend about it, and no record of it was made later. Therefore, Lu Yu always thought that this was just a fictitious story, which was made up by people at that time to highlight the relationship between Zhu Yutang and Empress Zhang. Now the system suddenly gave him such a reward, so, these legends are true. Chapter 4 Ancestor Worship. Suddenly, the flash came on, pulling Lu Yu back from his brainstorming. Looking at Liang Xuanzi, who was as happy as a child, he smiled happily, tightened his arms and said softly, "From today on, you are my legitimate wife." "Yeah." Liang Xuanzi nodded happily, and then continued to fiddle with her phone. Soon, she clicked on the moment she had posted and showed it to Lu Yu. "Hee, take a look, husband. Is it pretty? I'm so envious of Wen." Lu Yu smoothed her long hair and said, "You tease Wen like this every day. Aren't you afraid that she will break up with you one day?" "No, Tilda, she won't do that. Besides, I'm helping her. If I don't stimulate her like this, with her lazy personality, I don't know when she will be single. She will thank me in the future." Tilda. Liang Xuanzi raised her head proudly, with an expression that said, "Please praise me soon," which made Lu Yu completely unable to hold back. He laughed and picked her up. "Yes, she will thank you later, but now, we have to go back." Liang Xuanzi narrowed her eyes and nestled in Lu Yu's arms with great enjoyment. "Okay." After returning to the community again, Lu Yu's mentality has changed a lot. The most important thing is that the big stone in his heart has fallen, and he feels a lot more relaxed. The 2 families sat together in the living room, chatting and laughing, and gradually put aside the sadness of the upcoming separation, especially Liang Hao, who had just acted like a loving brother to Liang Xuanzi, but now he started to complain to Lu Yu, pointing to the 2 dark circles under his eyes, and angrily accusing Liang Xuanzi of crimes. Liang Xuanzi, who was standing next to her, gnashed her teeth when she heard this. If Lu Yu hadn't held her in his arms, she would have let this stinky brother know what an elder sister's authority was. Lu Yu stroked Liang Xuanzi gently and said with a smile, "I heard that you are a good student. Have you decided which school to go to?" "Haicheng University." Liang Hao was stunned for a moment, then his eyes were firm. "I have to go over to see you." Lu Yu was slightly stunned, then burst out laughing. "Okay, if you are admitted to Haicheng University, brother-in-law will give you a house near Haicheng University." Night. Maotian Village, Lu family. Husband, pinch me. Liang Xuanzi lay in Lu Yu's arms, holding the marriage certificate in her hands, with a little confusion in her eyes. Lu Yu pinched her face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Does it hurt? Liang Xuanzi's confused eyes suddenly lit up, and she kept nodding. It hurts. After saying that, she turned over and lay in Lu Yu's arms. We are really married, it's great, it's like a dream. Seeing the restless Liang Xuanzi in his arms, Lu Yu was frightened and quickly held her still. Oh my dear, please be quiet. If your mother-in-law sees you, you will be a widow. Liang Xuanzi stopped humming, but had no intention of getting out of Lu Yu's arms. At this time, Wang Yun came out of the kitchen and looked at them with an aunt's smile. You two stop making trouble and go to bed early. We still have to go to worship our ancestors tomorrow. Lu Yu was slightly stunned. No, are you really going? Hey, what's wrong with you, kid? How can something like this be fake? Wang Yun was so angry that she laughed. She picked up the broom beside her and prepared to come over. Lu Yu stood up, hugged Liang Xuanzi and ran. I know, Mom, you should go to bed early too, good night. Liang Xuanzi lay in Lu Yu's arms and giggled, her happiness index continuing to soar. In just a short while, Lu Yu once again won nearly 2 million in cash rewards and 3 points of physical fitness. The next day, as soon as it was getting light outside, Lu Yu opened his eyes under the huge biological clock, glanced at the lovely girl sleeping soundly beside him, gently touched her face, got up, and washed. When Wang Yun returned to the living room, she had already prepared breakfast. She glanced at Lu Yu, who came in, and smiled. Is Xiaozi still sleeping? Lu Yu hummed, and walked straight to the dining table. Looking at the side dishes on the table, he couldn't help but give Wang Yun a thumbs up. Mom, I finally figured it out. My son was picked up, right? Otherwise, why did our family have such a sloppy breakfast in the past? Get out of here. Eat it or not. I'll go call your dad, and the three of us will be there later. With that, Wang Yun walked towards their room. Lu Yu's hand holding the chopsticks paused, and then decisively put down the chopsticks, stood up and walked towards the bedroom. After all, Liang Xuanzi was now the daughter-in-law of their Lu family. What would it mean if she didn't go to worship the ancestors? Although there is a local custom that pregnant women are not allowed to visit graves for fear that the bad luck of the ancestors will affect the child, Lu Yu still decided to tell Liang Xuanzi since they have all received modern education. But before Lu Yu got there, Liang Xuanzi yawned and walked out of the bedroom. When she saw Lu Yu, she walked over in a daze, fell into Lu Yu's arms, and pouted, Hubby, naughty. Lu Yu chuckled when he heard this, lowered his head and took a sip, then scratched her messy long hair. Why are you up so early? Liang Xuanzi sobered up a little, raised her hand and drew circles on Lu Yu's chest. Today we have to worship our ancestors. I'm the newcomer in the family, so I have to go and say hello to Grandpa and Grandma. Woohoo Tilder, it smells so good. Did Mom prepare breakfast? Little foodie, go wash your face and come out to eat. Okay, I love you. Liang Xuanzi walked into the room happily. 7 o'clock in the morning. In the yard, Wang Yun looked at Liang Xuanzi with some worry. My daughter, why don't you just rest at home? It will be the same if you come over after the baby is 1 month old. Liang Xuanzi grabbed Wang Yun's hand and said coquettishly, Oh, Mom, I know, it's okay. Besides, it's not appropriate for me not to visit Grandpa and Grandma on my first day home. Besides, the baby in my belly is their great-grandchildren, and they will definitely protect the babies. Wang Yun kicked Lu Qinming. Old Lu, say something too. Lu Qinming's mouth twitched slightly. I think Xiaozi is right. Wang Yun was choked by this sentence, but after thinking about it, she did not object. In the end, she added a coat for Liang Xuanzi and muttered something to herself, which made Lu Qin's eyes roll up when he understood. The Lu family's cemetery is in the fields north of the village, in a large piece of wasteland. Except for Lu Yu's grandparents, all the direct ancestors of the entire Maoqian village are buried here. So after arriving here, Lu Yu first took Liang Xuanzi to recognize people, and then took her to the grave of his grandparents. Lu Qinming had already arranged the offerings, while Wang Yun lit some paper money and muttered in a low voice, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm taking care of old Lu. Yu has grown up and married a wife who is very beautiful and sensible. She is also pregnant with our baby. By the end of this year, you will be the great-grandfather and great-grandmother. By the way, Yu is a promising child and can make a lot of money. He has a big house and a car in Haicheng. Now he has a beautiful, gentle and sensible wife. Life is getting better and better. Dad, Mom, don't be reluctant to spend money over there. If you are gone, please send a dream. As she spoke, Wang Yun's eyes turned red. Because Lu Qinming is an only child, Wang Yun was very well taken care of after she came here. Lu Yu's grandparents really treated Wang Yun as their own daughter. Although the old couple passed away early, they had a deep relationship with Wang Yun. Lu Qinming didn't say anything. After bowing to his grandparents, he sat beside them and smoked. His eyes were red, and even the fingers holding the cigarette were shaking. Lu Yu pulled Liang Xuanzi over and kowtowed 4 times respectfully to the grave. This was also the custom here. Gods kowtow 3 times and ghosts kowtow 4 times. It means that gods kowtow 3 times and ghosts kowtow 4 times. Otherwise, the etiquette would be incomplete and would bring bad luck. Wang Yun sat in front of the grave, talking about her thoughts for more than half an hour, and then she started to pack up her things. She slapped Lu Qinming in the face and said, "Let's go. Didn't we agree to go to Uncle's house today?" Lu Qinming uttered an "R," turned around, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and looked at the grave. "Dad, Mom, we're leaving now and we'll come to see you again on October 1st. After leaving the cemetery, Lu Yu realized that Liang Xuanzi was not in a good mood. Her eyes were red and her brain was buzzing. He hurriedly whispered, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Liang Xuanzi shook her head and looked at Lu Yu with tears in her eyes. "Husband, I will be a good daughter-in-law like my mother-in-law in the future, really." Lu Yu suddenly realized and then broke through his defense. Chapter 5 Show Off Your Wealth 1. In Shinju, conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have existed since ancient times, and only a very small number of people can truly live in harmony. At least in the entire Maoqian village, Lu Yu knows of no more than 3 families like this. Of course, most people can't tell what's going on the surface, but those who secretly plot against their wives and mothers-in-law are really. As for Wang Yun, I don't know how many girls who got married at the same time as her were envious of her. Therefore, the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is not unsolvable, but there are too many factors involved. That's why Lu Yu was surprised and broke down after hearing Liang Xuanzi's words. After all, when it comes to conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the man caught in the middle suffers the most. On one side is his biological mother, and on the other side is his biological wife. No matter what he does, it seems to be wrong. Most men have their backbones broken and their tempers worn out by such things, and eventually they become indistinguishable from the crowd. However, Lu Yu believed that Liang Xuanzi could do it, and he also believed in Wang Yun, because Lu Yu's grandmother had walked the path ahead, and Wang Yun had never suffered any grievances in her life, especially in the Lu family, so she would definitely treat Liang Xuanzi as her own daughter. Liang Xuanzi's character is unquestionable. Although a little blind, Lu Yu initially believed in the system and later believed in his own feelings. Compared to the system, he was more willing to believe in himself. Between the two of them, one is willing to love the other, and the other is grateful, so the probability of a conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is not even 0.1%. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu raised his hand and touched the top of Liang Xuanzi's head, smiling and nodding. "I believe you will become the most gentle and virtuous daughter-in-law in the world." Liang Xuanzi's face was more serious than ever before, and she nodded heavily at Lu Yu. "Yes." In the passenger seat, Wang Yun felt warm in her heart. Her daughter-in-law was sensible, and her life as a mother-in-law would be easier in the future, so her feelings for Liang Xuanzi deepened. I gently poked Lu Qinming who was driving, and so that Lu Qinming also had a smile on his face. A warm atmosphere filled the entire car. After returning home, Lu Qinming and Wang Yun went to the house of Lu Yu's second grandfather, Lu Qinming's uncle, while Lu Yu was left behind to take care of Liang Xuanzi. It would be unjustifiable for them not to go to worship their ancestors, but there is no need for them to visit relatives. The main thing is that Wang Yun is worried about Liang Xuanzi. How many quadruplets are there in the whole country? Although they are only 4 months old, Wang Yun can't help but worry about them. Lu Qinming had the same attitude. He believed that he could see Lu Yu at any time, and Lu Yu's second grandfather was in good health, so he could just see him at the end of the year. Lu Yu had no objection to this. They would usually come back during the Chinese New Year. Although they had not stayed here for long, they were not unfamiliar with the place, so there was no need to rush now. Liang Xuanzi wanted to go, but was forcibly suppressed by the family of 3. In the living room, Liang Xuanzi was watching videos on her mobile phone out of boredom, while Lu Yu was helping her cook some nourishing broth in the kitchen. With his master-level cooking skills, all of these were easy for Lu Yu. But just when Lu Yu was about to take the last step, Liang Xuanzi's scream suddenly came from the living room, and he was so scared that he almost threw the pot lid away. He quickly covered the pot and rushed out. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lu Yu was stunned. He saw Liang Xuanzi sitting on the sofa, staring at her phone blankly. Confused, Lu Yu walked behind Liang Xuanzi and followed her line of sight, only to find that she was reading a piece of news. The news headline is quite scary. Fanglong Group announced that it has fully mastered the 5-nanometer lithography technology and will enter the trial production stage from now on. Below are some professional terminology information about Fanglong Group's 5-nanometer lithography technology. But what shocked Liang Xuanzi was not these, but the words of the video shooter at the end of the video. So this is great news. After the stock market opened today, Fanglong Group's stock price hit the daily limit in just 10 minutes. If Fanglong Group can really come up with a complete 5-nanometer lithography machine this time, then this company will undoubtedly become the new world's top group. Of course. Lu Yu didn't listen to the rest of the conversation. If Liang Xuanzi had reacted, she would have looked up at Lu Yu, who was so close to her. "Husband, have you become richer?" Well, he is indeed richer now. According to the current price trend of Fanglong Group's stock, there will be no problem in doubling his assets. Moreover, he gave Yu Haohan complete technical information. As long as the materials were up to standard, there would be no problem in making a 5-nanometer lithography machine. By then, Fanglong Group will be the first company in the world to independently develop and manufacture lithography machines. Even if Fanglong Group has no intention of monopolizing, it cannot change this situation, at least not in a short period of time. And he holds 45% of the shares of Fanglong Group. How much money will he have by then? Hundreds of billions. Still. But soon Lu Yu was relieved, chuckled and touched Ding Liang Boy's forehead. No matter how valuable the stocks are, they are just stocks. All I can get are dividends, so just take a look at these. HMPH tilde baby, be happy. Liang Xuanzi refused to give in, and suddenly kissed Lu Yu on the face, grinning foolishly. He, I will be the wife of a billionaire soon. He tilde husband, can I go show off my wealth to Wen? Lu Yu curled his lips. As long as you are not afraid of scaring her to death, then go ahead and show off. Also, don't be so startled next time. I almost blew up the kitchen just now. Slightly tilde, Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue guiltily and grabbed Lu Yu's hand flatteringly. Baby is wrong, husband, do you want to hit the baby? Lu Yu opened his mouth and pinched her face with both anger and laughter. Okay, I forgive you, watch the video, the soup will be ready soon. Looking at Lu Yu's back, Liang Xuanzi felt like she had fallen into a honey pot. She gently raised her hand and placed it on her belly, and said proudly, "My babies, is mommy awesome? Right? You think mommy is awesome too, right? Let's go and piss off your aunt, okay?" Having said this, she gently pressed her belly and continued to talk to herself. "I knew you would agree, mommy loves you, well." At the same time, Hai Cheng, Xu Wenyao, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a little cold and shivered violently. She casually touched the kicked-off quilt and rolled herself up. But before she could fall asleep again, her cell phone rang. The ding-dong sound made Xu Wenwen upset. She fumbled to get the phone in her hand and shouted without opening her eyes, "Who is it? You are disturbing my sweet dreams so early in the morning. Are you leaving me no chance to live? Are you asking for trouble?" After saying that, she threw the phone out again. But what she didn't expect was that the ding-dong sound was still continuing. Xu Wenwen screamed and sat up with her eyes wide open. She found her cell phone and held it in her hand. Just as she was about to start cursing, she found that it was a message from Liang Xuanzi. The message was still ringing, but there were already more than 20 messages in front of it. Seeing this, Xu Wenwen sobered up a little and curiously opened the chat interface. "Minmin, let me show you something. Just be careful, don't be surprised. There are pictures attached." "Eh? I forgot you couldn't understand it, so let me explain it to you. Do you know what this is? An equity transfer agreement. Do you know what company it belongs to? Fanglong Group tilde. Hey, are you a little surprised? I'm telling you in secret, this is my husband's. Guess how many shares my husband has? I don't think you can guess it either, so I'll have to kindly tell you, it's 45%. Oh my god, it's like a dream, you know. I'm a billionaire, it's so big, are you surprised or not? Lie tilde, did I say too much? Why don't you reply to my message? Are you still sleeping? You big fool, why are you sleeping? Get up and have fun, or I'll come to Haicheng and beat you to death. Looking at the message, Xu Wenwen shook her head, thinking that she was still asleep and was probably dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming, otherwise, how could Liang Xuanzi, that big fool, become a rich wife? I am so worried about her. I weakly grabbed a strand of hair and pulled it out, and in an instant. It hurts so much. Xu Wenwen was in so much pain that tears came out. Chapter 6. Show off your wealth too. But the next second, Xu Wenwen was stunned. It hurts. So I'm not dreaming? This damn girl really became a rich man's wife? Lu Yu, my old classmate, is a billionaire. Are you kidding me? Thinking of this, Xu Wenwen's sleepiness disappeared in an instant, and she couldn't wait to open the video call. But the call request was rejected as soon as it was made. She actually refused. The next moment. Maotian village, Lu family. Liang Xuanzi curled up on the sofa, watching voice messages pop up one after another. The length of each message was more than 40 seconds, and several were even 60 seconds. She was so scared that she almost threw her phone away. After sending more than 30 voice messages, Xu Wenwen called again via video. This time Liang Xuanzi didn't dare to refuse, otherwise who knows what that idiot would do. He might even come directly to Hongshan to find her. You big idiot, what do you mean? You woke me up and didn't answer my video call. Do you want to die? As soon as the video was connected, Xu Wenwen started roaring like a mad cerebellum rotten. Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue and winked playfully. You won't, my husband won't let me. As soon as these words came out, Xu Wenwen's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She glared at Liang Xuanzi with gritted teeth. You think you are the only one with a husband, right? Believe it or not, I can find one in a minute. Liang Xuanzi nodded and agreed. After all, Xu Wenwen was very beautiful. Although her figure was a little chubby, she still had a lot of people who liked her. But before Xu Wenwen could breathe a sigh of relief, Liang Xuanzi said, But you didn't find a better husband than my husband. Xu Wen almost vomited blood. She really couldn't refute this. Lu Yu is not only handsome, but also has a great demeanor and a good way of dealing with people. The most important thing is, well. Xu Wenwen thought of the purpose of the call, and suddenly came back to her senses, and said in shock, What you just told me is true. Lu Yu is really a shareholder of Fanglong Group. A billionaire. Liang Xuanzi raised her head proudly. Are you scared? He, isn't my husband awesome? Xu Wenwen has lost the ability to think. After all, anyone would be shocked when they suddenly hear that their old classmate has become a trillionaire. No, even a billionaire, not to mention this is even more terrifying. A trillion, what does that mean? Liang Xuanzi was shocked when there was no response from Xu Wenwen for a long time. She had originally planned to tell Xu Wenwen about the things about Jingting Building and MAF, but she had also suppressed it. She was afraid that if she continued to talk, Xu Wenwen would not be able to bear the stimulation and would collapse. After being silent for more than 30 seconds, Xu Wenwen rolled her eyes and said, Don't bother with me. I need to calm down now. The call ended as soon as the words were spoken. Liang Xuanzi looked at the phone that had returned to the chat interface, and a trace of worry flashed through her heart. Could this girl really be scared? Should I call for first aid just in case? Just as Liang Xuanzi was thinking about whether to call the emergency number, Haicheng, Xu Wenwen kept closing her eyes, opening her eyes, and closing her eyes. After repeating this for more than a dozen times, she gave up, sat up, and said through gritted teeth, You idiot, you came to me to show off your wealth, right? Even my best friend is not as stupid as you. After saying that, she quickly sent a message to Liang Xuanzi. In Maotian village, Liang Xuanzi was about to make a call when she saw the message and quickly clicked it. Stupid, you are showing off your wealth in front of me, right? We'll talk about it when you come back. If you don't treat me to a month's meal this time, we're not done. And I can't just treat it to a small price, it has to be a high-end hotel. I'm going to eat you out of money. Puff tilde. Liang Xuanzi smiled, replied casually, then jumped off the sofa, ran to the kitchen, clung to the door frame, half of her head was exposed, and she blinked her playful big eyes at Lu Yu. Hubby, I told Wenwen. Lu Yu looked at her with a smile, and then. She asked me to treat her to a meal in a high-end hotel. Humph, am I someone who would give in so easily? TSK tilde, Liang Xuanzi said guiltily, her eyes wandering around. Lu Yu was so adorable by her expression, his eyes were full of doting. Okay. Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up. Isn't my husband angry? Lu Yu was stunned. What are you angry about? Yer tilde long live my husband, I love you. Liang Xuanzi made a heart shape with her hands and ran away quickly. After drinking the soup, Lu Qinming and Wang Yun had not returned yet. Liang Xuanzi, who was a little bored, simply dragged Lu Yu out of the door and headed straight for Maoqian Village Primary School. In recent years, Hongshan City has continued to develop and its educational strength has been increasing, but the geographical location of Maoqian Village Primary School is too special. So at a time when the surrounding rural primary schools are gradually disappearing, the teaching staff of this primary school is constantly increasing, and it has assumed the responsibility of educating students in the 6 villages of Chaoguang Town. More than 10 minutes later, Liang Xuanzi stood silently at the entrance of the primary school, looking at the school that had completely lost its original structure, with a deep sense of loss on her face. Lu Yu chuckled and touched the top of her head. Do you still want to go in? Liang Xuanzi shook her head at first, then nodded reluctantly. Go in, I want to see where I studied. Silly girl. Lu Yu hugged her. This school was completely renovated 10 years ago. The original classrooms are gone. Now there is only one teaching building. Even the playground has been completely renovated. The layout is completely different from our time. Even if you go in, you won't be able to find where we study. Liang Xuanzi's eyes turned slightly red, she sobbed softly, and fell silent again in Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu patted her back gently and looked at the school in front of him. 10 years ago, when Lu Yu was a senior high school student, this school began to be demolished and rebuilt. He remembered that he cried for several days at that time, especially when those tile-roofed classrooms were demolished. He sat in the school and cried for a whole day. In the end, he was helped back by Lu Qinming. He still remembers it now. It was the first time in several years that he hugged Lu Qinming and cried and shouted. All his memories were gone. After so many years, he has gradually adapted to the disappearance of the school, so although he comes back every year, he will avoid this place every time he comes back. Because this place held so many of his childhood memories, but now there is not even a single person to be found here. At this moment, a sudden voice woke them up. Huh? Are you Xiaoyu? Your husband. Liang Xuanzi stood up in a panic, but when she saw the person in front of her, she was stunned. Then she let go of Lu Yu, ran to the person, and hugged him. Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu is a senior teacher at Maoqian Village Primary School. Although she only has a junior high school diploma, she was a formal class teacher when Lu Yu and his classmates were in primary school. And she happened to be the class teacher of Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi. 20 years have passed, and Teacher Yu now has a head full of white hair and many wrinkles on his face, but he still looks very energetic, and there is always a comfortable smile on his lips. Lu Yu didn't quite understand it before, but later he realized that smile was cold relief. So, even after 20 years, Lu Yu would still go to see her every time he came back, year after year, without fail. Teacher Yu held Liang Xuanzi for a while before realizing something was wrong. Hey, come on, get up quickly. You're pregnant. Don't get excited. Talk slowly. Liang Xuanzi wiped her tears, then smiled and made a playful gesture. Teacher Yu, look who I am. Teacher Yu was stunned for a moment, first looked at Lu Yu, then turned his attention to Liang Xuanzi again, and looked at her carefully for a long time before suddenly slapping his forehead. You are the little girl whose braids were burned by Xiaoyu. Liang Xuanzi, is it you? Liang Xuanzi was so happy when Teacher Yu recognized her that she wanted to jump up, but was held down by Teacher Yu. Is it really you? Don't jump, be careful. Oh, I never thought that the guy who burned your braids would marry you. This. But you have grown up and become more beautiful, which is great. Teacher Yu, you are old. Liang Xuanzi was a little unhappy, especially when she saw the white hair on Teacher Yu's head and the wrinkles on his face. She couldn't help feeling sad. Chapter 7 Teacher-Student Relationship. Teacher Yu was very happy. How can I not age? I am already 65 years old this year. If I don't age, I will be a monster. You? Lu Yu walked over with a smile. The boy wanted to see the original school, but found that the school had been demolished and rebuilt. There is no place for memories of the past, and it is sad to be here. Teacher Yu laughed out loud when he heard this and tapped Lu Yu's forehead. You're still talking about Xiao Zi. When this school was demolished, who was the one who cried for a whole day in the school? Lu Yu touched his nose awkwardly, turned his head and looked at the sky in the distance. Whatever you say, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Phew, Xianzi couldn't help but laugh, then hugged Teacher Yu's shoulders. Teacher Yu hasn't retired yet. You should also take a rest. Teacher Yu patted Liang Xuanzi's back, full of emotion. I've retired, but I have nothing to do at home, so I came over here to look at the gate. Every day I see the children studying and going home from school, and my heart is full and comfortable. Let's go in and sit down. Okay. Liang Xuanzi agreed readily. Seeing Liang Xuanzi agreed, Teacher Yu smiled, took her hand and walked into the campus, while telling her some things that happened in the school over the years, such as which teacher went to junior high school and which teacher went to another elementary school. Finally, he told Liang Xuanzi that their math teacher at that time is now the principal of this school. Obviously, they were just some very ordinary little things, but Liang Xuanzi listened very carefully, and from time to time she talked about some things that happened in the past, which made Teacher Yu laugh. Lu Yu just sat at the door, watching the door for Teacher Yu while also feeling Liang Xuanzi's mood. It was not until the bell rang that Teacher Yu stopped and shouted to Lu Yu, Xiao Yu, go to the office and call your teacher Shui, and tell her that her favorite student from that year came to see her. Hey! Lu Yu stood up with a smile, made a heart shape with his hands towards Liang Xuanzi, and then walked out of the door while Liang Xuanzi looked shy. As for the favorite student, this is true. Although Liang Xuanzi only studied here for 1 year, she had always maintained full marks in mathematics since the first time, and was the mathematics teacher's favorite student. In addition, Liang Xuanzi was shy and introverted at that time, making her the mathematics teacher's favorite student. Therefore, Lu Yu, who liked to tease Liang Xuanzi back then, naturally became a negative example in the mathematics teacher's mind. Even though Lu Yu's grades improved dramatically later, his math teacher would still double his expectations of him. Once Lu Yu objected, he would rebut him with a sentence like, "Then please ask Liang Xuanzi to come back to me," leaving Lu Yu speechless. In the room, Liang Xuanzi panicked when she saw Lu Yu leaving the house. Principal's office. After Lu Yu arrived, he first looked through the window, and after making sure that there was someone inside, he knocked on the door gently. Hearing the word, "Come in," Lu Yu pushed the door open cautiously. There was no other way, mainly because the shadow left by Teacher Shui on Lu Yu was quite heavy. When he came in, Teacher Shui also raised her head. When she saw him, she laughed out loud. "Wow, who do I think I am? Isn't this the college bully from back then? How come you have time to come and see me today?" Compared with Teacher Yu, Teacher Shui is a lot younger, just 48 years old this year. But even so, there is a large patch of white hair on his head, and he looks nothing like a man in his 60s. However, it is precisely because of his presence that Maoqian Village Primary School has been able to improve year by year. He is a good teacher who truly cares about the children. In this era of rampant class groups, it was Teacher Shui who blocked this path and directly looked at all the teachers in the school. "I don't care what happens in other schools, and I can't control it, but in this school, as long as you are still under my management, whoever dares to assign homework to parents, you'd better get out as soon as possible." He said so and did so. Lu Yu had heard from people in the village before that Teacher Shui still corrects homework in the school until 7 or 8 o'clock. Sometimes, if it is a test paper, he will even correct it after 10 o'clock. Lu Yu smiled ingratiatingly. "Well, Mr. Shui, it's not nice of you to say that. Why can't I come to see you? And I'm not here alone this time. I brought my wife with me. You have to give me some face. After all, I was your pride, right? Stop smiling at me and tell me what's going on." Teacher Shui scolded with a smile. Lu Yu cheerfully took out a pack of cigarettes and placed them on the desk. "Don't refuse, this is my only pack, given to me by someone else. I don't smoke, I'm just offering this to you, Mr. Shui. Are you busy?" "I knew it. Let's go." Teacher Shui put the cigarette into his pocket and walked towards the door first. When he passed by Lu Yu, he chuckled and said, "Why do you think I would refuse your cigarette, Lu Yu?" By the time he reacted, Teacher Shui had already left the office. Lu Yu hurriedly chased after him. "Hey, Teacher Shui, wait for me, I came to tell you that someone wants to see you, and is sitting with Teacher Yu now." A few minutes later, Teacher Shui was stunned when he saw Liang Xuanzi in front of him. After he came to his senses, he even thought he had seen it wrong, so he took off his glasses and wiped them several times. When he finally confirmed that the person in front of him was his beloved baby, he felt terrible. "No, girl, why did you marry this brat? Have you forgotten that he burned your braids? Why are you so confused? Hey tilde teacher Shui, that's too much. As the old saying goes, it's better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Can't you just bear to see me do well? Before Liang Xuanzi could say anything, Lu Yu was already unhappy. Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue at Lu Yu proudly, and then responded with a smile, Teacher Shui, this is all fate, and now Yu is very nice to me. Look, I'm pregnant with 4 babies. Teacher Shui sighed, I know, but I just feel uncomfortable. You had such good grades back then, but it was all ruined by this brat, tilde. At this point, Teacher Shui couldn't help but laugh again, but seeing that you two have such a good relationship, I feel relieved. You little brat, remember this, don't ever hurt others in the future, or I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Lu Yu stood up straight and said, don't worry, you don't have to do anything. My mother will take care of me first. Puff tilde. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 people in the room laughed. But Lu Yu had nothing to do after that, as the 3 of them just left him aside, chatting and laughing there, which made Lu Yu very jealous. The 3 of them kept talking until school was over in the afternoon. Teacher Shui had to go and watch the students leave the school, especially those from other villages, who would only be allowed to leave if they had a family with them. Teacher Yu was helping out on the side. After all, she was old, and it was impossible for Teacher Shui to really give her such a heavy task. Not to mention that Teacher Shui was introduced to the profession by Teacher Yu, so she could be said to be Teacher Yu's mentor. In addition, we are all from the same village, so Teacher Shui takes great care of his teachers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi also chose to leave, and promised to pay New Year's greetings to the 2 of them during the Chinese New Year, and only then were they allowed to leave. On their way home, Liang Xuanzi was in a good mood, holding Lu Yu's arm tightly, humming the melody of Let's Row the Boat, which was the first song Liang Xuanzi learned in this school. However, it seems that this song has disappeared from the textbooks and campus. Lu Yu gently swung along Liang Xuanzi's arm. Are you happy? Liang Xuanzi nodded and smiled with narrowed eyes. I'm so happy to see Teacher Yu and Teacher Shui. I really didn't expect that they are still in the school. It's just that they are old. Lu Yu chuckled, that's for sure. You're going to be a mother, so how can they not age? But I think they must be very happy to see you today. Hee, husband, can you sing this song? Can you sing with me? Lu Yu. Singing? In the street. Looking at the villagers coming and going, Lu Yu's old face felt a little hot. But looking at Liang Xuanzi's expectant eyes, Lu Yu still chose to compromise, and his mouth twitched slightly. Okay, then you take the lead. Chapter 8, Children's Words. Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up. Okay, let's row the oars, get ready, sing. Lu Yu closed his eyes and spoke, let's row the oars and push the boat away. When they got home, Lu Qinming and Wang Yun had already returned. Looking at the young couple who came in humming a song, Lu Qinming and the other man looked at each other in surprise, but then smiled at each other. No matter what, as long as the 2 of them were happy, it was okay. As for what they were going to do, was that important? But they didn't ask. Liang Xuanzi couldn't help but want to share. After seeing the 2 of them, she couldn't wait to run to Wang Yun's side and hugged her arms. Mom, I went to school today and saw Teacher Yu and Teacher Shui. We talked about many things in the past. Mom, let me tell you. Their mother and daughter went into their house, leaving Lu Yu and Lu Qinming staring at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ding! Their host is detected to be doting on the target person. The target person's happiness value is greatly improved, and financial skills are mastered. Lu Yu chuckled, walked over and sat down next to Lu Qinming, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment. The next day, Lu Yu took Liang Xuanzi back to Chaoguang town and stayed at his father-in-law's house for a morning. After that, the 2 began to book tickets back to Haicheng. The main task of this return is to get the marriage certificate with Liang Xuanzi. Now that things have been coordinated, there is no need to stay any longer. The most important thing is that Li Meng's wedding is on the 5th, and today is already the 3rd. Starting from tomorrow, many things have to be prepared. As one of Li Meng's few brothers in Haicheng, it would be unreasonable for Lu Yu not to be present. When they got home, Wang Yun had already packed her things. After they came back, she went straight to their high-speed rail station. 6 o'clock in the evening, Huahengting Yuan. Liang Xuanzi lay on the sofa in a relaxed manner and stretched herself. It's so comfortable to be back home, husband, hug. Lu Yu hung up the clothes with a smile, then walked over to her side and sat down, holding her in his arms and touching her forehead. Are you so unwilling to stay in your hometown? Liang Xuanzi turned her head away. No, my husband, don't accuse me falsely. Lu Yu was so adorable that he couldn't help but kiss her on the mouth, then put her down. Okay, I'll go prepare dinner, and then we'll go out for a walk. Okay, husband, thank you for your hard work. Liang Xuanzi turned sideways and smiled charmingly. After returning to Haicheng, Lu Qinming and Wang Yun returned to the old house. This was an agreement between Lu Qinming and Lu Yu. Wang Yun would go over to help take care of the house during the day, and give the couple some space for their own world at night. Just as Lu Yu was preparing dinner, his cell phone on the table rang. Liang Xuanzi took a curious look at it, then ran into the kitchen with the phone, answered the call and put it to Lu Yu's ear. Lu Yu was slightly stunned. The next moment, Li Meng's voice came from the phone. Lu Zi, help. Foot tilde cough cough, no, what are you doing? You're getting married soon, why are you in such a hurry to save her? Lu Yu was almost choked by the smoke and retorted in annoyance. Li Meng was stunned. What are you doing? Nonsense, what can you do at this time? I'm cooking. If you have something to say, tell me now. Then. Li Meng laughed flatteringly. Can you help me the day after tomorrow and be a best man? Lu Yu was so angry that he laughed. Didn't you say you didn't need me? There's nothing we can do about it. Just tell me whether you'll come or not. I'm only going to get married once in my life, so don't embarrass me. Li Meng was anxious. Got it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm cooking. Okay, that's it, I won't bother you two anymore. What did you say? Tomorrow? You guys are back. Wow, his reaction time is really amazing. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu noticed a small white hand reaching into the plate stealthily. Sensing Lu Yu's gaze, Liang Xuanzi froze in place, and smiled guiltily. Well, my husband's cooking smells so good, the baby is getting hungry just by smelling it. Lu Yu took a breath and pointed at his face. Liang Xuanzi happily came over and gave him a kiss. Hey, hubby is not angry. Why should I be angry? Okay, you take it out and eat it first. I'll cook 2 more dishes. Lu Yu put the plate in Liang Xuanzi's hand with satisfaction and pinched her face with a smile. Liang Xuanzi shrugged her nose and put the plate back. No, I want to wait for my husband to eat together. I'm going out, otherwise I really can't help it. Having said that, she ran out, without any behavior that a pregnant woman should have, which made Lu Yu very nervous. It was not until she sat back on the sofa and took out her phone that Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head with a smile and murmured, I gave her nearly 20 points of physical fitness. There shouldn't be any problem, right? There shouldn't be any problem. I heard from Wang Yun that when she was pregnant, she was 8 months pregnant and she was still working in the fields. It's only been more than 4 months now. Yeah, there's no problem. Lu Yu let out a breath and continued cooking. 10 minutes later, he brought out for dishes and a soup, and then served Liang Xuanzi rice. Looking at Liang Xuanzi's happy expression, Lu Yu opened his mouth to speak several times. After dinner, Lu Yu saw Liang Xuanzi running around and rummaging through clothes again. He couldn't help it anymore and went over to hug her waist gently. Slow down next time, are you trying to scare me to death? Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, looking at Lu Yu with confusion, then looked at her belly, immediately shrugged her nose, and pouted aggrievedly. Husband. I don't want to get pregnant. Poof tilde Lu Yu almost vomited blood. But what can he do? Holding Liang Xuanzi in his arms, he comforted her softly. All right, husband, promise, we'll just have this one baby, okay? Be good and listen to me. Liang Xuanzi hummed and nestled in Lu Yu's arms. Husband, Bao is wronged. Yes, husband knows. Come, husband will help you find clothes. After finally comforting Liang Xuanzi, Lu Yu felt that he had been more tired than having fought a battle. However, after seeing the smile on Liang Xuanzi's face, all his hard work disappeared, leaving only a sense of accomplishment. After Liang Xuanzi changed her clothes, the two walked out of the house and took a stroll in the square below the villa. After all, it was already nearly 8:30 in the evening, and considering Liang Xuanzi's physical condition, it would not be appropriate for her to go out, so it would be nice for her to just walk around downstairs. Especially at this time, the square in the community is mostly filled with parents playing with their children. Looking at those lively and cute children, Liang Xuanzi's mood is obviously much better. She put her hands on her belly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously revealed a loving smile that only belongs to a mother. Just as they reached the edge of the square, a small children's volleyball jumped in front of them, and soon after, a girl who looked about 4 or 5 years old ran over quickly. Lu Yu was just about to pick up the volleyball and return it to the child, but to their surprise, the child actually ran directly to Liang Xuanzi and looked at her with shining eyes. "Auntie is so beautiful, much prettier than my mother." "Hey! Why isn't my mother a beautiful mother?" Hearing these words, Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi were both stunned, and so was the woman following the little girl. It was obvious that she was the little girl's mother. It was also obvious that the little girl's fate might be tragic. Thinking of this, Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi looked at the little girl's expression and couldn't help but sympathize with her. Behind the girl, her mother's face was filled with embarrassment. She was afraid that her daughter would say something shocking again, so she ran over and hugged the girl in her arms. She raised her hand and slapped her butt in annoyance. "You stupid girl, wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back." After saying that, the woman bowed slightly towards Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi, full of apology. "I'm sorry, the child is immature, then. I won't bother you anymore, I'm really sorry." Few tilder seeing the woman carrying the child away, Liang Xuanzi couldn't help but laugh with her hands covering her mouth. "Actually, that sister is also very beautiful, right? Is this the legendary saying that in the eyes of girls, their mothers are ugly?" Chapter 9, Man's Nature. Lu Yu was slightly stunned, then he put his arm around Liang Xuanzi's shoulders and said, "What are you talking about? Our daughter will definitely not say that in the future." Liang Xuanzi made a face and raised her little head proudly, with an expression of "hurry up and praise me for my beauty" on her face. In fact, except for the older ones, there are basically no ugly women in this community. After all, those who can buy a house in Huahengting Yuan are considered upper-middle-class people even in Haicheng. After all, not everyone can afford a house that costs tens of millions. And for these people, no matter their own daughters or their wives, it is very unlikely that there will be ugly ones. Don't even mention marrying a virtuous wife. Everyone knows this truth, but once the conditions are met, who doesn't want to marry a beautiful one? Lu Yu pinched Liang Xuanzi's face and pulled it to both sides with amusement. Just as he was about to speak, a child who looked no more than 1 year old came staggering over, hugged Liang Xuanzi's legs, raised his bald little head, and looked at Liang Xuanzi and giggled. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu was so angry that he laughed. Well, such a big brat actually wanted to come and steal his wife. At this moment, a girl in her 20s ran over, picked up the child, pinched his little face full of collagen, and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, you little thing, I just blinked and you came over to tease me, right? Who did you learn this bad habit from?" The child didn't understand what his aunt said at all. He just looked at Liang Xuanzi and smiled. He even stretched out his chubby little hands and asked for a hug. The girl quickly pressed the child's hand down, and bowed to Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi to apologize with a smile. I'm sorry, the child is too naughty, I hope you don't mind, I'm really sorry." Liang Xuanzi chuckled and said, "It's okay. Besides, this little guy is really cute. Is this your sister's child?" The girl hummed, "Yes, it's my sister's. I'm a graduate student at Haicheng University and I'm temporarily living in my sister's house." Graduate student? Really? Liang Xuanzi's eyes flashed with envy. At that time, she was also able to take the postgraduate entrance examination, but some things happened later, which forced her to withdraw from the postgraduate examination. This was her own secret, and even Xu Wenwen didn't know it. After the girl apologized to the two of them again, she finally ran away before the little one could no longer hold back her tears, but soon, Liang Xuanzi and Lu Yu heard the loud cry. Few tilder Liang Xuanzi couldn't help laughing again and patted Lu Yu's arm gently. "Husband, do you men really like beautiful girls since childhood?" Lu Yu was stunned. "Huh? What are you talking about? At least I'm not that kind of person, otherwise I would burn your braids." Liang Xuanzi's face flushed. "What are you talking about? Teacher Shui told me that you burned my braids because you thought I was pretty. Yeah? Didn't I tell you?" Lu Yu said happily, tapping her nose. "Liang Xuanzi. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. However, what Lu Yu said at that time was that such a beautiful girl would cry for a long time if she was punched, right?" Thinking of this, Liang Xuanzi got angry, let go of Lu Yu's hand, and walked forward angrily. Seeing this scene, several big question marks popped up on Lu Yu's head. Fortunately, he still remembered Liang Xuanzi's physical condition. After a brief moment of confusion, he reacted quickly and chased after her. He reached out and took Liang Xuanzi into his arms. Okay, I was young and ignorant at that time, and besides, do you think I have been a LSP since I was a child? Liang Xuanzi pouted, baby doesn't care. Anyway, baby is angry. The best, 3 kisses will make it better. Okay, not to mention 30 will be fine. Lu Yu carried her to the stool next to him and sat down, watching the square dance in the middle of the square, swaying gently. The two of them sat here until 9:30. When the weather turned cooler, Lu Yu stood up and pulled Liang Xuanzi, let's go. It's time to go back and rest. Liang Xuanzi's face was flushed. She tilted her head and leaned against Lu Yu's chest, following him step by step. When she got to the back, her entire weight was on Lu Yu. But with dozens of points of physical strength added, this little weight was nothing to Lu Yu. When he walked into the corridor, he simply picked up Liang Xuanzi horizontally and then walked into the elevator. The next day, Lu Yu opened his eyes refreshed, looked at Liang Xuanzi who was sleeping soundly beside him, smiled and kissed her forehead, then got dressed, went out to wash up, and prepare breakfast. While Lu Yu was busy preparing breakfast, Linjiang community was attacked. Li Mingzer had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Not only did he have dark circles under his eyes, his hair was also messy, and his clothes were worn crookedly. But even so, he was still holding his mobile phone and making a call. Booking banquets, delivery of wedding dresses, reservation of wedding cars, and so on. Although both parents came from the countryside, weddings in the city are very different from those in the countryside, so parents can't help at all. Almost all the big and small things fell on Li Meng. A few minutes later, Li Meng hung up the phone, then heaved a sigh of relief and slumped down on the marriage bed with a helpless expression on his face. But just as he sat down, before he had time to catch his breath, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a thin but capable young man ran in and slapped Li Meng on the thigh. Hurry up and get up, it's time to go and see the wedding car. In the room, Li Meng stood up weakly, sighed shakily, and raised his hand to the young man in front of him. Boss, let me tell you, whoever gets married a second time in this life is a bastard. Bang! The young man who was called the boss slapped Li Meng on the back. What are you talking about? What's the matter? You don't like the squad leader? Do you want a second time? Do you believe that we brothers will beat you to death first? Hurry up, don't waste time here, the wedding car company has called twice. Li Meng laughed foolishly. Yeah, let's go. Oh, don't forget to call Lu Zi and ask him to come over quickly. This guy is now stuck in the land of gentleness and won't come out. Damn it. I know. The boss pushed Li Meng out. It was not until he got on stage that he took out his phone, found Lu Yu's number and dialed it. Huahan Courtyard. Lu Yu was having a sweet breakfast with Liang Xuanzi when the sudden ringing of the phone shattered the warmth between them. He took out his phone unhappily, but when he saw the incoming call, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly made a gesture to Liang Xuanzi, and then answered the call. Hello. Big brother, why did you think of calling me? Get lost, come quickly, Sana can't stand it anymore. Lu Yu was stunned. You are all here. I'm here. Now there are 6 people and only you are missing. Are you free? If you are, go to Yuanding Sanxing Wedding Company now. I'm taking Saner to look at the wedding car now. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lu Yu agreed, hung up the phone, stuffed something into his mouth, and hurriedly grabbed his coat. Then he ran to Liang Xuanzi and gave her a kiss on the face. Wife, I'm going to look at the wedding car with Sana first. You wait for mom at home, dear. There was a hint of reluctance in Liang Xuanzi's eyes, but she did not refuse. After all, she heard all the phone calls just now. It was really not appropriate to take her with Lu Yu and his brothers to the reunion. So she pointed to the other side of her face and pouted. Okay, but you have to give me 2 kisses, and you are not allowed to drink too much outside. Lu Yu smiled and kissed him, shaking the car keys in his hand. Driving, why drink? Let's go, I will be back early. Goodbye, husband. Liang Xuanzi sent Lu Yu out of the room before returning to the dining table in a depressed mood. However, without Lu Yu by her side, she suddenly felt that all the delicious food lost its flavor. After reluctantly eating a few bites, she put down her chopsticks, propped her chin with both hands, and glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It's been 5 minutes since my husband left. I miss him so much. Chapter 10 Unintentional Show of Wealth. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Wang Yun came in carrying the food needed for lunch, wondering, girl, why did that brat run out in a panic just now? Who happened to whom? Liang Xuan's eyes lit up, and she stood up quickly, running over to take the things in Wang Yun's hand. Mom, it's okay, Li Meng is getting married tomorrow, and several of his roommates from the university dormitory are here, so we're going over to get together. Is that so? Have you told him? Never mind, I'll just call myself. At the same time, Lu Yu had already driven out of the community and headed straight to their wedding company. Fortunately, it was still relatively early, and Huahengting Yuan was not far from the wedding company, so when Lu Yu arrived, he happened to meet Li Meng and the others. Looking at the young man standing next to Li Meng, Lu Yu was silent for a moment, then smiled, walked over quickly, and punched the other person in the heart. Tong Junlin, you still have the nerve to show up. It's been 5 years, what's wrong? If it wasn't Sana's wedding this time, you still didn't plan to show up. Tong Junlin, the leader of Lu Yu's dormitory, is from Jianghan, northeast China. He is generous and righteous. Although his family has no assets, he is the undisputed number one in the dormitory. Everyone respects him because he is the one who gets things done. But after graduating from university, Tong Junlin left Haicheng. We still kept in touch at first, but later he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He didn't answer the phone, and when I went to look for him, I was told that he had moved. Originally thought that they would never have the chance to meet again in this life, but unexpectedly he would be blown out this time. This was why Lu Yu rushed over in such a hurry. After all, when they were in school, Tong Junlin carried a lot of weight for him. Tong Junlin hugged Lu Yu and patted his back. Let's talk about our business later, let's help Sana look for the wedding car first. While speaking, Tong Junlin glanced at Lu Yu's Hongqi HS9 and looked at him as if he was showing off. The wedding company had already confirmed it last week, and we are here now just to make the final confirmation and choose the decoration for the wedding car. Because of Lu Yu's help, Li Meng now has some money in his hands, so he is a lot more generous. He actually chose a Porsche for his wedding car, which costs 8,000 yuan a day to rent. Together with the entire wedding car team, the daily cost is a full 30,000 yuan. You know, in Lu Yu's case, the wedding cars are basically cars from relatives and friends. At most, they ask the wedding company to provide an Audi or Mercedes-Benz, which only costs a few hundred yuan a day, or 30,000 yuan. It can be seen how much money Li Meng spent. After choosing the decorations and finalizing the wedding car lineup, Li Meng paid the wedding company another 10,000 yuan. The remaining 10,000 yuan will be settled after the wedding tomorrow. By the time they walked out of the wedding company, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Li Meng patted his forehead gently. Good boy, finally everything is done, boss, is everything okay from now on? Tong Junlin put his arm around his neck. Nothing? How is that possible? The 6 of us haven't been together for a few years. Shouldn't we have a good drink this time? Li Meng's mouth twitched slightly. Fuck, is tomorrow okay? I just want to sleep right now. Okay, let's get together. Forget about drinking, I really can't stand it now, I'm afraid I'll die suddenly if I drink. Tong Junlin nodded happily. Since you are so pitiful, let's arrange it this way. Youngest brother, what do you say? Lu Yu waved his phone and said, anything is fine. I just booked a table. How is Shu's restaurant? Tong Junlin was about to nod when he suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Lu Yu in amazement. Fuck, youngest brother, you got rich. The taste of Shu's family. This is a traditional restaurant that has been around since the 1920s. It is rumored that the first chef was a court chef in the late Qing dynasty who was a master in cooking Chinese cuisine. However, this century-old store began a large-scale renovation in the new century. Except for the taste, everything else including the service and environment has been completely remodeled. The most important thing is that the price is said to have increased dozens of times compared to the last century. Of course, these are just rumors, but Lu Yu and his friends did go to Shu's taste once. But right after they walked in, before they had time to order, they were scared away by the prices. From that time on, the taste of the Shu family became the biggest obsession of the brothers during their college years and had permeated into every aspect of their lives. Therefore, after hearing that Lu Yu had reserved a table at Shu's taste, Tong Junlin had such a big reaction. After all, a casual meal there would cost tens of thousands of yuan, which was really beyond his expectations. As the only insider, Li Meng directly pushed Tong Junlin back and said, "Don't worry, the youngest, is very rich now. Do you know where he lives? Hwahan Courtyard, a house costs tens of millions, paid in full. I was able to get married smoothly this time, and it was the youngest who helped pay 300,000, so you can eat without worry today. Let's try the feeling of eating at a wealthy house. Tong Junlin's pupils shrank unconsciously. Although it was hidden, Lu Yu still caught it. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the boss has something hidden in his heart. Patting Tong Junlin's shoulder gently, Lu Yu chuckled, let's go, and by the way, tell me where you have been all these years. Do you not consider us brothers anymore? Tong Junlin took a deep breath, exhaled heavily, smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll call them now. When they were in the city, there were 6 people in Lu Yu's dormitory. Lu Yu was the youngest, Tong Junlin was the oldest, Li Meng was the third, and there were also Ju Yu, the second oldest, Peng Liang, the fourth oldest, and Zhang He, the fifth oldest. Not only do they live in the same dormitory, but also in the same department and the same class, so their relationship is even deeper than that of ordinary roommates. This time, Li Meng is the first of the 6 brothers to get married, and his marriage partner is the class monitor Hu Yunyun, so they have to come. I guess this is why Tong Junlin was blown out. Half an hour later. At the Haicheng University food court, Lu Yu also met Ju Yu and his friends who were from different places. He gave each of them a big bear hug and slapped each other on the back a few times, which finally let out the worry in his heart. After their hug, Ju Yu was the first to punch Lu Yu on the shoulder. That's great, youngest brother. Among the 6 brothers, you are the most promising one now, right? I heard that you have a younger sister-in-law? And you are pregnant. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. After Sana's matter is over, I will bring her to see you. Don't. Zhang He raised his hand and pressed Lu Yu's shoulder. Brothers, we have nothing to do this afternoon. I heard that you moved into Hwahan Yuan, a mansion worth tens of millions. It's okay to let the brothers go over to take a look at the house and get to know the place, right? Slightly stunned, Lu Yu turned and looked at Li Meng. After seeing Li Meng nod, he smiled again. Okay, as long as it doesn't delay Sana's business, then after dinner, I'll invite you to come over, but let me make it clear first, no drinking at lunch. If you want to drink, we can drink as much as we want at Sana's wedding tomorrow. The 6 brothers walked into Shu's flavor talking and laughing, and then, under the astonished gazes of Tong Junlin and the other 4, Lu Yu directly called a waiter and led them to the luxury private room on the 3rd floor. It was not until they sat down in the private room that they suddenly realized what was going on. Tong Junlin approached Lu Yu the first time and whispered, youngest, you're not going to come? I heard that the minimum consumption for this private room is 30,000 yuan, and we are not outsiders. Can you report back like this? Peng Liang also frowned and said, that's right. It's the same wherever we get together. It's nothing more than eating and drinking. Don't worry about face. If you quarrel with your sister-in-law because of this, then we'd better get out as soon as possible. Ju Yu patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and said, youngest brother, as the saying goes, if you wish to win the heart of one person, you will be together till old age. Since your sister-in-law is willing to give birth to your child, it means she is determined to spend the rest of her life with you. We can't do anything reckless just to show off. Lu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he slapped a few people's hands away. What are you talking about? Don't worry, don't you know who I am? Am I the kind of person who neglects his family for the sake of face? Hurry up and sit down. Order whatever you want. Today is our first gathering in 5 years, and you are not allowed to save any food. Tong Junlin was still a little worried, and asked with a worried look on his face, are you really okay? How about you call your sister-in-law first? Let's ask, otherwise we won't dare to eat this meal. Chapter 11 Story. Even Li Meng came over to join in the fun. That's right, son, take it easy and tell your sister-in-law. Although Lu Yu was choked by them, he felt warm in his heart. After all, their starting point was good, which was to make their brother live a good life. With a slightly helpless look, he took out his cell phone, found Liang Xuanzi's number and dialed it. Liang Xuanzi seemed to have been waiting for his call, so she answered the phone as soon as it rang. Then Liang Xuanzi's happy voice came, hubby, do you miss me? Tong Junlin and the others were choked by these words that were so sweet. After hearing from Li Meng that Lu Yu's wife Liang Xuanzi was also a super beauty, several people fell completely silent. Lu Yu couldn't help coughing twice. Ahem, be good, don't make trouble. I'm with a few brothers at Shu's Weidao, they are worried that I'm spending money recklessly, so they have to call you to report it. Come and tell them, your husband, do you need this little money? R. Hearing that Lu Yu's brothers were all there, Liang Xuanzi screamed in shame and said angrily, "Bad husband, why didn't you tell me earlier? Someone is dead. You have to compensate me when you come back, or I will complain to my mother." Okay, but can you please tell me first if we can eat here? I estimate it will cost tens of thousands of dollars. Liang Xuanzi was slightly stunned and instinctively wanted to refute, but then she thought of Lu Yu's current worth, and suddenly felt relieved. She said shyly, "That's it? I thought it was much more. Humph, Tilder, eat it, and don't forget to bring me some." Okay. Lu Yu hung up the phone with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tong Junlin and the other 5 looking at him like a ghost, which made him tremble in his heart. In the private room, the corners of Lu Yu's mouth twitched unconsciously, and his scalp was numb. "No, brothers, do you still want to eat? Fuck. Youngest brother, are you really rich?" Peng Liang was the first to react. He suddenly grabbed Lu Yu's shoulders and looked him up and down, as if he wanted to see what was different about this little brother who had been taken care of in school back then and who was different from them. Ju Yu breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, "Okay, since my sister-in-law said it's okay, let's sit down. But let's make it clear first, when we get to the youngest brother's place later, the brothers should know what to do, so I won't say much." "That's right, sit down, don't let the youngest think that we look down on him." Tong Junlin also came back to his senses and asked several brothers to sit down, but after thinking for a while, he still looked at Lu Yu and said, "This place is only for this time, it will not happen again. For regular gatherings, I think the roadside barbecue stall is quite good." Lu Yu sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, I'll listen to you, but it's lunchtime today, we should eat. Waiter, give me the menu and let them order." Even though Lu Yu repeatedly told them to order whatever they wanted, Tong Junlin and the others finally chose the cheapest dish each. In the end, Lu Yu added a few pretty good dishes. It can only be said that he appreciated the kindness, but it didn't mean he had to listen to them. If he wasn't afraid that these people wouldn't be able to accept it, he really wanted to explain his wealth to them and let them know what it meant to spill wine. After the waiter left, Lu Yu finally set his sights on Tong Junlin. "Boss, tell me, what happened in these years? The phone call is not working, and there is no trace of the person." Tong Junlin was slightly stunned and couldn't help but frown. But before he could say anything, Lu Yu raised his hand and continued, "If you regard us as brothers, then tell us the truth. What can't we brothers shoulder together? Have you forgotten the oath we made in school? Of course, if you don't regard us as brothers, then just ignore what I said. After this meal, we will do what we should do in the future." "That's right, boss. I'm not saying anything, but I felt something was wrong when you came here yesterday. But considering that you have your own ideas, I have been holding back and not asking. Now that the youngest one has brought it up, let's talk about it. What's going on?" Peng Liang leaned against Tong Junlin, his face looking as if he was going to beat you up if you did something wrong. Tong Junlin clenched his fist subconsciously. After several seconds, he looked up and sighed, "Well, it's not something shameful. You know, I come from a single-parent family and have lived with my father since I was young. The year I graduated, my father was diagnosed with pulmonary edema and sepsis. After draining out all his savings, he could barely control the disease, but it is basically impossible to cure it." At this point, Tong Junlin's eyes became red, and he gritted his teeth to hold back tears. "Later, I heard that there was a way to treat my father in Shanghai, so I sold my old house and went to Shanghai for medical treatment. After I arrived, I found out that it would cost more than 1 million to cure him. My old house is in the suburbs, and I only sold it for more than 600,000. In order to raise the cost of my father's treatment, these years, forget it, I won't say more." Bang! Li Meng punched Tong Junlin in the face, then raised his hand and grabbed his collar. "You bastard, why the hell did you not tell us about such an important matter? Do you think of us as brothers? You are bastard." Lu Yu stood up and pushed Li Meng down, then looked at Tong Junlin. "What about now? How is uncle?" Tong Junlin leaned against the back of the chair to prevent his tears from falling. A relieved, relaxed, sad, and helpless smile appeared on his face. "He's gone. He passed away last winter. I took him back to my hometown. I've been busy paying off my debts during this period. I'm sorry. I made everyone feel uncomfortable on these 3 happy days. It's my fault. Really. Get lost." Before Tong Junlin could finish, Lu Yu slapped him, stared into his eyes, and then patted his shoulder heavily. How much do you still owe? A few 100,000, maybe. I have a good job there now, earning 15,000 a month, which should pay off in 3 to 5 years. Let's not talk about that. If you still recognize me as your boss, then listen to me. These 2 days are Sana's big wedding day, and if you keep doing this, I'll really be angry. This sentence directly blocked Lu Yu and his team's thinking. The most important thing is that Tong Junlin's father is gone. As for the matter of paying back the money, they didn't say anything. Tong Junlin has to do it himself. Because they have paid the money now, it will definitely be more difficult for Tong Junlin given his temperament. At the same time, he has to endure the inner torment and feel that he has let down his brothers. In this way, it will be even more difficult for him to see this boss again in the future. The originally happy gathering suddenly became a little dull because of Tong Junlin's incident. After a long while, Lu Yu let out a long breath and returned to his seat. Boss, I remember that you have good financial ability. At the beginning, you said you wanted to take the accounting certificate exam. Did you pass it? I came down. I took the exam after I finished taking care of my dad's things. What's wrong? Tong Junlin was a little confused and looked at Lu Yu in confusion. Lu Yu waved his hand. Nothing, I just need a financial officer. Do you want to come and help me? Help me keep an eye on my purse. You started a company. Tong Junlin was stunned, then suddenly realized, yes, if you start a company, you are unlikely to have restricted assets. Okay, as long as you say the word, I will come over. Anyway, I am just a temporary worker there, so it doesn't matter when I quit. Okay, then starting today, you will be my chief financial officer. But first, I'll be quite busy here, and you'll have to learn foreign languages on your own. Most importantly, you'll have to travel back and forth between China and abroad. For the monthly salary, I'll set it at 50,000 for now, and there will be dividends every quarter. At this point, Lu Yu also looked at Ju Yu and the others. You guys too, if you want to come and follow me. Goodbye. Before Lu Yu could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang He. Among the few of us, you are the youngest and a top student, and the eldest is also a top student. There are only 4 of us. If you hadn't let us in school, I think it would have been difficult for us to graduate. That's right. We know our own abilities, and it's not like we can't get through now. If there are any difficulties, we will come to you again. Okay, let's stop talking about this. Let's eat. Today is a party. Let's all be happy. Chapter 12, Trouble 1. Fuck, this is the legendary high-end residential area? The environment, the management, the things, well, I admit that I envy it. It's really good. Whether it's greenery, parking spaces, or other supporting facilities, it's much better than those mid and low-end residential areas. I envy it. Youngest, can you please share your experience with me? How did you suddenly explode? In the Huahengting Yuan community, Tong Junlin and the other 3 people looked at the surrounding environment in amazement, clicking their tongues, unable to hide the envy in their eyes. Lu Yu smiled and parked the car in the underground garage. Li Meng originally planned to park in the temporary parking space, but when he saw that 3 consecutive parking spaces were all in Lu Yu's name, he felt bad. Fuck, Lu Zi, you actually bought 3 parking spaces. Are you really a rich man? The other people had similar expressions. After all, buying a house and buying a parking space are 2 different things. Many people work hard their entire lives, but only end up with a house, while a parking space is always temporary. Ju Yu and his friends still live in their hometown in the countryside and drive to and from get off work every day, but this does not mean that they do not want to move to the city. It is mainly because their financial situation does not allow it. Lu Yu parked the car and chuckled. No, this is a free parking space. Although I know that what Lu Yu said is true, why the hell do I want to beat him up so much? Because Lu Yu had called Liang Xuanzi before coming, so when they walked out of the elevator, they saw Liang Xuanzi standing at the door with her eyes fixed on the elevator. Seeing Lu Yu, Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up and she ran over quickly. But after running 2 steps, she remembered what Lu Yu said before, and hurriedly slowed down her pace, walked over with a smile on her face, and snorted a little guiltily, then looked at Tong Junlin and the other 5 and waved. Hello, my name is Liang Xuanzi, and I'm Lu Yu's wife. Tong Junlin and the other 3 looked at Lu Yu in amazement. Their main reason was that Liang Xuanzi's appearance was so stunning that it even made them feel like they were looking at a 2-dimensional beauty, so they couldn't react for a while. It was not until Liang Xuanzi's voice was heard that they came back to their senses and hurriedly nodded to greet Liang Xuanzi. Liang Xuanzi chuckled and said, "Come in quickly." Tong Junlin shook his head and looked at Li Meng inexplicably. "Sana, is this what you call a little pretty?" Zhu Yu and the other two also looked at Li Meng with displeasure. Damn, if she is just a little bit pretty, then are there still women in this world? Li Meng's scalp tingled when they looked at him, and he said stiffly, "Isn't Yun Yun right next to me? What do you want me to say?" "Hurry up, the person has disappeared." "TSK. I'll settle the score with you when we get back." Zhang He rolled his eyes, then quickly turned around and caught up with Lu Yu. After entering the living room, Liang Xuanzi greeted a few people again and went back to the bedroom to find Wang Yun. These brothers of Lu Yu came a little suddenly. Except for Li Meng, she met the others for the first time. She really didn't know what to say. And she could see that if she was there, those people would not be able to relax. Instead of that, it would be better to leave the space to them brothers. As expected, after Liang Xuanzi entered the bedroom, Tong Junlin and the other 5 people, including Li Meng, all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Yu even hit Lu Yu and looked at him seriously. "Your wife is so beautiful and is willing to give birth to a child for you. Did you save the Milky Way in your previous life?" After a pause, he continued, "Be nice to her. You can see that she is a good girl." Lu Yu chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, I care much more about it than you do, and she and I have been classmates from elementary school to high school. We are childhood sweethearts." Lu Yu's words directly blocked everything that Tong Junlin and the others wanted to say. After all, since they were childhood sweethearts, the two families must be very familiar with each other and know each other well. Not to mention anything else, just when it comes to the feelings between the two families, Lu Yu will not act recklessly. Combined with their understanding of Lu Yu, everyone relaxed completely and began to visit Lu Yu's home. It must be said that the design of the large flat in Huahan Courtyard is really impressive. The 5 people, no longer burdened by their thoughts, have already started discussing, "Fuck, I didn't dare to look at it just now, but now I realize that this hall is really fucking big. Wow, it's so comfortable. And this balcony. In the summer, I can sit here and drink wine while enjoying the breeze. Damn, I envy you just thinking about it. This big kitchen is almost as big as my house. It's too extravagant and too corrupt. Lu Zi, is it too late to curry favor with him now?" Lu Yu took them around the house and listened to their flattery. Although he was not very vain, at this moment, Lu Yu discovered that it was really nice to have one's vanity satisfied. Several people sat here with Lu Yu until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Because they had to prepare for tomorrow's wedding, Li Meng and the others left first. However, Lu Yu kept Tong Junlin to explain to him about his own business and some things that Tong Junlin would be responsible for next. Originally, Tong Junlin thought that Lu Yu was just a successful entrepreneur and had a small company, but when Lu Yu finished talking about his industry, Tong Junlin almost collapsed. Looking at Tong Junlin's expression of doubt about life, Lu Yu sighed and didn't say much. After all, these were all he had to go through, otherwise, his achievements would be just so-so. There wouldn't be much Lu Yu could help him with, not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. After all, although those industries belong to him, they are related to the jobs of countless people. He cannot destroy the operation of the entire industry because of Tong Junlin alone. It took Tong Jundorn more than half an hour to digest the information shock brought by Lu Yu. He looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression. "Youngest, are you sure you are not kidding me?" Lu Yu leaned against the sofa, chuckled and shook his head. Tong Junlin took a deep breath and nodded. "What do you want me to do?" Lu Yu sat up straight and put his hand on his shoulder. "Just check the accounts, start with Jingting Building, do you have confidence?" Tong Junlin's eyes flickered. "Since you, the youngest brother, have given me this opportunity, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you if I don't make some achievements? Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer in a week at most." Tong Junlin is gone. Unlike the sad look on his face when he came, his eyes were shining when he left, showing his expectation for the future. Lu Yu walked Tong Junlin out of the community before returning home. In the living room, Liang Xuanzi was fiddling with her mobile phone, with her long legs casually draped over the coffee table, swaying slightly. Seeing Lu Yu coming back, she quickly threw her phone aside, threw herself into his arms, and looked at him aggrievedly. "Hubby, I miss you so much." Lu Yu kissed her on the face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't I come back early?" Liang Xuanzi snorted and turned her head away proudly. "You came back, but but you didn't accompany me. It's the same as not coming back. I don't care. At least 3 kisses, and a hug and a lift up high are required. Har har har, okay, kiss, hug and lift you up. Lu Yu was so happy that he kissed Liang Xuanzi on the face several times, then picked her up, lifted her up and put her down gently. He did this several times, which made Liang Xuanzi giggle and was very happy. In the kitchen, Wen Yun looked at them with a smile on her face and couldn't help but sigh, that's great. But just when Liang Xuanzi was enjoying her husband's doting, her phone rang at an inopportune time. Listening to the ringing of the phone, Liang Xuanzi simply buried her little head in Lu Yu's arms and muttered angrily, "Who is this? You have no sense of public morality. Don't you know that she is cultivating her relationship with her husband now? I'm so angry that I don't want to answer it." Lu Yu rubbed her face, picked her up with amusement, went back to the sofa and took her phone in his hand. He glanced at the caller ID and said softly, "It's Wenwen's call. Maybe there's something wrong. Pick it up." Liang Xuanzi groaned and got out of Lu Yu's arms. She answered the phone reluctantly, but before she could say anything, Xu Wenwen's anxious voice came from the phone, "Sister, come to Shanghai Hotel to save me, I'm on the 18th floor." Chapter 13, Trouble 2. After saying that, Xu Wenwen didn't even give Liang Xuanzi a chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. Liang Xuanzi? Suddenly, she thought of what Xu Wenwen had said to her before, and hurriedly stood up from Lu Yu's legs. "Husband, Wenwen is in danger, let's go quickly." Lu Yu also realized that something was wrong, and quickly stood up and put a coat on Liang Xuanzi. "What's going on?" Liang Xuanzi pushed Lu Yu out of the door with a worried look on her face. "Yao Wen told me last night that a guild wanted to sign her up, and the location was at Shanghai Hotel. And this signing opportunity, Yao Wen has been waiting for half a year, but why is it like this?" Lu Yu suddenly realized that he was obviously being scammed. Either there was something wrong with the guild, or there were scammers using the guild's reputation to do shady things. To be on the safe side, after driving out of the community, Lu Yu called Yu Haohan directly and asked him to send a lawyer to Shanghai Hotel. If there is a problem with the guild, he will make the guild disappear completely. If it is a scammer, he will also let the other party know why the flowers are so red. Because he was worried that Xu Wen might get into trouble, Lu Yu drove a little faster on the road. Fortunately, it wasn't the evening rush hour yet, otherwise. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu parked the car at the gate of Shanghai Hotel, threw the car keys directly to the security guard who ran over, and took out 300 yuan and handed it over. "Brother, it's urgent, please stop the car for me, thank you." Seeing Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi hurriedly walking in, the security guard was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the parking fee in his hand, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This young man. Forget it, let's wait until he comes back." However, what Lu Yu did not expect was that when they arrived at Shanghai Hotel, a young man came to greet them immediately and bowed to them, saying, "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, hello, I am Wang Summing, the chief lawyer of Fanlong Group. I have already found out their location, room 4 on the 18th floor, but I called the door several times and the other party did not open it. I am now communicating with the manager of this hotel." Lu Yu's eyes flickered. "Are you sure it's a guest room, not a conference room or something?" Wang Summing shook his head. "It can be confirmed that it is a guest room." Lu Yu took a deep breath. At this moment, he really had the urge to slap Xu Wenwen. She was such a grown-up, but she couldn't even tell this. What was she doing live streaming? No, with her brain, I guess she would be badly cheated even at work. After a moment's silence, Lu Yu looked at Wang Summing. "What did the manager say?" Wang Summing frowned and said, "The manager said they don't have the right to open the room." Lu Yu almost choked to death, gritted his teeth and said, "Go tell the manager to take the key to open the door. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong, but if he doesn't open the door and something irreversible happens, I will make sure his hotel can't continue to operate." This was exactly what Wang Summing was waiting for. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, he walked over quickly and got the key in less than 30 seconds. The three of them then hurried upstairs. On the 18th floor, Wang Summing walked to room number 4 with ease and opened the door. The moment the door opened, a scream came out, "Stop, you bastard." Hearing the voice, Lu Yu quickly let go of Liang Xuanzi and rushed into the guest room. The next moment, his anger began to soar. He stomped his toes on the ground and rushed towards the two men in the guest room. With two dull thuds, two shirtless men fell heavily to the ground. Liang Xuanzi also ran in at this time. She ignored the two men and went straight to Xu Wenwen and pulled her up from the ground. Wenwen, are you okay? When Xu Wenwen saw Liang Xuanzi, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore and hugged Liang Xuanzi and burst into tears. Lu Yu sighed heavily. Lawyer Wang, check these two people to see if they have any criminal records. Also, help me sue this hotel. Two men and a woman came to book a room, and they actually opened it. If they don't give me an explanation this time, this matter will not end. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Wang Summing responded, took photos of the two men, and then left quickly. After he left, Lu Yu took out his cell phone and called the police. 7:10 p.m. Lu Yu and the other two walked out of the police station. After getting on, Lu Yu finally couldn't help it. He turned around and looked at Xu Wenwen, and said angrily, I say, are you out of your mind? Huh? Two grown men, and they asked you to stay in the hotel, and most importantly, they just booked a room, and you followed them stupidly. What's in your head? Also, after you found out something was wrong, you had time to call Xiaozi. Why didn't you call the police? I'm here. If I wasn't here, how would you let Xiaozi save you? Idiot, you are a big idiot. Husband. Liang Xuanzi was frightened by Lu Yu's sudden outburst. Lu Yu's heart trembled, and he sat back down. He raised his hand to rub Liang Xuanzi's hair, shook his head and said, I'm fine, it's just. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I've always wanted to sign a contract with a guild, because only by signing a contract can I get support and make money. I'm sorry. In the back seat, Xu Wenwen held her head and cried. Up to now, her emotions were finally vented. Otherwise, if she kept it in her heart, something bad would happen sooner or later. Because of what happened, Lu Yu did not let Xu Wenwen go back to the rental house, but took her back to Huahinting Yuan. Liang Xuanzi stayed with her until she fell asleep and left the bedroom. Looking at Lu Yu sitting on the sofa, Liang Xuanzi pursed her lips and walked over, nestled in Lu Yu's arms and said softly, Hubby, Wenwen knows she was wrong, so don't be angry, okay? Moo. Lu Yu leaned against the sofa, hugged Liang Xuanzi over, adjusted her posture, and made sure she was sitting comfortably before shaking his head and saying, I'm not angry, I'm just angry at her for not fighting back, and I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? Liang Xuanzi asked curiously. Lu Yu rested his chin on Liang Xuanzi's forehead and smiled bitterly. What else could it be? Not only is she your best friend, but she has also taken care of you for several months. I remember this affection and I can see that she really treats you as her own sister. If she gets hurt, you will feel even worse, right? Puff Tilder Liang Xuanzi laughed happily, stretched out her hands and hugged Lu Yu's neck tightly. Husband, why are you so good? Lu Yu tapped her nose. Is that all? Isn't this what I should do? Liang Xuanzi shook her head. No, it's not like that. Anyway, my husband is great. He's the best, most handsome, and most loving husband in the world. Husband, I'm so happy. Ding. The host is detected to be doting on the target person. The target person's happiness value is greatly increased, and 20% of the shares of the Dosha live broadcast platform are obtained. Note, all the documents have been placed in the study, please pick them up by yourself. The sudden appearance of the system caused Lu Yu's brain to go blank for a moment. When Xu Wenwen got into trouble, Lu Yu was actually already thinking about whether to acquire a guild. Just as he said before, Xu Wenwen took care of Liang Xuanzi for several months, eating and living with her, and chatting with her to make Liang Xuanzi happy. He could not repay this kindness. In addition to the sisterhood between Liang Xuanzi and Xu Wenwen, if something happens to Xu Wenwen, the person who will suffer the most, apart from Xu Wenwen's parents, will definitely be Liang Xuanzi. Lu Yu naturally would not allow this situation to happen, so it was necessary to provide Xu Wen with a safe live broadcast environment. But he didn't expect that the system would be so considerate and directly give him 20% of the platform's shares. Although he didn't know much about the live broadcast industry, Dosha, as the largest live broadcast platform in China, is worth more than 8 billion yuan. The most important thing is that with this 210% of the shares, he can completely turn Xu Wenwen's live broadcast environment into an iron wall. After digesting the reward from the system, Lu Yu completely relaxed. He smiled and made a small gesture to Liang Xuanzi. Okay, we should go to rest, otherwise the baby will protest. Liang Xuanzi winked playfully. Really? Isn't it my husband who wants to protest? Chapter 14 Wedding. Lu Yu was slightly startled, and then he felt something was wrong. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he slapped Liang Xuanzi on the butt in annoyance. What are you talking about? Go to sleep. Lulu. Liang Xuanzi made a naughty face, giggled, and hugged Lu Yu's neck. Hubby, hug me. Lu Yu picked her up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and walked towards the bedroom. The next day, at 6 in the morning. When Lu Yu walked out of the bedroom, Wang Yun had already arrived and was making breakfast. To his surprise, Xu Wenwen had also gotten up and was helping Wang Yun cook. Seeing Lu Yu, Xu Wenwen thought of what happened yesterday again. She stood there with an embarrassed look on her face, lowering her head. Lu Yu, I'm sorry. Lu Yu glared at her unhappily and walked straight into the bathroom. His behavior made Xu Wen feel uneasy, and she stood there at a loss as to what to do. Wang Yin also learned about what happened yesterday from Xu Wenwen, so she had no intention of saying anything at this moment, because Xu Wenwen must remember this matter thoroughly, otherwise it would happen again. As her daughter-in-law's best friend, Wang Yin certainly doesn't want Xu Wenwen to repeat the same mistake. Just when Xu Wenwen was about to collapse, Lu Yu came out with a handsome face and said, "Don't think about signing with any guild in the future. I will call Doshar today and ask them to contact you directly. You can just sign with the company directly." Xu Wenwen trembled all over and suddenly looked up at Lu Yu. But Lu Yu completely ignored her expression and frowned and said, "Did you hear what I said?" Xu Wenwen finally reacted and nodded repeatedly. "I understand, thank you." Lu Yu nodded without comment. At this time, Liang Xuanzi came out of the bedroom in her pajamas, looking dazed. The assistant took Lu Yu's phone, rubbed her eyes and muttered, "Honey, it's Sana's call." Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he glared at Xu Wenwen again, then quickly took the phone and answered, "Sana, I'll be there right away." After that, he hung up the phone and looked up at Liang Xuanzi. "Sana's wedding, you should also pack up and come with me." Liang Xuanzi's eyes widened suddenly. "Artilder, I forgot, wait for me, I will clean it up right away." Seeing Liang Xuanzi running into the bathroom in a panic, Wang Yun, who was cooking, was stunned and turned to look at Lu Yu. "No, I've already prepared the meal. Hurry, hurry, the wedding car will be here soon." "Sana, what are you doing there? Are you ready? How's it going at the hotel? Has anyone gone to check?" "Second brother, what the hell are you doing? How are the arrangements at the hotel? Where's their wedding car? When will it arrive? Lao Wu, when will their wedding car arrive?" 7:20. "It won't delay the auspicious time. I'll call again." When Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi arrived at Li Meng's house, it was a complete mess. All the relatives and friends had arrived, and there were arrangements to be made. Li Meng's pre-departure work had to be done, and communication with the hotel had to be done. In short, the whole scene was in chaos, and Lu Yu was completely stunned. No, it's not that he hadn't attended a wedding before, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Li Meng. Unlike Lu Yu, Liang Xuanzi was full of envy when looking at the prosperous atmosphere around her. "Is this a wedding?" She turned her head to glance at Lu Yu beside her, pursed her lips, raised a beautiful arc, and held Lu Yu's hand tightly. Noticing Liang Xuanzi's mood change, Lu Yu turned his head and looked over. After discovering the desire in Liang Xuanzi's eyes, he whispered something in her ear. Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" Lu Yu smiled and nodded. "Well, I will take you there after Sana's wedding is over." Liang Xuanzi nodded repeatedly. The desire in her eyes could no longer be hidden. But before she could say anything, Tong Junlin ran over and grabbed Lu Yu. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, please lend me your husband first." After saying that, he didn't give Liang Xuanzi any chance to react and dragged Lu Yu away. Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Being suddenly dragged away like this, Lu Yu almost kicked him. "Boss, at least let me settle my wife down. She doesn't know anyone here." Tong Junlin waved his hand. "Don't worry, I have arranged everything." Lu Yu turned around and saw a little girl of about 17 or 18 years old coming to Liang Xuanzi's side, mumbling something. Liang Xuanzi kept nodding her head. It seemed that the two of them were communicating well. Lu Yu was relieved and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "Nonsense, go change your clothes." "Best man, why are you going to wear this?" Tong Junlin looked at Lu Yu like a fool. Lu Yu. Not far away, Liang Xuanzi was stunned after laughing, because she suddenly found that she didn't know anyone here. She didn't know what to do next. Who would save her? Just when she was at a loss, a girl ran over with a smile. "Sister-in-law, are you brother Lu Yu's wife?" Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yeah? Who are you? The girl tilted her head and playfully took Liang Xuanzi's arm. My name is Zhu Mengmeng, and Zhu Yu is my brother. Zhu Yu? Lu Yu's second brother? Liang Xuanzi suddenly realized and smiled again. Don't you study? Zhu Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and said, I study at the #1 middle school affiliated to Haicheng University. Today is a holiday, so I came here to join in the fun. Hee, mainly because I haven't had a wedding banquet for a long time, so I'm a little greedy. Liang Xuanzi was amused by Zhu Mengmeng, but with Zhu Mengmeng's company, Liang Xuanzi's anxiety was completely relieved, and she followed Zhu Mengmeng upstairs. At 7:20 in the morning, the wedding car arrived on time, along with 2 buses that were to take Li Meng's relatives and friends to their hotel. From the time he arrived here until he got on the wedding car, Lu Yu was manipulated like a wooden man, changing his clothes, doing his hairstyle, and finally a makeup artist even came over to do his makeup. Fortunately, he reacted at the last moment, otherwise today would have been a lot of fun. No matter what others think, Lu Yu has always stayed away from things like makeup, even though he was a makeup artist himself. At 8:30, the wedding car arrived downstairs of Hu Yunyun's house. But what no one expected was that before they got out of the car, they saw a girl in a wedding dress running out of the building in front of the corridor, blocking the front of the wedding car. She turned her head and patted the car window. Open the door quickly, let's go quickly. Looking at Hu Yunyun in front of them, the entire wedding procession was stunned. Li Meng thought something had happened, so he quickly opened the car door and walked out. What happened? Hu Yunyun grabbed his shoulder and said, What's wrong? Hurry up and leave. It was impossible to leave. Just when Li Meng was stunned, a group of girls in bridesmaid dresses came running out from the corridor and surrounded the 2 of them, chattering. You stupid girl, you actually want to cut off our source of income. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? Hu Yunyun, you know how long we spent thinking about these issues yesterday. Are you going to ruin it for us just like that? Don't say so much. I've calculated that we will get a total of 100 red envelopes. Groom, don't just stand there. Hurry up, or we sisters won't agree. Hu Yunyun looked at Li Meng with resentment, as if to say, got it. Li Meng scratched his hair stupidly, he was completely dumbfounded. No, what was wrong with his wedding ring or someone else's wedding ring? Feeling a little overwhelmed, he turned around and looked at Lu Yu and the others who were rushing towards him. At this time, let alone Li Meng, everyone present was shocked by Hu Yunyun's actions. How much hatred must one have to do such a thing? Fortunately, Li Meng was considered wealthy at this time. After giving out a lot of red envelopes, he and Hu Yunyun finally arrived in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. The bridesmaid was satisfied, the best man came to his senses, and the wedding was finally able to proceed as normal. But Li Meng was unable to react to what was happening until the wedding car started moving. Looking at Hu Yunyun beside him, his heart almost stopped beating. But at this time, Lu Yu no longer had the mind to think about these things. At this time, he was on the phone. It was from Coles from MAF, who told him the specific time of the dividend and asked about his entry procedures. Chapter 15 Dragon and Phoenix Robe. Hey, dear Lu, hello, do you remember our agreement? Yes, Kurtz, is the time confirmed? That's right, Lu. Next Wednesday morning, the company headquarters will announce the financial report and distribute dividends to shareholders for the previous quarter. Of course, Lu, there will also be your induction ceremony. I look forward to your arrival, Lu. Next Wednesday. Okay, I'll be there on time. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Beside him, Zhu Ning looked at him in a daze. However, Tong Junlin, who knew the situation, frowned. Youngest. You? Lu Yu shook his head. MAF called. My entry procedures have not been completed yet, and there are also stock dividends. I have to go there before next Wednesday. Tong Junlin suddenly realized and did not continue asking. However, Zhu Yu next to him could not sit still anymore. MAF is a famous super company in the world. How could an old man like Lu Yu have shares in it? Also, what is the onboarding process like? Which company does Lu Yu work for? Noticing that Zhu Yu's expression was not right, Tong Junlin chuckled and whispered a few words in his ear. Then he saw Zhu Yu's expression change from shock, and finally to confusion, as if he was dreaming. Patting his shoulder gently, Tong Junlin chuckled. I'll tell the others about this after the wedding. Okay. Ju Yu responded mechanically. As for whether he heard it or not, only he knew it. Although there was some morning rush hour, the wedding car still arrived at their hotel within the specified time. Liang Xuanzi was waiting at the door accompanied by Ju Mengmeng. When she saw someone coming, she couldn't stand still. If it wasn't inappropriate now, she would have wanted to rush over. More than 10 minutes later, Li Meng got out of the car holding Hu Yunyun's hand, and then the best men and bridesmaids followed out and rushed forward. Only Lu Yu was the last one to stay, and he chuckled at Liang Xuanzi who was standing there. Although the two of them had not yet come together, just this look made Ju Mengmeng, an inexperienced little girl, shiver and her teeth felt sore. Oh Tilder, it's too choking, sister-in-law, I'll go in first, bye. After saying that, she turned around and ran away quickly without waiting for Liang Xuanzi to speak. She was afraid that she would become a big lemon if she stayed any longer. Liang Xuanzi's pretty face turned slightly red, but she still walked towards Lu Yu, and this scene was also seen by the bridesmaids walking in front. This is normal. After all, Lu Yu's temperament and appearance are there. When they first saw him, the bridesmaids had already conducted an in-depth analysis of him, and they almost fought over who would pursue Lu Yu. But when they saw Liang Xuanzi, especially the happiness and tenderness in their eyes, their thoughts were completely shattered, and they were all very jealous. As for stepping forward to snatch her away, sorry, I really don't have the courage. Liang Xuanzi's looks and figure are too good to be compared with. Even if all of them were put together, they would not be able to compare with her. In order to prevent accidents, Lu Yu directly reached out and put his arms around Liang Xuanzi's slender waist, holding her in his arms, and then walked into the wedding hall of the hotel. After entering, Lu Yu did not go to the front to join in the fun, but sat quietly at the back with Liang Xuanzi, watching Li Meng and Tong Junlin making jokes. Finally, under the MC's hosting, Li Meng and Hu Yunyun swore an oath, exchanged rings, and then... That's great. Liang Xuanzi suddenly spoke, and looked at Lu Yu with a smile. Sir, will we be like this in the future? Lu Yu nodded happily. If you want, we can do it this way. If you want to use the Chinese style, that's fine too. Hee, my husband is so nice, Moo, I love you. Liang Xuanzi hugged Lu Yu happily, completely ignoring the feelings of the people around them who were jealous of them. After the ceremony, the bride and groom began to toast. This time, Lu Yu did not refuse to drink. Normally, he could not drink for Liang Xuanzi's safety, but today, it was unreasonable not to drink. However, Tong Junlin and Ju Yu took the initiative to take over the task of blocking the wine for Li Meng. The four of them were single, so it wouldn't matter if they got drunk, but Liang Xuanzi was pregnant, and no matter how much they liked to fool around, they couldn't let Lu Yu go back drunk at this time. Therefore, until the end of Shixia, Lu Yu had only drunk less than 2 taels of wine. Considering his physique, it was no different from not drinking at all. But for safety reasons, he still called a designated driver. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Villa Manor of Genting Mansion. Lu Yu held Liang Xuanzi's hand and walked into the cloakroom. Yes, in this manner, the place to store clothes is a small attic with 2 floors. Is it outrageous? When Lu Yu pushed open the door, a bright red wedding gown with dragon and phoenix patterns instantly came into their sight. In front of the wedding gown are the phoenix corona and bridal robe, as well as the groom's hat and belt. Seeing the 2 wedding dresses, Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment. Then she let go of Lu Yu's hand, ran quickly to their wedding gowns, and reached out to touch them. Silky. This was Liang Xuanzi's first impression, but then she discovered something wrong. She stared at the silk patterns on their wedding gown in amazement and turned around and asked, Honey, is it made of gold? Although Lu Yu was a little confused, he calmed down when he thought about the wedding of Empress Xiaozong and Empress Zhang. He smiled and walked over. Yes, it's made of gold, how is it? It's so beautiful. Liang Xuanzi was completely immersed in this dragon and phoenix wedding gown, muttering to herself, if I wear this out, those Western-style wedding dresses will be completely unbearable. Lu Yu casually took off the phoenix robe and put it in Liang Xuanzi's hand. Go and try it. Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, then she excitedly threw herself into Lu Yu's arms. Husband. I'm so happy, husband, you love me so much, how can I ever be worthy of you, woo? Lu Yu was amused by Liang Xuanzi. Okay, stop playing tricks. If you don't wear it, I'll assume you don't like it and sell it directly. No. Liang Xuanzi hugged the robe in her arms and glared at Lu Yu angrily. This is our family heirloom, you are not allowed to sell it. He, I'll put it on, does my husband want to see it? Lu Yu choked, which made Liang Xuanzi giggle and she quickly ran into the next compartment. 10 minutes later, when Lu Yu saw Liang Xuanzi wearing a phoenix robe, a phoenix crown on her head, and a bridal veil on her shoulders, his brain exploded and he went completely blank. That's it, or it's because Liang Xuanzi didn't wear makeup, if. Liang Xuanzi chuckled and turned in front of Lu Yu. Your Majesty, am I beautiful? Lu Yu nodded, and suddenly reacted. Then he rushed to Liang Xuanzi and hugged her directly. Girl, your husband can't help it today. Liang Xuanzi's pretty face turned red, she buried her head in Lu Yu's arms, and whispered, Your Majesty, please have mercy on me. Chapter 16 Identity Exposed. While Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi were doing that in broad daylight in Genting Mansion, Li Meng had finally seen off all the guests and was now chatting with Tong Junlin and the others with Hu Yunyun. But ever since Tong Junlin told Zhu Yu Lu Yu's identity, he has been absent-minded, with an expression as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. At this time, he was surrounded by familiar people. He finally couldn't hold it anymore. After entering the room, he threw his coat on the sofa, tugged at his tie, picked up a cup of hot water and drank it. Hatilda, it's finally over. Dad, can I tell you now? Otherwise, it's really uncomfortable to keep it in my heart. Tong Junlin smiled and nodded. Why not? Ask whatever questions you have, but first of all, I don't know a lot of things. My husband told me roughly yesterday. After all, I will be in charge of finance in the future, so I need to understand. No, what are you two talking about? Li Meng was stunned and looked at them in confusion. Zhang He and Peng Liang were not in much better condition, even Hu Yunyun felt dizzy. Zhu Yu patted Zhang He on the shoulder, then sat down next to him and said, Today, the boss told me that my husband is actually a super tycoon worth tens of billions. Not only does he own the Jingting building, a landmark in Haicheng, but he also owns 45% of Fanglong Technology and 20% of MAF Group. Can you believe it? Anyway, I was completely shocked at the time. Before Zhu Yu finished speaking, everyone present started to curse. Then they all focused their attention on Tong Junlin. After all, he was the only one who understood the situation. Tong Junlin spread his hands. Don't look at me like that, I just found out about this yesterday. Fuck. Peng Liang was the first to react. He jumped up and waved his fist excitedly. Fuck you. This old guy is so awesome. I'll brag about my brother being a billionaire for the rest of my life. Zhang He shook his head fiercely and looked at Li Meng and Hu Yunyun in astonishment. No, you are all in Haicheng, how come you two don't know about Sana? Li Meng pinched his thigh fiercely. The intense pain made him take a breath of cold air. He bit his tongue and said, I know nothing. Lu Zi is such a jerk. He can hold it in. Damn it. No, I have to call him. If I had known earlier, I would have eaten the Shu family's flavor. Isn't Tianlan Hotel delicious? Zhang He nodded. That's right, no wonder my sister-in-law doesn't care about the tens of thousands of dollars, so their family really has a mine. Lost money, made a fortune. Hu Yunyun finally reacted at this time and slapped Li Meng on the face. Husband, does it hurt? Li Meng, who was in high spirits, was stunned by the slap. He turned his head and looked at Hu Yunyun in amazement. Do you think it hurts? Hu Yunyun shuddered and sighed heavily. Tell me, why did I fall for Li Meng back then? If I had known that Lu Zi was so capable, I would have chased him no matter what. Li Meng just felt that his little heart was completely pierced. Damn. Of course, he knew that Hu Yunyun was just talking. It's not that Hu Yunyun didn't have any feelings for Lu Yu, but she was just a little confused when she first saw Lu Yu. Later, she gave up on her own initiative. There was nothing she could do. She really couldn't win a fight. Peng Liang suddenly put his arm around Tong Junlin's shoulder and said with a smile, Hey guys, my husband has been hiding this from us for so long, isn't it a bit of a loss for just 10 meals? Should we rip him off for a few more? Zhang He rolled his eyes and said, Nonsense, we must eat more meals, otherwise it will be too cheap for him. Tong Junlin smiled as he watched his brothers discussing eating, but no one asked Lu Yu to take them. This was why he valued this brotherhood. Lu Yu is now on the rise and does not look down on them. They only have blessings for Lu Yu without any other interests involved. He didn't know how long their brotherhood could last, but he hoped it would last a lifetime, and it must last a lifetime. To this end, he was willing to make his best effort, and he believed that others thought the same. As the only woman present, Hu Yunyin's eyes were filled with envy. She also had roommates when she was in college, but there was intrigue in their dormitory almost every day. Later, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she just signed up for a day student status. As a result, she chose bridesmaids who were close to her neighbors, and didn't even call her college roommates bestie. She had that thing before, but it was completely useless since the moment that bestie asked her to leave Li Meng. Lu Yu didn't know what happened in Li Meng's family. At this moment, he was walking in the manor holding Liang Xuanzi's hand with a relaxed mood. Perhaps it was what happened in the afternoon that lifted their mood. In short, this manor, which they originally thought was a bit empty and even cold, was actually well planned at this time. Liang Xuanzi put on her original clothes and ran happily along the corridor. Her clear laughter made the whole manor feel pretty good at this moment. After a while, Liang Xuanzi stopped in front of the natural lake in the manor. It was May, and the lotus leaves in the lake had fully unfolded. The lotus flowers almost filled the entire lake, and a group of dragonflies were flying freely above the lotus flowers. Occasionally a few small fish jumped out of the water, splashing a lot of water. Seeing Lu Yu coming over, Liang Xuanzi snuggled into his arms and said, "Hubby, why don't we move here? I think it's nice here. And Mom and Dad, come over too. Otherwise, it's still a bit empty." Lu Yu bent down, picked a lotus flower and gave it to Liang Xuanzi. "Okay, I'll discuss it with Mom when I get back." Liang Xuanzi cherished an ordinary lotus flower especially because it had passed through Lu Yu's hands. Smelling the fragrance of the lotus flower, a smile bloomed on her face that was enough to make all the lotus flowers in the lotus pond pale in comparison. "My husband is so nice. I now feel more and more that I saved the Milky Way in my previous life. No, I saved the Milky Way for several lifetimes in a row. Otherwise, how could I have met such a nice husband like him, hee hee. Little fool." Lu Yu rubbed her hair, rested his chin on the top of her head, and quietly enjoyed the peace that belonged to the two of them at this moment. Chapter 17 Fetal Movement. "Mom, we're back." In the evening, Wahan courtyard. As soon as she entered the room, Liang Xuanzi quickly threw herself into Wang Yun's arms, and rubbed her neck like a little suckling pig. Wang Yun hugged her happily and said, "Hey, girl, go slowly. Don't get hurt." "Hee hee, Mom is so nice." Liang Xuanzi playfully hung on Wang Yun, smelling the fragrance coming from the kitchen, while Tilder Mom made delicious food again. "Mwah, love you Tilder." Having said that, she ran into the kitchen impatiently, which made Wang Yun laugh and cry, but her eyes were full of relief and happiness. "Daughter, don't move. I'll serve it. Go sit over there. There's still a dish that's not ready. Mom will call you to eat later." Liang Xuanzi put a piece of meat into her mouth and nodded, "Well, good." Helplessly, Wang Yun had to bring out a plate of food and put it directly on the coffee table, then pushed Liang Xuanzi out and pressed her down on the sofa. "You can eat here, and I'll clean up after you're done." "Hey, thanks, Mom." Liang Xuanzi smiled happily and reached out to grab the food on the plate. But just when she was about to touch the dish, a pair of chopsticks suddenly appeared in her palm. When she looked up, she saw Lu Yu looking at her seriously. Liang Xuanzi shrank her neck suddenly, smiled guiltily, picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and handed it to Lu Yu's mouth. "Hubby, do you want to eat?" Lu Yu flicked her head on the forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Naughty boy, eat slowly." "Well, thank you, old man." Liang Xuanzi happily put the dish into her mouth, with an intoxicated look on her face. Afterwards, she took out her mobile phone, opened TikTok, and started watching videos. Looking at Liang Xuanzi, who was sitting cross-legged and had no ladylike image at all, Lu Yu patted his forehead with a headache, and then pinched her nose. "You eat first, I'll make a phone call." Liang Xuanzi nodded without even raising her head. "Yeah, my husband is busy, don't worry about me." Lu Yu shook his head and went into the study. Then, based on the information transmitted by the system, he found the equity change agreement of Dosha Live, found the phone number of the current person in charge of Dosha and called him. At the Dosha platform headquarters, President Chen Zhang was listening to his secretary's work report when suddenly his personal cell phone on the table rang. Chen Zhang was stunned for a moment, then he picked up the phone. Looking at the unfamiliar caller, he frowned, then waved his hand to signal his secretary to leave first. After the secretary closed the office door, he answered the phone. "Hello? This is Chen Zhang, who are you?" "I'm Lu Yu, Mr. Chen should know me, right?" Listening to their voice on the phone, Chen Zhang's heart trembled. Lu Yu. After a brief moment of confusion, Chen Zhong suddenly came back to his senses. Just yesterday, he received a report from his secretary saying that someone had directly acquired 2% plus of Dosha's shares. That person seemed to be Lu Yu? After recalling Lu Yu's identity, Chen Zhong suddenly became nervous. You know, the entire Dosha's equity had long been fragmented due to financing. Even he, the founder, currently only holds 20.5% of the shares. Except for the stocks distributed after the listing, most of the other shares are held by major investors. But now, someone suddenly completed the acquisition of 20% of the shares. Regardless of whether Dosha is valuable or not, just the means used made Chen Zhong terrified. After all, Lu Yu could acquire 20%, and more is not impossible. What if? Chen Zhong didn't dare to think about it. Shaking his head vigorously, Chen Zhong calmed down a little and continued, it turned out to be Mr. Lu. I wonder why Mr. Lu called. Lu Yu chuckled, don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'm not interested in managing the company. I just want to lie down comfortably and make money. I called you today mainly because my wife's best friend is an anchor on our platform. She has been neither popular nor unpopular. Mr. Chen, can you take care of the arrangements? Chen Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll arrange it later. Does Mr. Lu have any other instructions? Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Lu's call. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhong received a text message from Lu Yu. It was from Xu Wenwen's live broadcast account. Looking at this extremely unfamiliar account, Chen Zhong pondered for a moment and tapped the table lightly. Secretary Wu, go call Minister Gao over. In the study, after Lu Yu sent the account of Xu Wenwen's live broadcast room, he no longer cared about this matter. He believed that with the shares he currently held, Chen Zhong would not cause him any trouble on this matter. There was no need to do so. What's more, he is just an anchor, so he can just push it. He can just make up some data in the background to shut everyone up. This is not the first time that Dosha has done this, so Lu Yu has no psychological burden at all. At the same time, in Xu Wenwen's rental house, Xu Wenwen has been lying in bed for a whole day, without eating or drinking water. She seems to have completely lost her energy. It can be seen that the impact of yesterday's events has just begun to take its toll on her. She wanted to call Liang Xuanzi, but she didn't know what to say. After all, what she did yesterday was indeed a bit stupid. Most importantly, after what happened yesterday, she was a little afraid of Lu Yu. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang. It was the live broadcast time she had set. She had already started several broadcasts, but today she really couldn't muster the heart to broadcast live. Even if she reluctantly broadcast it, it would probably discourage many fans. At this moment, she felt for the first time that this not-so-big rental house was actually a bit empty. When the flowers bloom, come and see me. Just when Xu Wenwen was about to close her eyes and rest, her cell phone suddenly rang. She was slightly startled, and suddenly thought of Lu Yu's words. She quickly picked up the phone and asked tremblingly, hello, this is Xu Wen, who are you? Hello, I'm Gao Shuru from the Dosha Operations Department. I'm here to sign a contract with you, Miss Xu. When will you be free? I'll go to Haicheng and we can meet then. Xu Wenwen's heartbeat suddenly stopped for a moment. Gao Shuru? Was it the Gao Shuru she knew? Thinking about what Lu Yu said in the morning, Xu Wen suddenly laughed. The next day, in the early morning, a scream filled with surprise woke up Lu Yu from his daze. Looking at Liang Xuanzi, whose face was filled with excitement, and then looking at the sky outside which was just turning white, Lu Yu was stunned. Seeing Lu Yu wake up, Liang Xuanzi happily hugged his neck. Husband, do you know? Just now I felt the baby move, they moved, so happy, so happy. Boom. Lu Yu felt his brain go blank in an instant, and then he quickly helped Liang Xuanzi down, let her lie down, and then gently placed his ear on her belly. Looking at Lu Yu's cautious movements, Liang Xuanzi's eyes narrowed, and her whole face was filled with sweetness and happiness. Raising her hand and touching Lu Yu's hair, she chuckled under the power. Husband, it's not moving now. Stop making trouble, let me listen. Lu Yu patted Liang Xuanzi's hand, trying his best to clear his mind and trying hard to hear the sounds in his stomach. Suddenly, an extremely weak force was transmitted to his face through his belly. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly widened, and then he jumped off the bed, waving his fists excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. I heard it, and I felt it. It's really moving, wife, they are really moving. Okay, I have to listen again. As he said that, he put his head on it again, and at the same time stretched out his hand to gently stroke Liang Xuanzi's belly, smiling foolishly. Baby, move gently, otherwise your mother will not be able to bear it. Babies must be obedient, otherwise when you come out, your father will spank you. She didn't know whether it was Lu Yu's words or Liang Xuanzi's inner voice that worked, but she suddenly felt a weak force on her stomach again, as if a child was kicking her stomach with its little feet. Feeling that weak power, Lu Yu was already crazy with joy. For a moment, he wanted to continue listening to the children's movements, but was worried that he would crush the baby. He sat there, trying to figure out whether to get up or not. He felt distressed, and the expression on his face was twisted beyond recognition. Click. Just when Lu Yu was struggling, a flash of light suddenly came on, and then Liang Xuanzi's happy laughter was heard. Har har, husband, look at your expression. Har har, why are you so ugly? Hee hee, but if you look closely, you are still very handsome. Lu Yu looked at the photo on his phone and was completely dumbfounded. He pointed at his nose and said, "No. Is this me? Damn it, delete it quickly. This is such a shame. No way, Lu Yu." Liang Xuanzi dodged Lu Yu's attack, but she was lying down and Lu Yu was lying on his stomach. How could she possibly dodge it? Just when Lu Yu was about to catch her, she suddenly put her hand on her belly and said aggrievedly, "Babies, daddy is bullying mommy, hurry up and protect mommy." At this moment, there was a sound of a door opening outside. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, raised his hand and patted Liang Xuanzi on the buttocks. "Little rascal, mom is here, hurry up and get up, I will go tell mom the good news first." Liang Xuanzi nodded happily, and after Lu Yu left, she took out her phone and looked at it again, admiring her own masterpiece. But after looking at it for a while, she deleted the photo and muttered, "Humph tilde, my husband is always the most handsome. I don't want to have such an advantage." Outside, Wen Yun heard Lu Yu's words, and after a brief moment of daze, she nodded, "Yes, it's 4, and fetal movement is normal. Xiaozi is pregnant with quadruplets after all, so for safety reasons, you should take time to take her to the hospital to make sure there is no problem." Lu Yu nodded repeatedly, "Okay, I'll call Dr. Lin later." After watching Wen Yun walk into the kitchen, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the sofa, smiled foolishly for a while, and started to wash up. However, after coming out of the bathroom, he couldn't hold back his emotions, so he simply dug out Liang Xuanzi's photo, posted it on his Moments, and left a message. "First fetal movement, the babies finally know how to respond to their daddy, happy hearts." In the bedroom, Liang Xuanzi looked at Lu Yu's circle of friends with some surprise. As his bedmate, she had asked Lu Yu clearly and knew that Lu Yu never posted on WeChat Moments. She didn't expect that he would post one today. Chapter 18, I love you for the first time. Seeing this post on WeChat Moments, Liang Xuanzi suddenly felt jealous and left a message angrily. "Bad husband, that's the baby responding to me, the mom, humph, you scumbag who gets bored with the old and loves the new, baby. Lu Yu." Soon, more people saw this post on WeChat Moments. The friends and brothers who originally wanted to say some words of congratulations, after seeing Liang Xuanzi's message, suddenly became jealous, and their words of congratulations turned into complaints. Tong Junlin, youngest, sister-in-law, isn't it a bit too much to have dog food flying everywhere so early in the morning? Ju Yu, there are lemons on the lemon tree, but I'm the only one left under the lemon tree. I'm dying of sourness. Peng Liang, I'm so jealous. When will I be able to find a way out of being single? Youngest, Sana, you too can help me, R. Li Meng, don't ask me about this. Yun Yun has very few friends. Asking me about this makes me old. Damn, even a married person like me is jealous. Soon, this only circle of friends became a place for the brothers to chat. Messages kept popping up one after another, which made Lu Yu's mouth twitch. He couldn't help but leave a message. "I said you want to chat, can you just call me? This is the memorial place of my baby's first fetal movement. What the hell are you talking about here? Get out of here." Liang Xuanzi in the bedroom was laughing so hard that she was flipping through her phone. Her laughter went straight out through the door. Hearing the laughter in the bedroom, Lu Yu's head was full of black lines. He quickly stood up and walked over, gritting his teeth and said, "Liang Xuanzi, get up quickly, otherwise your husband will be angry." Huh. Liang Xuanzi's laughter suddenly stopped, and she looked at Lu Yu cautiously. "I'll get up right away, don't be angry, Moo, I love you." Lu Yu lost his temper instantly, and pointed at her with a helpless look. hurry up and get up. Let's go to the hospital after dinner to see if there is any problem. Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue. Got it, I promise to complete the task. 9:30 in the morning. Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Haicheng 3rd Hospital. Lu Yu looked at Dr. Lin with gratitude. Dr. Lin, thank you for troubling you again. Dr. Lin chuckled and shook his head. This is as it should be, and you are the first quadruplets I have seen since I started practicing medicine, so it is my greatest wish to see you all healthy. While talking, Dr. Lin also wrote a prescription and handed it to Lu Yu. He smiled and touched Liang Xuanzi's belly and said, "It's okay. It's normal for the fetus to move after more than 4 months. It also shows that your baby is very healthy. You can take more vitamins when you go back. You can take the pregnancy maintaining medicine once every month. After all, medicine is 3/4 toxic. It's best not to take it." "Thank you, I've made note of that. Dr. Lin, we won't bother you anymore." Lu Yu smiled and nodded, then he helped Liang Xuanzi out. Just as they were about to walk out of the room, they suddenly heard a voice calling Lu Yu. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a long-haired girl in a doctor's uniform running over quickly. She looked Lu Yu up and down and said, "It's really you? When you came in just now, I felt familiar with you. I thought I had recognized you by mistake. Are you bringing your wife here for a pregnancy checkup?" Liang Xuanzi looked at Lu Yu with a frivolous look on her face, then looked at the girl. "Well, hello, may I ask who you are?" "Mu Qingwan, we are the school belle of the same class." Lu Yu explained with a smile, then looked at Mu Qingwan in front of him and said, "Aren't you studying abroad?" "Yes." Mu Qingwan nodded, then turned in front of Lu Yu, pointed to the identity card on her chest and said, "See. This is the result of my 5 years of studying abroad." Lu Yu was slightly stunned. Chief physician. Mu Qingwan seemed very dissatisfied with Lu Yu's expression, and rolled her eyes angrily. "Lu Yu, do you understand what it means to be a chief physician? I am a special recruit, do you understand special recruits? Forget it, I can't explain it to you." Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes at Lu Yu, then smiled and took Liang Xuanzi's arm. "Sisters, how did you get this blockhead? You don't know how many beautiful girls wanted to pursue him in school. He threw thousands of love letters at least. At first, we all thought he was AG." Liang Xuanzi pursed her lips and chuckled. "It's nothing, we are childhood sweethearts." Mu Qingwan suddenly realized, "No wonder you looked down on me back then, it turns out you already had such a beautiful childhood sweetheart. TSK, Lu Yu, you are not being honest." Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head with a smile. "By the way, what about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Come on, don't think I don't know that except for Li Meng, the other 4 people in your dormitory are all single. Sorry, I don't have any feelings for them. You, my friend, just go with the flow. When you feel the feeling, we'll talk about it." Mu Qingwan's words directly blocked everything Lu Yu wanted to say next, and almost choked Lu Yu to death. "Okay, if that's the case, then we won't disturb you from working. Let's get together again sometime. Okay, I heard you're rich now, so don't be reluctant to treat me to a meal when the time comes. Bye." After Mu Qingwan finished speaking, she smiled and left. She walked away cleanly and neatly without any delay. Her action also made Liang Xuanzi let down her guard and she looked at Lu Yu curiously. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then explained as he walked, "Mu Qingwan is not from the same department as us, but the boss pursued her for a while at that time. Although it didn't work out, she still admired the boss's character, so we became friends and occasionally got together for dinner. She went abroad to study in the 4th year of college. I thought I would never see her again in this life, but I didn't expect her to come back. Have you ever liked her?" Liang Xuanzi asked curiously, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. "No, I was just thinking about how to make money. How could I care about who looks good? It would only affect the speed at which I make money." Liang Xuanzi was a little angry when she heard this, but thinking about Lu Yu's reaction when she first approached him, plus Lu Yu's current assets, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Fatilda, you are really a fool. Fortunately, your dear wife is wise and brave. She used extraordinary means to take you down at the most critical moment, otherwise you would be single for the rest of your life." Seeing Liang Xuanzi's expression of, "Come and thank me," Lu Yu rubbed her hair with a smile on his face. Yes, my wife is really amazing. Let's go. It's too late and mom will be worried. Kiss." No, there are too many people here, let's kiss each other when we get back. My shy husband is so cute. Liang Xuanzi's sneak attack was successful. She gave herself a thumbs up and got into the car laughing. Lu Yu sighed again, opened the car door and got in. After starting the car, he thought for a while and said, "By the way, I may have to go abroad next week." After saying this, Liang Xuanzi's smile froze for a moment. Is it about MAF company? Well, if I go over to take a look at their finances, since it involves dividends, it would be more appropriate for me to go there in person. But I promise that I will be back in 3 days at most. Liang Xuanzi was silent for a while. She wanted to go with him, but her body would not allow it. If she was pregnant with only one child, she would definitely stick with him, but now. But she quickly adjusted her mood and said with a smile, "It's okay, the baby and I will wait for you at home." Lu Yu hummed and raised his hand to stroke Liang Xuanzi's face. No one knew Liang Xuanzi's emotions better than him. Although the two of them have obtained their marriage certificate, Liang Xuanzi still feels very insecure. The main reason is that they have never experienced a normal relationship. Lu Yu even forgot about her existence before. She made the decision completely on the spur of the moment, and brought the child to force Lu Yu to be with her, so she worried almost every day whether Lu Yu would suddenly disappear. Feeling the warmth on Lu Yu's palm, Liang Xuanzi patted his hand playfully. "Okay, I'm not a child anymore, and I still have my mom to accompany me." Lu Yu smiled and nodded. "Well, my baby is the strongest, I love you." Liang Xuanzi was slightly stunned, then suddenly looked up at Lu Yu. "Husband, what did you say?" Lu Yu then remembered that this was the first time he had said, "I love you," since they started dating. He immediately felt guilty and looked at Liang Xuanzi lovingly. "I say, honey, I love you." Liang Xuanzi wanted to hug Lu Yu happily, but was held back by the seat belt. The expression on her face froze instantly, and she pouted lovingly. "Bad husband, why did you say that while driving? The baby is angry." Having said that, the corners of her mouth raised in a very beautiful arc. At the same time, the system's voice came again in Lu Yu's mind. Ding. Chapter 19, Love Feedback. Ding. The host is detected to be doting on the target person. The target person's happiness value is greatly increased, and the target person gains physical fitness plus 10 vice, and a cash reward of 10 million. Note, all cash has been transferred to their host's account through legal channels. Please feel free to use it. For the rest of my life, the wind and snow are you, the plainness is you, and the gentleness is also. In the car, Liang Xuanzi sang happily, holding the seat belt lightly with both hands, and glanced at Lu Yu who was driving from time to time, with an unconcealable sweetness on the corners of her mouth. Lu Yu chuckled and silently added all 10 points of physical fitness to Liang Xuanzi. She was now the focus of protection. The stronger her physical fitness was, the better the treasures would be. Healthy, so that she and the babies will not suffer when giving birth. Half an hour later, Huahan Courtyard. "Mom, we're back." As soon as she entered the room, Liang Xuanzi ran into Wang Yun's bedroom without even changing her shoes, and hugged her playfully. "Hey, Mom, today Yu said he loves me, he said he loves me, hey." Wang Yun was originally making insoles. When she saw Liang Xuanzi, she hurriedly put aside the needle and thread in her hand, for fear of hurting Liang Xuanzi. Seeing her daughter-in-law's happy look, she couldn't help but laugh. She raised her hand to straighten Liang Xuanzi. "This brat, he still has a conscience. How are the babies?" Liang Xuanzi hummed and arched in Wang Yun's arms, and said in a low voice, "The doctor said I'm healthy, and I'm healthy too." "That's good. Go out now. Mom will make you a pair of insoles. The ones you bought are too uncomfortable." Liang Xuanzi was slightly stunned, looking at the insole on the bed, and quickly stuck out her tongue, humming as she hugged Wang Yun tightly, and had an intimate hug with her. "Mom, why are you so nice? He, then I'll go out." Wang Yun was so happy. Now she finally understood what it felt like to have a daughter. It was really great. Especially Liang Xuanzi's personality made her like her very much. Seeing Liang Xuanzi running out in a hurry, she hurriedly said, "By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch? Mom will make it for you." Liang Xuanzi paused, and poked her head out from the door frame. "Everything my mom cooks tastes good, love." Wang Yun smiled, shook her head, picked up the needle and thread, and continued with the work in her hands. At the same time, she was thinking about what to make for lunch. Outside, Lu Yu, who had just sat down and turned on the TV, was startled when he saw Liang Xuanzi almost jumping over. He ran over quickly and grabbed the naughty girl. He flicked her head on the forehead in annoyance. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that the baby will fall suddenly? Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue and pouted to show her dissatisfaction, but she still obediently let Lu Yu pull her to the sofa and sit down. After putting Liang Xuanzi on the sofa, Lu Yu asked, "What is mom doing?" "Making insoles, hee, they are only for me, not for you Tilder." Liang Xuanzi's bright black eyes rolled around. "Unless you say you love me again, I'll let mom make a pair for you too, okay?" "Hey." Lu Yu was so angry that he laughed. "No, Liang Xuanzi, you should understand, she is my biological mother, your mother-in-law. What do you think? Okay, I love you." Liang Xuanzi pouted, "So perfunctory, I won't pay attention to you. Humph, I will go and complain to my mother, you bully me." "Oh shit." Seeing Liang Xuanzi about to get up, Lu Yu rushed over and held her tightly in his arms, and goosebumps appeared on his body. If Liang Xuanzi were to go, he would definitely be beaten up. He didn't understand. He was obviously the biological child, so why did he now seem to be less valuable than the one who was adopted? Liang Xuanzi was so amused by Lu Yu's actions that she lay directly in his arms, giggling. Hearing this crisp laughter, Lu Yu couldn't help laughing himself. He lifted Liang Xuanzi's little head and looked straight into her eyes. "Wife, how can you be so cute?" Liang Xuanzi tilted her head and blinked her eyes. "Does my husband like it?" "I like it." Lu Yu nodded. "My husband is almost fascinated by you, are you happy?" Liang Xuanzi wanted to jump up excitedly, but was locked down by the restraining force from all directions. As soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned and twisted her body in dissatisfaction. "Let me go." Lu Yu felt the movement in his arms, and was completely stunned. He quickly put Liang Xuanzi aside and stood up quickly. "Well, I'm going to buy some groceries. What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Liang Xuanzi?" Just as the question mark appeared on her face, she noticed Lu Yu's strangeness, burst into laughter, then moved her body to Lu Yu's side, leaned over to whisper in his ear. But before he could finish his words, Lu Yu ran away. Yes, he ran away. After rushing into the elevator, he heaved a sigh of relief, looked down with a bitter face, and said through gritted teeth, "This little devil, sooner or later I will make you obedient." At this time, his cell phone rang. He took it out and looked at the incoming call. After adjusting his breathing, he answered the call. "Hello? Boss, what's going on?" Tong Junlin on the other end of the phone smiled and responded, "Nothing, I've already started working today, but Mr. Xia here doesn't seem to trust me, so I have no choice but to call you first." Lu Yu suddenly realized and forgot to tell Xia Peng. He pressed the button for the first floor and said, "Then you give the phone to Mr. Xia and I will talk to him." Meanwhile, upstairs, Wang Yun walked out of the bedroom and looked at Liang Xuanzi, who was laughing foolishly on the sofa, and asked suspiciously, "Where's your husband?" Liang Xuanzi was suddenly awakened and jumped. When she saw that it was Wang Yun, she relaxed. "He went to buy vegetables." "Phut. Mom, I'm telling you." Listening to Liang Xuanzi's complaints, Wang Yun's expression became more and more strange. Finally, she couldn't help laughing first. She raised her hand and tapped Liang Xuanzi's forehead. "You, don't tease him like this in the future, otherwise it might really cause problems." Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue. "It's okay, I have a way." Wang Yun shook her head. "It's up to you guys. If he goes to buy groceries, I'll wait a little longer and make you something delicious later." "Thank you, Mom." "Long live Mom." "Okay, that's it, sir. From now on, I'll leave everything over there to you." "Okay, I'll sort out the finances here within 5 days at most." Tong Junlin paused for a moment, then continued, "Youngest, can I go with you to the MAF headquarters next Wednesday? Just to get familiar with the place where you will be working in the future." Lu Yu paused for a moment, then returned to normal. "Okay, if you can finish your work here before we go over, then we can go together." "Thanks, that's definitely no problem. Bye-bye." Tong Junlin said, then hung up the phone. Putting away his phone, Lu Yu pondered for a moment, put the matter in his heart, and walked quickly towards the supermarket center in the community. But just as he was about to walk into the supermarket, he suddenly felt a counterforce on his legs. Looking down, I found that it was a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, with a pair of big round eyes that kept blinking, and a round face full of collagen, which looked particularly lovely. Chapter 20, Chatting Up. Slightly stunned, Lu Yu smiled and squatted down. "Little sister, what happened? Did you get separated from your parents?" The little girl shook her head. no, I came here specifically to look for my uncle. Eh? Lu Yu laughed, then tell me, why did you come to see your uncle? Because uncle is handsome. The girl put a finger to her lips, looking as if it was a matter of course. Lu Yu was amused by this and raised his hand to touch the top of the little girl's head. That won't work either, because there are many bad guys who are also very good looking. What if they catch you? The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Then uncle, are you a bad person? Lu Yu couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. Uncle, no, uncle is going to buy groceries, go find mom quickly, otherwise mom will be worried. Okay. The little girl sighed. Originally, I wanted to introduce my mother to uncle. I'll tell you in secret, my mother is very beautiful. I want uncle to be my father. Cough cough, Lu Yu was startled and stared at the girl in front of him in amazement. At this moment, a beautiful figure ran over quickly from a distance and grabbed the little girl by the collar. Luo Tingting, what are you doing? Don't you even tell me before running away. Luo Tingting curled her lips and said, isn't this for your lifelong event? Hey, your parents this year are too difficult to deal with. Forget it, uncle, can you leave me your contact information? If I have time, I'll let my mother call you. The woman's mind was instantly filled with black lines. She raised her hand and slapped Luo Tingting's little butt. I'll deal with you when I get home. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yu, but when she saw Lu Yu, she was stunned, and then a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Luo Tingting raised her head proudly. How is it? Did I do something good this time? The woman blushed. Seeing the mother and daughter getting more and more out of tune, Lu Yu's mind went blank, and he hurriedly said to them, sorry, I'm married, I have to go buy groceries and cook for my wife now, sorry. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yu fled in a panic. After hearing Lu Yu's words, the two girls were completely stunned. They looked at each other and then sighed at the same time. Luo Tingting looked at her mother with hatred. I told you a long time ago, do it, but you didn't listen to me. Now, such a handsome uncle has become someone else's. Are you upset? The woman was about to nod, but suddenly she thought of something and raised her hand to slap Luo Tingting on the butt. No, Luo Tingting, is that what I meant? Also, who told you that you don't have a father? Your father is just not at home now. And Luo Tingting pouted, don't think I don't know. My father died, and I know he is a hero. I have seen his photo. The woman opened her mouth, shook her head, and walked away holding Luo Tingting. Lu Yu didn't know what was going on here. He rushed into the supermarket before slowing down. He slapped his face with a smile and said, well, I should take my wife with me when I go out next time. What's going on? At the same time, inside the Jingting building. Outside Lu Yu's office, Xia Peng had already brought over all the financial statements of the entire Jingting building, as well as the financial statements of Qianxin property. Tong Junlin took the report with a smile, and then extended his hand to Xia Peng. Sorry for bothering you, Mr. Xia. Xia Peng smiled and shook his head. Nothing, I'm just serving the boss, it's not hard work. Then Assistant Tong, you go ahead. Okay. Tong Junlin nodded in response and sent Xia Peng out. After watching Xia Peng enter the elevator, he returned to his seat, looked at the pile of financial reports, took a deep breath, stretched his muscles and said, let's get started. After Xia Peng walked out of the elevator, a young man ran over quickly, looked at the empty elevator behind him, frowned and said, Boss Xia, is that really the person sent by the new boss? Do you have any objections? Xia Peng glanced at the young man and said, this is the new boss's business. Isn't it normal for him to send someone here? Let me tell you, the new boss has done a good job. He didn't lay off any of you, and he also gave you bonuses and benefits. Don't be ungrateful. If anyone lets me hear any noise in the company that shouldn't be heard, don't blame me for turning my back on you. The young man was startled and shook his head hurriedly. Mr. Xia, that's not what I meant. What do you mean by you? Go back to work and remember to do your own job well. Don't worry about the rest. It's not your business to worry about it. Yes. After the young man left, Xia Peng stood there in a daze for a while. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but he was still very capable of regulating his emotions. What's more, Lu Yu was really good to him. The price of acquiring Qianxin properties was 0.5% higher than the market value, and he was also retained to continue managing Qianxin. With such a great favor, what else could he be dissatisfied with? Fortunately, Lu Yu didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise Lu Yu would have to face the system table again. He really understood his intentions too well. In the kitchen, Wang Yun was processing ingredients and preparing lunch. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, looking at Liang Xuanzi, who was sitting there fiddling with her phone and giggling from time to time, and suddenly asked, "Have you told your mother about the move?" Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment and shook her head. "Oh, I forgot." But after she finished speaking, she frowned slightly. "Husband, do we really want to move? It's up to you. If you don't want to, then don't move." Lu Yu didn't care. After all, their house was just that, and it was quite comfortable to live here. Liang Xuanzi was a little conflicted. After all, the environment at Genting Mansion was really good, with flowing water, small bridges and houses. Plus, it was just the beginning of summer, the season when everything was lush and green, and even the air there was sweet. The only downside was that the place was too big. Even if all four of them moved in, it would still seem very empty. Liang Xuanzi liked hustle and bustle, and she was worried that something might go wrong if she stayed there for a long time. I'm so conflicted. Let my husband make the decision. I'll listen to him." Liang Xuanzi fell down on the sofa with a thud. Such a rash action almost scared Lu Yu to death. He quickly hugged her and said, "Hey, my little ancestor, can you be more careful? You are now dealing with 5 lives." Just as she was about to protest, a weak force suddenly came from her stomach, which immediately blew away all her protests. She shrugged her nose and lay in Lu Yu's arms. "Okay, I'll try my best." Lu Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "Well, I'll just have to watch out for it in the future." Seeing Liang Xuanzi looking a little depressed, Lu Yu suddenly whispered in her ear, "Wife, let me tell you a secret. Just now, someone approached me." Liang Xuanzi stopped complaining and looked at Lu Yu nervously. "What's going on? You didn't agree, did you? Did you give me your contact information? Did you arrange a time for the next meeting?" And boom! Lu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and flicked her head on the forehead. "What are you thinking about?" Then, he told Liang Xuanzi what had just happened. Liang Xuanzi was completely dumbfounded after hearing it. A 5 or 6-year-old girl looking for a partner for her mother? Are you kidding? But why did she suddenly feel more relaxed? Liang Xuanzi even wanted to meet Luo Tingting again to see what kind of clever little girl she was. Seeing Liang Xuanzi's mood recovered, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, put her back on the sofa, walked to the kitchen and helped Wang Yun prepare the ingredients. Wang Yun, who was blanching, turned around and looked over. "What's the matter?" Lu Yu nodded. No one knows a son better than his mother. Moreover, he came here to discuss something. So when Wang Yun asked, he didn't hide his thoughts and said openly, "It's like this. Some time ago, Yunding Mansion gave me a villa. I was thinking about moving there for a while. The environment there is very good, which is good for Xiaozi and the child. But that place is too big, so I came here to discuss it with you." Chapter 21, Change of Thought. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Wang Yun almost threw the pot in her hand away. She turned around and looked at her son in shock. "A gift from you?" That's right, Wang Yun doesn't care about the size of the villa. After all, she has gradually adapted to her son's billionaire status, so the villa she gave him. The most important thing is, how old should the child be if he is to be considered old enough by his own son? Besides, she had been in Haicheng for more than a year or two, so of course she had heard about the villas in Genting Mansion, which cost hundreds of millions. Such a large industry being given away at will was completely beyond her understanding. Seeing Lu Yu nod, Wang Yun finally confirmed it and frowned. "Since it's good for Xiaozi, then go over there. What do you want to discuss with me?" Lu Yu smiled bitterly. "I have to discuss this with you, because you have to go there too. As I said before, it's too big over there. If you don't go, it will be too empty for us to go. Forget it. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, let's go over there and take a look. You can make the decision then." "Well, okay, then let's go over to take a look this afternoon." "I tell you, little brat, what are you hiding from us? You'd better tell us right now, and don't scare us all the time. Aren't you afraid that your wife and I will suffer from neurasthenia because of you one day?" Wang Yun glared at her son and scolded him. "Lu Yu, is there any way to tell? Who knows what rewards the system will give in the future? Oh, now he still has shares in Dosha that his family doesn't know about, but the key is that this is not all. If it was all, he would have given it up. Therefore, Wang Yun's words really made him a little unsure of how to respond. Thinking of this, Lu Yu hurriedly put down the food in his hand, turned around and said, "Well, I have something else to do, so I'll go out first. Remember to call my dad and we'll go there together this afternoon. There's everything there, including clothes and daily necessities. If you want, we can stay there tonight." Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared. Wang Yun's mouth twitched slightly. She suppressed the urge to beat up this brat. She shook her head in a helpless manner and continued cooking. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Genting Mansion. Wang Yun and Lu Qinming stood in the yard in amazement, looking at the pavilions on both sides and the 3-story villa on the front, and began to doubt their lives. After nearly a minute, Wang Yun turned around and looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression. "Stinky boy, is this what you call big?" Lu Yu blinked and said, "Isn't it big?" Poof! Wang Yun almost vomited blood. She raised her hand and slapped Lu Yu on the back of his head. "You bastard, is this a big deal? Is this a place we can live in?" Having said that, Wang Yun turned around and prepared to leave. Lu Yu, who was quick-witted, quickly reached out and grabbed her. "Mom, whether you want to live here or not, this place is ours now. Do you want to watch it gather dust? Then sell it. We can't afford to live here anyway. The properties here are not allowed to be bought or sold. Not only this one, but all the villas around it are given away." Lu Qinming finally reacted at this time. In comparison, his psychological endurance was stronger than that of Wang Yun, so after a brief contemplation, he said, "Wife, stay here first. If you are not used to it, we can talk about it later." Wang Yun. Evening. Lu Yu and Lu Qinming sat on rocking chairs beside the lotus pond, listening to the gurgling sound of water and watching Liang Xuanzi and Wang Yun spinning around not far away, feeling indescribably comfortable. "Son, do you know? I, your father, have never been so relaxed in my life. When you were little, I wanted to support you to go to college, and then take your mother to grow a little land at home, working from sunrise to sunset to take care of you. But I didn't expect that the times would develop so fast. When you graduated from college, we knew that if we had no money, no car, and no house, we would not be able to marry a wife, so we moved to Haicheng with your mother, worked hard to buy a house, and waited for you to bring us a daughter-in-law. In the first half of your father's life, you were basically dragged forward by him, so." At this point, Lu Qinming sat up and looked at Lu Yu in front of him with a smile. "I have decided that I will live here with your mother in the future. Let's just sell the original house. Anyway, the current real estate market is not good. Selling it early can reduce the loss. What do you think?" Lu Yu was slightly stunned. "Dad, don't you think this place is too empty?" Lu Qinming snorted. "Is it empty? Soon our family will have 4 little ancestors. By then, there will be 8 of us. Do you still feel empty?" Lu Yu slapped his forehead and thought, "Oh my god, I forgot about this. Okay, then we'll live here and we won't sell the old house. I happen to have kept my eldest son here and he's helping me with finances, so I'll leave the house to him." Lu Qinming's eyes flickered. Ask for less money. He understood what Lu Qinming meant. If he didn't want money, first of all, Tong Junlin would definitely not accept it given his personality. The most important thing was that it didn't take long for a favor to be repaid with a big one, so feelings were feelings, and he had to do what he had to do. Now that he has the ability, he can help his brothers if he wants to, but he cannot have no bottom line. After a moment's silence, Lu Yu stood up and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll call the boss later." At this time, Liang Xuanzi, who was not far away, suddenly shouted, "Husband, come here quickly, there is a rainbow here, come." Lu Yu smiled and nodded, "I'm coming." The family of 4 stayed in the courtyard of Genting Mansion until the sun set. After an afternoon of adaptation, Wang Yun gradually got used to the fact that this was their own property. Plus, the environment here is really good. Apart from anything else, just looking at the scenery and listening to the sound of water here every day is a huge comfort to people's psychology. In just this afternoon, the smile on her face never disappeared. Standing in the huge hall of more than 50 square meters, Wang Yun sighed heavily and glared at Lu Yu unhappily. "Stinky boy, where is the kitchen? Let's go see what dishes are available first." Lu Yu happily lay on her back. "Mom, have you decided?" Wang Yun sneered. "Will it be useful if I don't make a decision? Look at your father's behavior. If you don't know, you would think he earned this house." Lu Qinming, who was video chatting with an old friend, was caught in the crossfire and immediately became unhappy. Hey, Wang Yun, how come this is not earned by me? What my son earns is also earned by me. How can he exist without me? Get out, go buy some groceries. Are you going to let your daughter-in-law do it? Or are you going to let me go? Wang Yun gave him a look, and Lu Qinming immediately gave in. She stood up with a pout and turned off the video. Of course. I'll go. If you want to go, you have to get my permission, right? Son, is there a supermarket here? Lu Yu shrugged and tried to hold back his laughter. No, but there is a supermarket at the gate. You can drive there to buy it. Lu Qinming almost vomited blood when he heard this. No wonder he had such a big reaction. If this place was nearly 1 kilometer away from the gate, at this time, he suddenly felt that the original little house was also pretty good. Liang Xuanzi chuckled beside him and said, Dad, why don't you and I go buy it? You and Mom can just wait here. No need, I'll go. Seeing Liang Xuanzi was about to stand up, Lu Qinming hurried out. It's just 1 kilometer. Did he really think that walking dozens of miles as a child was in vain? Not to mention that his daughter-in-law is pregnant. Even if she is not pregnant, he would still be reluctant to let her go. After watching Lu Qinming leave, Liang Xuanzi suddenly said, Husband, we are now living in such a big house, shouldn't we consider hiring some servants? After all, if there were no staff to clean such a big house and yard, we would waste a lot of time cleaning it every day. Wang Yun's eyes flickered as she nodded. Son, we can consider this. Xiaozi is pregnant with quadruplets. Even if your father and I look after them when they are born, there will inevitably be emissions. We will have to find 2 nannies to look after them. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said, Okay, I'll ask someone tomorrow to see if there's a suitable one. There just so happens to be a few side rooms next door, so we can let them move in then. Chapter 22 Signing. After dinner, Lu Qinming and Wang Yun walked into their bedroom on the 2nd floor. The huge bedroom of 40 square meters made the two people who had lived for most of their lives feel like they were in a dream. Even after they finished taking a shower and lay on the bed, they were still staring at each other. Suddenly, Wang Yun raised her hand and slapped Lu Qinming. Oh my god! Lu Qinming sat up with a start, looking at Wang Yun with a conflicted mind. No, wife, even if you want to hit me, at least give me a reason, right? Does it hurt? Wang Yun laughed. Lu Qinming rolled his eyes and said, Nonsense, why don't you try slapping yourself 10 times? Wang Yun curled her lips. It's okay if it hurts, that means it's real, go to sleep. Lu Qinming was confused. No, you hit me just to confirm whether this was true. Opposite the double bedroom is the master bedroom of the entire villa, which is even larger than the living room below. It not only includes a small dressing room, but also a separate large bathroom, toilet, dressing room, including a small home theater and e-sports room. In addition to these, there is a bedroom of nearly 30 square meters. On a super large soft bed of 3 meters by 3 meters, Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi were lying on it, hugging each other, whispering to each other. But this warm scene was broken by a sudden phone call. Lu Yu looked at the caller ID on his phone with tears in his eyes. He answered the call with a lot of resentment and said, Director Yu, disturbing someone's sleep is not a good thing. Yu Haohan on the other end of the phone was choked by these words. He coughed several times before calming down. He smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lu, I'm telling you that the visa and passport you need are already prepared for you. Do you want to send them to you? Or? All right. Lu Yu's eyes flickered, and he was somewhat surprised. After all, for ordinary people, it was basically impossible to get a visa without 10 days or half a day. He originally thought that he would have to wait for at least 5 days, but he didn't expect that Yu Haohan only took 2 days to get it done. Indeed, money can do so many things. Shaking his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Lu Yu said, Okay, just have someone send it to Yunding Mansion for me tomorrow. Okay, I'll arrange it later, so as not to disturb Mr. Lu's sweet dream, har har. Listening to the laughter coming from the phone, Lu Yu couldn't help laughing himself. Director Yu, wait a minute, since it's already been done, then do another one. I'll have someone send the information to your phone later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu realized that Liang Xuanzi's expression was a little strange. After thinking about it, he understood Liang Xuanzi's thoughts. He hugged her in his arms and patted her back gently. Wife, I'm sorry. Liang Xuanzi shook her head. It's okay, I know, but my husband has to come back soon, and you have to accompany me these few days, hee hee. Good. Jingting Building, top floor office. Lu Yu casually flipped through Tong Junlin's financial report. Youngest brother, this is the situation. There was no discrepancy in the overall financial report of Jingting Building last quarter, but Tianxin property was short of 10,000. According to President Xia, he proposed the 1 million 2 months ago. He didn't say what it was used for. But Tianxin property was still owned by President Xia at that time, so I took the initiative to suppress it. If you think it's inappropriate, I'll discuss it with President Xia. Lu Yu waved his hand, put the financial report down, and looked up at Tong Junlin opposite him. Boss, you are awesome. Forget about the 1 million. After all, it is your own money. As long as there is no problem with the finances this quarter, it's fine. By the way, have you found a place to live? Tong Junlin smiled and nodded. How can I not find it? It's nearby, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although the rent is a bit high, it's nothing compared to the salary. At this point, Tong Junlin sighed. Youngest, thank you. Lu Yu stood up and put the financial report into the file bag, handed it back to Tong Junlin, and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Tong Junlin was slightly stunned. Although he didn't understand why, he still followed. Half an hour later, Tong Junlin walked into Lu Yu's old house with confusion, especially when Lu Yu took out the property certificate. He was even more confused. No, youngest, this. Lu Yu put his arm around his shoulders and chuckled. I don't need this house anymore, so I'm selling it to you. But I know you don't have money now, so I'll deduct 20,000 from your salary every month and 10,000 for the house. After 50 months, this house will belong to you. Tong Junlin flipped open the property certificate, looked at his name on it, and suddenly stuffed the property certificate back into Lu Yu's hand, frowning and saying, Youngest, Lu Yu, what do you mean by this? Don't think I don't know that this house is now at least 2 million. Who are you looking down on? I don't want it. If you really want to sell it to me, it will be 2 million. Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. I knew it would be like this, but this house is just gathering dust here. Even if I rent it out, how much rent can I get a year? 100,000. Or less. Don't forget how bad the current housing market is. How much will this place be worth in 10 years? Who can tell? So don't bother to talk to me here. It's decided. At most, you can help me keep an eye on my wallet a little more in the future. Tong Junlin opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped himself. At this time, Lu Yu took out a passport and visa and stuffed them into his hand. You did a good job. The day after tomorrow, come with me to Kokoli Island to attend MAF's quarterly summary meeting. Tong Junlin's eyes were red, biting his lower lip. He suddenly raised his hand and hit Lu Yu on the shoulder, then raised his hand and hugged him. We are brothers in this life, youngest brother. If you find that I have done anything to let you down in this life, just kill me. As he said that, he patted Lu Yu's back fiercely. Thanks, I want this house. I will be there on time the day after tomorrow. Lu Yu was almost vomiting blood after being hit by this guy. He kicked Tong Junlin's calf in anger and said, You want to murder me? Get lost now. Go to Fanglong Group in the next 2 days. I have already said hello to Director Yu. Just take it as a chance to get familiar with the environment there. Okay. Tong Junlin agreed readily. At this moment, he was full of gratitude towards Lu Yu. Although 20,000 yuan was deducted from his salary every month, he didn't have to pay rent, and he still had a salary of 30,000 yuan every month, which was enough for him to live comfortably in this city and still have a lot left to pay off his debts. He must remember this kindness. Lu Yu handed him the key and patted his shoulder. By the way, I also have a 20% stake in Dosha. After you come back from Kokoli Island this time, you can also take some time to go over and have a look. Finally, if you feel that you are too busy, you can hire a few more people to help you. You can decide the salary. Just make a list for me when the time comes. Having said this, Lu Yu paused, and suddenly said softly, Finally, Mu Qingwan is back. After saying that, Lu Yu patted his shoulder again and left. It was not until he heard the sound of a door closing behind him that Tong Junlin suddenly came back to his senses and turned around quickly. Youngest brother, stop right there, Mu Qingwan is back. Why the hell tell me where she works? At the elevator entrance, Lu Yu raised his hand and waved, Haicheng Third Hospital. Downstairs. When Lu Yu came out, his Hongqi HS9 just stopped in front of him. The next moment, Liang Xuanzi's little head popped out from inside and winked playfully. Hubby, you're overtime tilde. Looking at the naughty Liang Xuanzi in front of him, Lu Yu, who was afraid that she would do something shocking, quickly raised his hand. Yes, I was wrong, tell me, if you want to punish me, I accept it. Poochie tilde, Liang Xuanzi couldn't help laughing. Then I'll punish you by making you accompany me shopping. Lu Yu. Liang Xuanzi ignored Lu Yu's twisted face, quickly opened the car door and ran to the passenger seat. Facing Liang Xuanzi's impatient movements, all the horrible images of shopping in Lu Yu's mind disappeared, leaving only deep worry. Chapter 23 Goodbye Luo Tingting. Fuck you tilde Liang Xuanzi, do you believe I will beat you up if you do this again? Do you want to die? Lu Yu carefully sent her to the co-pilot seat, then he breathed a sigh of relief, and then raised his hand and knocked her on the forehead in annoyance. I'm telling you, if you do it again, your strategy level will drop. Liang Xuanzi made a naughty face. Lululu tilde I know, stinky husband, hee hee. From this expression, it's clear that he didn't listen. But then he laughed himself. After tapping Liang Xuanzi on the forehead again, he walked to the driver's seat and drove away. It's not that he is careless, but he is too clear about the physical condition rewarded by the system. Now he is not only extremely strong, but his brain thinking, agility, speed, and even resistance have increased a lot. Now Liang Xuanzi's physical fitness has increased by nearly 30 points. If there is still a problem with this physical fitness, then he really has nothing to say. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yu parked the car in the temporary parking space of Qindar Plaza, walked to the passenger side, and prepared to carry Liang Xuanzi down. But just as he opened the car door, a clear and surprised voice came from behind him. Hey, handsome uncle, come and see the face. Lu Yu was slightly stunned, then he casually picked up Liang Xuanzi and looked behind him. About 5 or 6 meters away, the little girl Luo Tingting was running happily with her ponytail swinging. But when she saw Liang Xuanzi, she slammed the brakes, but because of the sudden impact of her ribs, she fell to the ground with a bang. Lu Yu stared at her in amazement, and only reacted when she fell to the ground. He quickly ran over, pulled her up from the ground and held her in his arms. It's you? So careless. Are you hurt? Luo Tingting ignored Lu Yu completely, and stared straight at Liang Xuanzi who was not far away. Her big round eyes seemed to have seen something incredible, which made Lu Yu, who was old, helplessly hugged her and walked over. Hey, this is my wife, Aunt Liang Xuanzi, so you can't let your uncle be your father in a more tilde. Luo Tingting finally reacted and looked at Liang Xuanzi again. The light in her eyes disappeared immediately. She sighed and said, Hey tilde, I told mom a long time ago that I should act sooner rather than later. Now it's too late. How come such a good uncle has become someone else's husband? Few tilde this sentence made Liang Xuanzi laugh. Seeing Liang Xuanzi laughing, Luo Tingting's eyes widened again, and then he sighed again. Forget it, my mother is far inferior to my aunt. I won't let her come over to touch my nose. Handsome uncle, beautiful aunt. Luo Tingting. Luo Tingting hadn't finished speaking when an angry voice came from behind them. The next moment, Luo Tingting's mother came in front of the three of them. When she saw Lu Yu, Luo's mother was obviously stunned for a moment, and when she saw Liang Xuanzi, a light flashed in her eyes. So beautiful. Luo Tingting broke free from Lu Yu's arms, tugged at the corner of her mother's clothes, and said angrily, Is that so? Uncle Shuai's wife is so beautiful, you have no hope. I told you to listen to me but you didn't. Are you upset now? Mother Luo's pretty face turned red, and she tapped the little girl's forehead unhappily. What are you talking about, you silly girl? Luo Tingting tilted her head. Tsk tilde don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Tilde Uncle Handsome, we meet again so soon, isn't it fate? It's not too much to treat me to a cup of milk tea, right? Luo Tingting, shut up. Mother Luo was anxious. After she finished her lecture, she quickly said to Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi, I'm sorry, I spoiled this child. So, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. Liang Xuanzi smiled and shook her head. No, Tingting is very cute. Tingting, do you want to go buy milk tea with auntie? Luo Tingting's eyes lit up. Okay. Hey, mommy, let go. Mother Luo grabbed the little girl's ears, bowed to the two of them apologetically again, then quickly left with the little girl in her arms. Looking at the backs of the two, Liang Xuanzi couldn't help but giggle and took Lu Yu's arm. Sir, how come this girl is so cute? Lu Yu chuckled. Really? I still think my big baby is cuter. Liang Xuanzi blushed, looked at Lu Yu tenderly, and suddenly raised her head and kissed him on the face. bad husband, you always tease me suddenly, so bad. Har har har, do you like it? Lu Yu laughed and took her hand and walked into the supermarket. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Liang Xuanzi smiled softly, suddenly hugged Lu Yu and lay on his back. Your big baby likes it very much. Lu Yu was frightened by this girl again. He quickly moved her from his back to the front and hugged her with a smile. When can you let me rest assured? Can the child withstand your touching like this? I'm so happy. Liang Xuanzi pouted and complained. Ding! It is detected that their host is showing affection to the target person. The target person's happiness value is increased, and he gets +1 physical fitness, 300,000 cash, and +1 physical fitness. Now, 300,000 yuan in cash has completely lost its appeal to Lu Yu. He silently added physical strength to Liang Xuanzi, and then put her down. Let's go. Let's make a deal. It's 2 hours at most. After that, you have to go home, otherwise your mother-in-law will scold me again. Liang Xuanzi nodded quickly. Yes, I will call my mother-in-law later, and I will definitely not let my husband be scolded. Lu Yu. Is this what I meant? Evening. Lu Yu walked out of the mall holding Liang Xuanzi's hand. I am here to shop with nothing in my hands. Looking at Liang Xuanzi who was humming happily beside him, Lu Yu pinched her face with a smile. Are you happy? Liang Xuanzi nodded repeatedly. Happy. After saying that, she leaned her head on Lu Yu's shoulder. I'm happy because my husband is with me. He, husband, you are so nice. Lu Yu opened his mouth and said, okay, after walking around for most of the day, it's worth it just to hear these words. Feeling their weight gradually increasing on his body, he tilted his head to take a look, then simply raised his hand and hugged her by the waist. The sudden feeling of being in the air made Liang Xuanzi couldn't help but let out a cry. She instinctively hugged Lu Yu tightly with both hands, pouting angrily. Stinky husband, next time you hold the baby, can you say hello first? Lu Yu chuckled. Guess. Forget about it, tilde. Liang Xuanzi turned her head away proudly, not wanting to pay attention to him. But she couldn't help it, secretly turning her eyes and glancing at Lu Yu's face, wanting to see if he would coax her. That look made Lu Yu's girlish heart explode. Next to them, couples were coming and going in 2s and 3s. When they saw the two of them, they all showed envious expressions. Some of the more sentimental girls even focused their attention on the boyfriends beside them. In an instant, countless boys felt the tremor from their souls. Especially a big boy whose girlfriend weighs more than 150 kilograms, he looked at Lu Yu with resentment. If his girlfriend hadn't held his hand, he would have wanted to run away. Ouch, it hurts so much, you have no conscience, you hit someone and then just left, you want to hurt me to death. Just as Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi were approaching the parking space, they suddenly heard bursts of wailing coming from a parking space not far away. Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment. There are still people like this now? They run away after bumping into someone. Do they really think they can't be caught? Tilde. Lu Yu was also a little confused. Although there were many traffic accidents nowadays, hit and run was definitely news. After all, urban network monitoring was so advanced nowadays. How could he escape for a while and still escape for a lifetime? However, there were many passers-by in front of them, so the two of them couldn't see what was going on. In addition, given Liang Xuanzi's current physical condition, Lu Yu decided to ignore it. He still had the strength to shout, and his life was definitely not in danger. Besides, with so many people present, he didn't believe that no one called an ambulance. But when they squeezed through the crowd and walked in, the couple was instantly amused by the scene in front of them. In front of their car, an old woman who looked to be in her 50s at most was sitting there, hugging her knees and holding the ground with one hand. What do you call this? A disaster from the sky? Chapter 24. Two people. No matter how good Lu Yu's heart was, he was angry at this time. He put Liang Xuanzi on the ground, walked straight to the woman and said, Auntie, isn't this too much? The old woman's eyes lit up, and her voice suddenly rose an octave. It was you who hit me and left me here alone. How could you be so mean? How could I blackmail you? Oh, God, please open your eyes, what kind of world is this? The people around also began to point fingers at Lu Yu and talk about him. Lu Yu smiled, but with a cold expression on his face. He pointed at a camera on the upper right and said, Auntie, even if you want to frame someone, at least find a more reliable car, right? This car of mine has been parked here before 10 o'clock this morning. You tell me that I hit you? The camera above is watching. I don't understand. You look about the same age as my mother, and you are nimble. Why don't you do something else? Fraud. At this time, a man in his 30s came out, looked at Lu Yu and said, "Brother, are you sure you stopped here at 10 o'clock in the morning?" Lu Yu's eyes flickered. "Do you need me to adjust the surveillance?" The man suddenly realized and was about to speak, but the woman panicked and said hurriedly, "You're talking nonsense. You've only been here for an hour. Look here, there's still blood from the injury you got when you hit me." Looking at the dried color marks on the ground, the passers-by who had just gathered around were confused again. Because the temporary parking spaces here are close to the side, usually no one comes here except for people who park their cars, so they really can't tell what happened. Lu Yu was completely enraged this time. "Okay, I think you won't cry until you see the coffin, let's let the police come and talk." Seeing Lu Yu took out his cell phone, the woman was stunned. She stood up quickly and rushed towards Lu Yu. "No, this matter can be negotiated. You just need to compensate me 1,000 yuan and we can settle it privately. Otherwise, the police will come and delay you for a long time." As soon as these words were spoken, all the onlookers laughed. After so many years of being influenced by the internet, who would still be a fool now? If you really get hit, would you be afraid to call the police? They still ask for money right away. This is not a scam. They dare to cut off their heads and use them as chamber pots. All of a sudden, everyone looked at the old woman, and the discussion became louder. Hearing the sound, the woman's face changed drastically, and then she sat down on the ground, slapping her hands on the ground. People nowadays have no respect for the elderly at all. I was hit like this, and you still falsely accuse me. How can you be so mean? At this time, Liang Xuanzi came over. In order to prevent the woman from attacking and hurting others, she hid behind Lu Yu and looked at the old woman angrily. "Just wait, I'll call the police, and they will be here soon, tilde." The old woman was dumbfounded. She glanced at the onlookers and didn't care about those who were filming the video. She stood up quickly, glared at Liang Xuanzi fiercely, and ran outside. Lu Yu grabbed her and said, "Auntie, please wait a moment, otherwise we won't be able to explain when the police come. We don't want to bear the cost of making a false report, so please let me go." The woman said anxiously, "I don't want compensation. You won't even let me get treatment myself. What on earth are you thinking?" Lu Yu sneered, "No, I really don't need the money, so let the police make the judgment first. If it is my fault, I will definitely treat you, even if you have to stay in the hospital for the rest of your life. Do you think I can afford the money?" Parking lot. Lu Yu held the old woman tightly and refused to let go. The old woman struggled hard, but in front of Lu Yu, whose physique was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, her struggle was obviously in vain. At this time, a slightly surprised voice came over. "Huh? Lu Yu, it's you? What's going on?" Lu Yu turned his head and looked over. A chuckle appeared on his face. "It's you too. Boss, you're fast enough. I just told you when you went to find it." Tong Junlin blushed slightly. "Don't change the subject, what's going on?" Liang Xuanzi was now quite familiar with Tong Junlin, so she immediately told him what had happened. After listening, Tong Junlin and Mu Qingwan beside him were dumbfounded. Mu Qingwan, in particular, looked at the old woman in front of her as if she were a fool. "Auntie, your method of scamming someone is a bit cruel. If you want to scam someone, at least wait for them to drive the car out. The car didn't even move. What were you thinking?" The old woman looked at the young man with gritted teeth and wanted to say something, but there were so many people around, and many of them were taking videos. She thought this trip was a failure, so she simply responded in silence. Lu Yu didn't indulge her. "Big campus beauty, aren't you a doctor? Come, before the police come, check this auntie to see if she is injured." Although Mu Qingwan didn't know what Lu Yu was planning, based on her understanding of Lu Yu, she knew he definitely had no good intentions. However, Mu Qingwan really didn't tolerate these scammers, so she nodded immediately. "Okay, auntie, I'm the chief physician of the 3rd hospital of Haicheng. Where are you injured? Let me take a look for you." As soon as Mu Qingwan finished speaking, a little girl in the crowd shouted, "Her leg was injured, but I don't know which leg it was, because she was holding one leg and then the other. Har har. Okay, I'll laugh for a while." The little girl's words made everyone laugh, except for the old woman whose face turned even darker. Amidst the laughter, the police car arrived and 2 policemen came over. After taking a look at the scene, they asked, what on earth is going on? Lu Yu let go of the old woman, walked up to the policeman with a smile and explained, it's like this. I brought my wife here to go shopping this morning. We parked our car here around 10 o'clock. But when I was about to take my wife home, this person sat in front of my car and insisted that I hit her and demanded $1,000 in compensation. If you don't believe me, the surveillance camera here is very close and you can check it at any time. The police were also stunned after hearing this, staring at the old woman in amazement. One of the younger police officers was outspoken and asked on the spot, Auntie, this is too much. You are not just hitting someone, this is blackmail, understand? You will go to jail. Yes, this is no different from extortion. What a fool this guy is. He looks to be in his 50s and is very agile. Why doesn't he think about finding a proper job? She's going to be famous now. I wonder what her son and husband's expressions will be when they see this. Come on, what if their whole family is like this? As the policeman spoke, the discussion around them became louder. The woman was so angry that her face turned red. Well, I don't want the money now, can I leave? The police shook his head. We must send the police when reporting a crime. This is our rule. Since you have indeed committed a crime, you must go back with us to clarify the cause and effect of the matter, and then decide whether you can leave, but... At this point, the police officer shook his head and said, My disciple just said that what you did is already a crime of extortion. Although you didn't get any money, it was also an attempted extortion, so the minimum 7-day detention is inevitable. Now come with us. When she heard that she was going to jail, the old woman was stunned. The next moment, she collapsed on the ground and cried loudly, I won't go back with you. I didn't commit any crime. I didn't ask for money. You can't arrest me. God, please open your eyes. The two policemen looked at each other, then called the command center directly. The young policeman walked up to the old woman and sighed, Auntie, it's useless for you to cry here. If you refuse to execute the order, you will be charged with the crimes of arrest and obstruction of public service. Then it will not be 7 days. I don't care, I won't go with you, I want to go home, you can't catch me. The woman refused to give in. The young policeman turned around and glanced at his master. Seeing that his master nodded, he stepped forward, pressed the old woman to the ground, and put handcuffs on her. I'm sorry, since you don't cooperate with the investigation, we will enforce your sentence. Let's go. Feeling her hands being handcuffed, the old woman cried even harder. But it was obvious that her crying did not attract any sympathy, but instead caused more ridicule. Chapter 25 Excitement. The old policeman saw that the woman was under control, so he came to Lu Yu, took a look at the pregnant Liang Xuanzi, and said, I'm sorry, I have to trouble you two to go with us to make a statement. Of course, your wife is pregnant now, so it's the same if you go back with us. I don't want to, I want to be with my husband. Before Lu Yu could say anything, Liang Xuanzi hugged Lu Yu and said, let's go together. Lu Yu gently rubbed Liang Xuanzi's hair, then nodded, okay. After responding to the police, Lu Yu turned and looked at Tong Junlin and Mu Qingwan, then we'll leave first, you two can continue with your appointment. After saying that, Lu Yu winked at Tong Junlin, causing Mu Qingwan to roll her eyes and kick Lu Yu in annoyance. Lu Yu laughed and dodged, then picked up Liang Xuanzi and put her in the passenger seat. He waved at the two of them again before starting the car and following the police car in front. After they left, Mu Qingwan looked at Tong Junlin curiously, you said Lu Yu is now a billionaire? Is this what a billionaire is? Tong Junlin scratched his hair in a silly manner, how else? Are there any obvious characteristics of a billionaire? Mu Qingwan opened her mouth, okay, you are right. Tong Junlin took a deep breath and looked at Mu Qingwan cautiously. Let's continue. No, shopping. Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes at Tong Junlin, turned around and walked forward. After 10 seconds, she realized that he hadn't caught up with her. She turned her head away with a smile and said angrily, let's go. What are you standing there for? Tong Junlin was stunned, then he reacted and chased after him excitedly, here it comes. Because the cause and effect of the case were very clear, Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi just went through the process in the police station and then came out. Looking at the completely dark sky, Liang Xuanzi felt a little depressed. Husband, are you leaving the day after tomorrow? Lu Yu nodded and put his arm around her shoulders. It's okay, I will be back in 3 days at most, maybe even in 1 day. Liang Xuanzi looked at Lu Yu curiously. 3 days was a bit long for her, but one day would be acceptable. Although it would be a bit uncomfortable, it was much better than 3 days, right? Lu Yu turned around, hugged her slender waist, and kissed her on the forehead. I will bring the boss with me this time. I will only attend the shareholders' meeting, and the remaining dividends will be left to the boss. Liang Xuanzi suddenly realized, but then looked at Lu Yu in shock. Really? Didn't the boss just say goodbye to your school beauty? Aren't you afraid that the school beauty will come and beat you up? Lu Yu. Qingdao Plaza. Tong Junlin, who was strolling with Mu Qingwan, suddenly sneezed, frowned and rubbed his nose. Strange, why did I sneeze? Mu Qingwan was holding a bottle of Haagen-Dazs in her hand. She burst out laughing when she heard this. Could it be that some little girl is talking about you behind your back? Tong Junlin was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. Impossible, I have been making money for my father's medical treatment in the past few years. How could a little girl miss me? It must be Sana and the others. You are such a... Mu Qingwan chuckled. I didn't expect you haven't changed in all these years, you know. I thought you were married, but after I came back, I found out that all 4 of you were single, and that Li Meng was married to Lu Yu, the big fool. Tell me, how did you forget along? Who knows what the 3 of them are thinking? Anyway, I have someone in my heart. Before there is a result, I won't consider getting married. In addition, I still have hundreds of thousands of foreign debts, so let's wait a little longer. After hearing this, Mu Qingwan couldn't help trembling for a moment, then returned to normal and changed the subject. You just said that you were going abroad with Lu Yu the day after tomorrow. Tong Junlin nodded. Yes, the shareholders' meeting of MAF Group is about to start. As the second largest shareholder, the youngest must be present because there are dividends from last quarter, so I went over to help him with the accounting. The second largest shareholder of MAF Group, Lu Yu, is really promising. TSK, if I had known earlier, I would have written him a love letter. Maybe it would have worked, right? Mu Qingwan looked at Tong Junlin with a smile and asked. Tong Junlin's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, the youngest brother and his wife are childhood sweethearts. You're not funny at all. Mu Qingwan stretched, walked to the side of the fountain and sat down, looking at the colorful fountain. It's great, it's still the most comfortable to be back in China. Tong Junlin's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed helplessly and sat down next to Mu Qingwei. Yes, at least this is our own home, which is much better than being outside. It's getting late, do you want to go eat something? Okay, but I'll treat you. Didn't you say you still had to pay off your debt? Mu Qingwan stood up with a smile and pointed to a ramen restaurant not far ahead. How is it there? On the way, Lu Yu drove home. He had been out for so long and Wang Yun had called him 5 or 6 times. If he didn't go, she would probably get angry. Thinking of Wang Yun's outburst, Lu Yu couldn't help shivering, and then looked at Liang Xuanzi next to him with a smile. This girl is now his mother's most beloved daughter, so even if his mother wants to vent her anger, she will use him as a scapegoat. The key is that he can't say anything, so he is very annoyed. I don't know if she didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, or if this girl didn't take it seriously at all. At this moment, she was sitting in the passenger seat, gently waving her hands, singing a song, and shaking her head. She was in a very good mood. Suddenly, the cell phone she placed on the console in front of her rang. Looking at the incoming call, Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, then she quickly swiped on the phone. The video was connected, and Xu Wenwen's figure appeared in it. The next second, Xu Wenwen's loud voice came out. Sister, I'm rich, where are you now? I want to treat you to a meal, a big meal, RRR, so happy. So happy. Liang Xuanzi was stunned. Are you okay? Speaking of this, the excitement on Xu Wenwen's face disappeared instantly. Oh, right, I almost forgot, when I was feeling bad those 2 days, you ignored me and didn't even call me. Okay, where are you now? I have to settle accounts with you. Lulu. Liang Xuanzi made a face and said playfully, I'm with my husband now, do you dare to come? TSK tilde. Xu Wenwen was silent for a moment. She was really afraid of Lu Yu now, and couldn't help shrinking her neck. Silly girl, if you have the ability, don't use your husband to take the blame. Do you think it's possible? You fool. Liang Xuanzi sneered, I have a husband, but I don't want to take him out. I'm going to go shopping with you. Is there something wrong with my brain? Tell me, what makes you so happy? Did you win the lottery? As soon as their voice fell, Liang Xuanzi suddenly reacted and looked at Lu Yu in shock. Husband, do we still have a lottery ticket that we haven't claimed yet? Lu Yu chuckled and touched her hair. It's all collected. It's in your card. Artilder, when did you get it? I asked my dad to get it. I forgot to tell you. Liang Xuanzi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Yu didn't abandon her and go secretly to pick it up. But when she turned her eyes back to the phone, Xu Wenwen's expression was almost furious. Liang. Z. Are you listening to me, you damn girl? Oh, you are going to piss me off to death. Liang Xuanzi nodded repeatedly. I'm here, go ahead. Xu Wenwen took a deep breath and smoothed her hair with her hands. She barely managed not to turn her back and hummed, I've signed a contract now. I have more than 300,000 fans now. I received 30,000 yuan worth of gifts yesterday. One day, I've waited for so long, and I'm finally going to get rich. Liang Xuanzi suddenly realized, and then looked at Xu Wenwen with disgust. I thought it was something else, is that it? Can you sign the contract without my husband? Hartilder. Xu Wenwen? Can't you just let me be happy for a while? So, love will disappear, right? Chapter 26, Showing Off Your Love. The two sisters hadn't talked on the phone for several days. In addition, Xu Minmin had completely walked out of the shadow of her past, so the two of them became addicted to chatting. The car didn't stop until Lu Yu drove into Genting Mansion. Liang Xuanzi jumped out of the car with her phone in hand and waved at the phone. Sister, I'm home, hang up. Stop right there. Xu Wenwen stared at the figure behind La in the video in amazement. No, where are you now? Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. She looked at Lu Yu with a guilty look, and then whispered, I'll tell you secretly, I'm in Genting Mansion now. Xu Wenwen almost vomited blood again, staring at Liang Xuanzi in amazement. No, Genting Mansion. Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue and said, yes, the developer here gave it to my husband. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? Fuck. What the hell? Xu Wenwen was excited. Sisters, I won't say anything, I'll go over now, wait for me, you must wait. Eh? What are you doing here? Are you here to be a light bulb? I tell you, don't even think about it. My husband is going abroad in a few days. No one can disturb us now, including you. Tilder, that's it. Liang Xuanzi hung up the phone right after she finished speaking, ran to Lu Yu in small steps, took his arm, and patted Lu Yu on the back in a flattering way. Honey, I'm sorry, I accidentally exposed myself. It's okay, you'll know sooner or later. Lu Yu is now thinking about how to deal with Wang Yun's punishment. He has never thought of hiding the matter of Yuyunding Mansion. After all, if nothing unexpected happens in the future, this is where they will live. They can't keep it secret forever, right? Rather than hiding things, he prefers to be open and honest. My husband is so nice, but even so, she can't come today. You will leave the day after tomorrow. Before that, no one can disturb us. Liang Xuanzi clenched her fists with a determined look on her face. At this time, in the living room not far away, Wang Yun walked out with a half smile, looking at Lu Yu in a gloomy way. Hey! Who is this? Isn't this my brat? He still remembers to go home? Hey, old Lu, come and see, our son is back. Lu Yu. He looked at Wang Yun with a frown on his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mom, can we not do this? What do you mean? Wang Yun didn't wait for him to finish, and walked over and pulled Liang Xuanzi over. Go wherever you want to go, why are you bringing my daughter with you? Lu Yu opened his mouth. Okay, I was wrong. Liang Xuanzi winked playfully and winked at Lu Yu, then she hugged Wang Yun's arm and began to shake it, coquettishly putting her head close to Wang Yun's neck and nudging it back and forth. Mom, it's not you, I just want to walk around outside more. Are you going to punish me, Mom? Wang Yun quickly changed her expression, feeling distressed. How could that be possible? Are you tired outside? Come on, go back to the house quickly. Mom made a lot of delicious food for you. Did that brat bully you outside? No, Yu is very nice to me. Liang Xuanzi turned around and waved to Lu Yu. Husband, come quickly, Mom has prepared delicious food. Good God, if the person in front of me was not my biological mother, I would never do such a thing. The key is that he can't say anything. After all, she is his mother. What can you do? Just accept it. Wang Yun curled her lips, still a little angry with her son. After all, Liang Xuanzi was pregnant with 4 children. This was the most critical time for both adults and children. If anything unexpected happened, it would be too late to regret. Don't think that everything will be fine just because medical technology is advanced in this era. Nowadays, there are many people who died suddenly due to heavy bleeding during pregnancy. Those were just individual cases. As for these four, Wang Yun was considered to have a good temper by not chasing Lu Yu and beating him up. What are you looking at? Why don't you come over and eat? After yelling at Lu Yu in a bad mood, Wang Yun helped Liang Xuanzi into their house, leaving Lu Yu disheveled in the wind. Just at this moment, a breeze blew by, and Lu Yu couldn't help shivering, then quickly ran inside. After dinner, Lu Yu was lying on the sofa bored. Looking at Lu Qinming, who was playing with his phone next to him, he gently touched him and said, "Dad, how did you and my mom get together?" Lu Qinming was slightly startled, and he glanced at Wang Yun, who was busy in the kitchen. After making sure that she would not notice him, he whispered, "Your grandfather asked someone to tell you, stinky boy, let me tell you, your mother is a good mother. If you have any evil intentions, I will deal with you." Lu Yu. Am I being fed dog food by my dad? Yes, Mom is a good woman, a good mother, and a good daughter-in-law. Lu Yu knows all of this, but when you say that, can you please hold back the love in your eyes? Do you really think your son will fall for it? After a moment's silence, Lu Yu stood up silently. Fine, he fell for it. He urgently needed Liang Xuanzi's comfort now. What's more, who wouldn't show off their love? He is a married man too, okay? Liang Xuanzi was curled up on the sofa talking on the phone with Xu Wenwen. This girl finally came and was rushing here in a taxi. Liang Xuanzi is arguing with her about this matter. Suddenly, Liang Xuanzi felt her face getting hot. She turned around to look at Lu Yu in surprise, only to find that Lu Yu was waving at Lu Qin behind him with a smug look on his face. Liang Xuanzi? Lu Qinming, who was standing behind him, was also amused by Lu Yu's childish behavior. He pointed at him angrily and said, "You little bastard, I don't want to live here with you anymore. I'm going to sleep." It wasn't until Lu Qinming went upstairs that Liang Xuanzi reacted and blinked her beautiful big eyes. "Husband, what's wrong?" Lu Yu curled his lips. "Tsk tilde dad actually dares to show off his love in front of me, can I indulge him?" Few tilde Liang Xuanzi couldn't help but burst out laughing, raised her hand and patted Lu Yu on the arm. "Hubby, why are you so cute?" "Har har har, but the baby likes it so much." Lu Yu himself couldn't help but laugh. But just as he was about to speak, Xu Wenwen, who was ignored for the first time, exploded in the phone. "Liang. La. Z. This is the second time. Believe it or not, I will break up with you if you do this again." Xu Wenwen's roar even startled Wang Yun, who was busy in the kitchen. She actually dropped the dishes in the kitchen and ran over quickly. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Liang Xuanzi winked playfully. "It's okay, Mom, she's just a big fool, ignore her." "Xu Wenwen?" Wang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, you guys go ahead and have fun. I'll be asleep soon. Get some rest. Don't stay up too late. It's not good for your health." "I know, Mom." Liang Xuanzi waved her little hand and watched Wang Yun go into the kitchen. Then she turned around and continued to stare at the video, gritting her teeth and saying, "Xu Wenwen, you big idiot, don't you know you're in my house? Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want to die?" Xu Wenwen shrank her neck guiltily. "Tsk tilde, you know how to be a good wife now? Think about how you treated me in the beginning. I'm here, come out and pick me up." As soon as the words were spoken, the video was cut off. Liang Xuanzi's mouth twitched slightly, and she threw her phone aside with a smile, looking eagerly at Lu Yu, who was standing next to her. Lu Yu reached out and touched the top of her head. "I'll accompany you." "No, I can go there by myself." Liang Xuanzi took a deep breath, stood up with gritted teeth, walked outside, muttering to herself. "Oh my God, sister, are you sure this is a villa? This is a manor, right? No, I have to take pictures. Sister, can I discuss something with you? I will start broadcasting here tomorrow during the day. How about showing my fans around your house? It will definitely boost traffic then." "Fuck. There are pavilions and towers. Is this a house with a small bridge and flowing water? Tilde, I can't take it anymore. I'm jealous. Sister, how about we discuss something? I'll come to your house to be a nanny. It doesn't matter if you pay me or not, just let me live stream here." After finally getting that big fool Xu Wenwen into the guest room, Liang Xuanzi finally returned to the bedroom weakly. Without even changing her clothes, she went straight into Lu Yu's arms, humming and moaning. Chapter 27 Disdain. Lu Yu, who was buying a plane ticket, put his phone aside with a doting look on his face, reached out to take her out of his arms, put her on himself, and smoothed her hair in front of him. What's wrong? Liang Xuanzi shook her head and said with a bitter face, I don't want to sleep anymore. I want to talk to my husband. Then tell me, but I can't do it without sleep. Liang Xuanzi lay on Lu Yu's body without saying a word. Lu Yu could feel Liang Xuanzi's emotional changes, but some things were unavoidable. It was unlikely that people would stay together forever in their lives, and there would always be temporary separations. Patting Liang Xuanzi's back gently, Lu Yu suddenly said, Girl, have you ever heard of this saying? What? A temporary separation for a better reunion. Lu Yu smiled and put her aside. This is a quote from a special effects movie. Although I don't like Guojia very much, I think it's right. Our ancestors also said that a short separation is better than a new marriage. So, don't you look forward to the moment when we meet again after a temporary separation? Liang Xuanzi's eyes gradually brightened. Lu Yu continued, Anyway, I'm already looking forward to it. When the time comes, I'll fly here and you'll pick me up outside the airport. I think that will definitely be the moment when I feel particularly happy. Well, I will definitely pick you up. I want to be the first to see you. Liang Xuanzi buried her head in Lu Yu's arms again. I'm looking forward to it too. The next day, early morning. Liang Xuanzi was dragged out for a walk by Xu Wenwen early in the morning. Such a large manor would have a huge impact on anyone. Xu Wenwen didn't care whether others had the opportunity or not. Anyway, she now had the opportunity to live here and enjoy the scenery here at will. How could she miss it? In the pavilion, Lu Yu sat next to the lotus pond, looking at Xu Wenwen, who was trying hard to persuade Liang Xuanzi to broadcast the video here live. He shook his head with a smile, then took out his cell phone, found Tong Junlin's number and dialed it. Hello? Youngest, what's wrong? I've bought the plane ticket. Please take some time to pick it up from my place. Okay, I just arrived at Fanglong Group. I'll go to your place after I finish here. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said, Come directly to Yunding Mansion when the time comes. Call me when you arrive and I will pick you up. Tong Junlin on the other end of the phone instinctively agreed, but then he realized, where are you talking about? Yunding Mansion. The villa park where the lowest house price is rumored to be over 500 million. It's not as serious as you say. By the way, how are things going between you and the campus beauty? Lu Yu changed the subject decisively. As expected, for Tong Junlin, the campus beauty is much more important than Genting Mansion. After hearing what Lu Yu said, he decisively put the Yunding Mansion behind him and responded somewhat awkwardly, Well, it seems not to work yet. She only regards me as a good friend at most now. Lu Yu, who had expected this, was happy. So what are you going to do? Do you want to bring her over today? Then we can help you with that. Tong Junlin was stunned for a moment. Is it okay? Okay, I'll call her later to ask if she has time. Okay, I'm here, see you later. Husband, come here quickly, your baby needs your help now. At this time, Liang Xuanzi's voice came from not far away. Lu Yu smiled and gestured, then stood up and said, That's it, remember to call me when you get there, and you go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu walked to Liang Xuanzi with a smile. In the end, Liang Xuanzi still couldn't persuade Xu Wenwen and allowed her to live broadcast here. Look, the girl has already opened the live broadcast room with her mobile phone, and is excitedly introducing the environment and facilities here to the fans who came in. Looking at Liang Xuanzi's twisted face, Lu Yu couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Liang Xuanzi shrugged her nose and said, Wenwen bullied me, go and help me teach him a lesson. Lu Yu froze, looking at her in astonishment, then looking at Xu Wenwen, who was running around excitedly not far away, and was completely stunned. 10 o'clock in the morning. Tong Junlin left Fanglong Technology. He came here today just to do a statistics of the financial statements of the previous quarter to facilitate the financial settlement of the next quarter. As for more, that is not his responsibility. What's more, what happened in Fanglong Technology last quarter had nothing to do with Lu Yu. He only needs to confirm Fanglong Technology's revenue, profits, and whether it has any debts, and at the same time make a rough settlement of the progress of Fanglong Technology's various projects, capital flow, etc. However, even so, this workload cannot be completed in a day or two. Even if it is a professional financial team, it will take 3 to 5 days, or even longer, to complete the liquidation. Therefore, after leaving Fanglong Group, Tong Junlin had already come up with the idea of creating a professional financial company. However, whether to do it or not depends on Lu Yu. After all, this company ultimately serves Lu Yu alone. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Tong Junlin took it out and looked at the incoming call. A smile appeared on his face and he quickly answered the call. "Hello. Where are you? I'll pick you up." Before Tong Junlin could finish his words, Mu Qingwan's voice came from the phone. "Will it delay your work at the entrance of Fanglong building?" "It's okay. My work as the head of the internal medicine department is not very busy. Although I am a chief physician, I am still in the internship period, so it is easy to ask for leave." "Okay, wait 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Tong Jundong jumped on the spot excitedly. At least this time Mu Qingwan did not reject him directly like she did 5 years ago. Although he didn't know if this could fulfill the fate that they had established several years ago, at least he saw hope now, right? "You stupid Minmin, have you had enough? How many times have you been walking around here? You've even stepped on the floor." In Genting Mansion, Liang Xuanzi sat on the stone bench in the pavilion with a bored look on her face, holding her chin with both hands, mumbling to herself and complaining. Xu Wenwen snorted, "What are you talking about? Do you know how many people are in my live broadcast room? 10,000, you want me to end the broadcast at this time, you are probably..." Before she finished her words, Xu Wenwen's voice suddenly stopped. She looked at Lu Yu who was coming over with a bowl of water with a guilty look on her face. She smiled ingratiatingly and ran away quickly with her phone. It was obvious that this girl had not yet gotten over the last time Lu Yu scolded her, and she instinctively had a fear of Lu Yu in her heart. Lu Yu sat down next to Liang Xuanzi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and poured her a cup of warm water. "What's going on?" "That little bitch is crazy, don't bother with her." Liang Xuanzi snorted and leaned her head on Lu Yu's shoulder. He, "It's still the most comfortable to lean on my husband, Mu." Xu Wenwen's live broadcast lasted for nearly 2 hours. She ended it at nearly 10 o'clock, still unsatisfied. Then she couldn't wait to run to Liang Xuanzi and started to show off. "Sister, do you know how many people watched our live broadcast this time? Hey, do you know how much the reward was? 47,000, after dividing it tilde." As she spoke, Xu Wenwen raised her head with an intoxicated look on her face. "I never thought that I would have a day income of over 10,000 yuan, har, it seems that buying a car and a house is no longer a dream for me." Liang Xuanzi curled her lips. "What's so great about that? The money that sticks out from between my husband's fingers makes you despair, har tilde." Puff tilde, Xu Wenwen almost spat out a mouthful of blood, gnashing her teeth as she looked at Liang Xuanzi. "If you have the guts, don't bring your husband out. Har tilde, do you think I'm sick?" Liang Xuanzi pushed Xu Wenwen away with a look of disgust on her face. "I don't need my husband, are you stupid?" Xu Wenwen opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but found that she couldn't find any words to refute. Damn. So uncomfortable. At this time, Lu Yu, who was sitting next to him, felt his phone vibrate. He took a look at it, then stood up and left. "The boss is coming, I'll go answer it." Genting Mansion, the main entrance. Tong Junlin and Mu Qingwan were standing in front of an accord. 2 muscular security guards at the door were staring at them warily. Their expressions seemed to indicate that if they did anything wrong, they would experience the cruelty of reality. A top-class mansion is a top-class mansion. TSK, apart from anything else, the security force is reassuring. Chapter 28 Recommendations. Mu Qingwan's eyes were filled with envy as she turned to look at Tong Junlin. "Speaking of which, Lu Yu is really successful now, isn't he? He can even get a house here." Tong Junlin blinked. "Isn't this abnormal? The youngest brother is now a billionaire, so it's strange to have a house here." Mu Qingwan chuckled. "You don't understand this, do you? The houses in Yunding Mansion are not for sale, they are all given away. Those who can live here are definitely not just rich. In the past, Damar and Lao Wang all wanted a house here, but have you seen them move in? Especially the king of the building here. Damar once offered a sky-high price of 2.5 billion, but the developer refused to sell it. Isn't that amazing?" Tong Junlin was stunned for a moment. Is there such a saying? Then, has the youngest brother really taken off? Just then, a red flag car drove over and Lu Yu got out. The 2 security guards saw Lu Yu, turned around quickly, stood up straight, and saluted Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, these two are my friends, let them in. Yes, please come in, Mr. Lu. The two security guards responded, ran to the side quickly and opened the door. A few minutes later, Tong Junlin and Mu Qingwan were once again shocked by the scene before them. Even though Mu Qingwan had seen many manners abroad, the courtyard in front of her still made her feel that her cognition had collapsed. It was not until Lu Yu led them into the living room that the two of them responded. Then they saw the playful smile on Lu Yu's face. Tong Junlin's face instantly turned red. Youngest, don't look at us like that. Lu Yu waved his hand and looked at Mu Qingwan with a smile. What does the school beauty say? Mu Qingwan curled her lips and said, not bad, barely entered the probation period. I say you are hiding well enough, right? Do you need someone to cling to? Lu Yu was amused by her. No need, sit down, I'll go get the ticket. Youngest, I want to set up a financial company, what do you think? On the corridor next to the natural lake, Tong Junlin held a cup of tea in his hand, looking at the three girls who were laughing and playing not far away, with a faint smile on his lips. Lu Yu casually threw some fish food into the lake, looked at the fish scrambling for it, and was slightly stunned. Financial company. Do you have any specific ideas? Tong Junlin nodded and sat down next to Lu Yu. It's like this. Jingting Building and Qianxin Property are easy to deal with. After all, the industry is single and the projects are nothing more than those two types. So it's easy to sort out the finances. I can do it myself. But MAF and Fanglong Group involve too many things: projects, loans, liabilities, revenue, profit, taxation, etc. Now we have to add dosha. If I rely on myself, it's not impossible to do it, but it will take too much time and it's easy to make mistakes. Tong Junlin paused for a moment before continuing. So, I was thinking that you could just set up a financial company to help you handle your financial affairs. Lu Yu was thoughtful, and then he sighed. Big brother, do you know why I only want the right to dividends and not the right to management? Tong Junlin frowned slightly. Lu Yu didn't wait for him to think it through. Instead, he turned around, picked a lotus flower, and said with a smile, because I'm lazy, I don't like to manage a company. You can also think of me as not wanting to engage in intrigue with those people all day long. It's good to live an ordinary life every day, accompanying my wife, children and parents. So at the beginning, I didn't think about starting a company. It's too. Tong Junlin suddenly realized. At this time, Lu Yu stood up and patted his shoulder, and continued, but you are right, a mature financial team is indispensable. After all, even I don't know how much industry I will have, so I decided to adopt your suggestion, but first make it clear that you will be responsible for the entire financial team, whether it is recruiting or management. I will leave it all to you, with only one premise: no special circumstances. Let me relax a little, how about it? Tong Junlin looked at Lu Yu in amazement, but he quickly reacted. After all, the previous 5 years of dark life had already made his mind strong to a certain extent. So, after a brief contemplation, he continued, if this is the case, then we still need a professional team of lawyers, because we are not involved in the management of the company, so these two teams are enough, but according to my idea, you'd better set up a professional investment company. It's not too big, but the necessary departments must be there. After hearing what Tong Junlin said, Lu Yu was dumbfounded. No, boss, I'm telling you, don't push your luck. Forget about the investment company, you should build up the financial team first. Tong Junlin's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, after we come back from Kokili Island this time, I will start to set up the business. By the way, is the office of the financial team located in Jingting Building? Lu Yu nodded. Okay, I don't go to the office on the top floor very often anyway, so that will be your office location. After a pause, Lu Yu continued, when you go back, ask Sana and the others if they are willing to follow you. We are all brothers, so we will help if we can. Tong Junlin nodded first, but then shook his head. Forget it, we both know their abilities. They are fine for other jobs, but they are not suitable. If you really want to help them, let's wait until everything is on track. Tong Junlin raised his hand and put his arm around Lu Yu's shoulder. Youngest brother, we all know that you want to help your brothers, and they know it too, but is our brotherhood maintained by money? If so, what's the difference between us and our friends? How big is the pot? How much rice is in it? What can we do and what we can't do? We all know it very well. If we force everyone to do it, and something goes wrong in the future, even if you don't blame us, What will the brothers think? Lu Yu was silent for a moment, then he sighed and nodded. You are right. Okay, then I will leave this matter to you. But you should still talk to them. What if they are willing to learn? In the end, give them a chance. Okay, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first and not disturb you and your sister-in-law. Why are you leaving? Let's talk after lunch. Besides, it's just the two of us. Lu Yu pointed at Xu Wenwen, who was making a fuss there, and said, with her here, do you think we can have our own world? Tong Junlin couldn't help but laugh. Just now he had also heard Lu Yu talk about Xu Wenwen, and knew what this girl represented to Liang Xuanzi. In his opinion, the relationship between Xu Wenwen and Liang Xuanzi was the same as the relationship between him and Lu Yu and his brothers. Moreover, Xu Minmin's personality is indeed likable. She is simple, cheerful, generous, lively, and good-looking. Most importantly, she is sincere to her friends and does not play tricks on them. Therefore, almost no one would dislike such a person. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tong Junlin and Mu Jingwei left Jinqing Villa. Mu Qingwan had a meeting in the afternoon, and Tong Junlin also had to discuss with Zhu Yu and the others what he and Lu Yu had just discussed. After they left, Xu Wenwen also left. Although Xu Wenwen wanted to stay, she knew that Lu Yu was going abroad tomorrow. She had already occupied most of Liang Xuanzi's time, and she really couldn't convince herself to stay for the rest of the day. At the gate, Xu Wenwen hugged Liang Xuanzi and said, Sister, go back. I'll come over to accompany you tomorrow until your husband comes back. How about that? Liang Xuanzi had a look of disdain on her face. Go away, do I need you to accompany me? I have my parents with me, Tilda. Having said that, she couldn't hide the curve of her lips. Xu Wenwen snorted, Tsk Tilda, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. I'll come over tomorrow. I've already told my fans that I'll be broadcasting for 3 consecutive days. Watching Xu Wenwen leave, Liang Xuanzi burst into laughter, then took Lu Yu's arm. Hubby, I'm sleepy. Lu Yu looked at the desire in Liang Xuanzi's eyes in astonishment, and suddenly hugged her up. You little girl, you're playing with fire, aren't you? Chapter 29, Big Battle. Lu Yu, who had been accompanying Liang Xuanzi in Genting Mansion for most of the night, felt fear of women for the first time in his life. The next day, early morning, Tong Junlin was driving the car. Looking at Lu Yu, who was sitting next to him and rubbing his waist, he couldn't help laughing. Youngest brother, is that too much? Your sister-in-law is pregnant, aren't you afraid? Lu Yu curled his lips. Get lost, is this my business? Har har. Tong Junlin couldn't help laughing out loud. But after laughing, he frowned and said, Youngest, are you sure you don't want to tell your sister-in-law? What if? I heard that pregnant women are very emotional. Why don't you give her a call? If that doesn't work, you can call back. It's still early anyway. No, it's better to leave secretly than to go back and see her crying. Besides, I'll be back almost tomorrow night. Lu Yu shook his head, but it was obvious that his mood was not much better. Tong Junlin hit him with a laugh. Do you really trust me? Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? That's billions of dividends. Tsk Tilda, are you that kind of person? Lu Yu pouted in disgust. Tong Junlin's heart trembled, he took a deep breath, and suddenly sped up. Youngest, thank you. Lu Yu knew what Tong Junlin meant, but these were earned through his own actions, not given by Lu Yu for no reason, so Lu Yu raised his hand, patted his shoulder, and closed his eyes. At the same time, Genting Mansion. In the master bedroom, Liang Xuanzi instinctively raised her hand and placed it to the side. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the empty bed. Her eyes turned red uncontrollably and big tears fell down. But she didn't cry in the end. Instead, she lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Hey, what's wrong with my daughter? Why are you crying? The sudden voice pulled Liang Xuanzi back to her senses. She turned her head to look at Wang Yun, who was crawling over to her, and suddenly turned over and hugged Wang Yun. Mom. Yu is gone. Wang Yun was happy and patted her shoulder gently. Yes, that brat is gone. I said you are crying because of this? There is no need. Hurry up and see what delicious food Mom has made for you. Also, when Wen is here, let her accompany you later. Let's not think about that brat and let him have some fun outside. No way. Liang Xuanzi pouted and let Wen Yun pat her. Yu went to earn money for milk powder for the baby. Mommy, Yu is really very good. Okay, your Yu is the best, so why don't you get up quickly? Or should mommy carry you out? No. Liang Xuanzi was startled by Wang Yun's sudden increase in strength. She quickly lifted the quilt and started to change clothes. I'll be done soon. Wang Yun looked at her cheerfully, raised his hand and tapped her forehead, then turned and walked out. As soon as she went out, a look of deep relief and a deep anti-smile appeared on her face. After all, the relationship between her son and daughter-in-law was so good, how could she, as a mother-in-law, not be happy? It is 9 p.m. Shinju time, 11 a.m. Kokali Island time. Lu Yu and Tong Junlin walked out of the private airport of Kokali Island. That's right, the entire Kokoli Island is a private property of MAF, and MAF's headquarters is on this island. On the island, which is only 5 square kilometers in area, in addition to the MAF headquarters building, there are also complete supporting living facilities. There are more than 2,300 employees and more than 10,000 family members here. In addition, there are very famous beaches here, which attract hundreds of thousands of tourists all year round. 80% of the profits generated by these tourists belong to the MAF group. When Lu Yu and Tong Junlin came out of the airport exit, they saw that the entire airport exit had been under complete martial law. Dozens of armed bodyguards stood on both sides in full readiness, blocking their way for tourists. On the road not far away, 3 Rolls-Royce extended Phantoms were parked there quietly. This scene directly scared Tong Junlin. After all, in China, guns are absolutely rare. Even police officers on duty may not be able to carry them. But here, mere security guards can carry guns. It's outrageous. Lu Yu's eyes flickered, and he was also a little surprised in his heart, but he did not show it. His eyes were fixed on the foreigners who were walking quickly towards him. Soon, a man who looked to be in his 40s, with white hair and a pair of pure blue eyes, came in front of him. After looking him up and down, he raised his hand and hugged Lu Yu, laughing and said, "Dear Lu, you are finally here. Har har har, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go, the welcoming banquet is ready. In your Shinju dialect, we will not go home until we are drunk today." "Mr. Colts, your scene is a bit scary." Lu Yu patted Colts back gently, then let him go and spoke with a smile. Kurt shrugged, "Hartilder, this shows our respect for you, Lu." "I'm really flattered, Mr. Kurtz, please." Tong Junlin followed Lu Yu closely, and at the same time kept an eye on the security guards around him, as if he was afraid that these people would suddenly rush up and shoot him and Lu Yu. However, the two of them were overthinking it. The entire MAF group was very kind to them, and many of them even accommodated them, including the dinner they had in the evening. 80% of the food was Chinese food, although it was not very authentic, but it was also a sign of sincerity from the other party. The shareholders' meeting is tomorrow morning, and Lu Yu and Tong Junlin need to adjust to the time difference, so after a simple meal, the two returned to the hotel arranged for them by the group. In the room, Tong Junlin sat on the sofa with lingering fear. "Youngest, do you have any ideas?" Lu Yu was slightly stunned and shook his head. "What ideas do you want?" "Well, I mean, shouldn't you get yourself some bodyguards?" Tong Junlin choked and then responded with a frown. Lu Yu shook his head. "I haven't considered it yet, but you can make a budget. When you are done with it, you can discuss it with others to see how to do it." "Well, okay." Tong Junlin felt a little guilty. After all, he had never touched this thing before. "Okay, go to sleep. Let's finish the shareholders' meeting early tomorrow and go home early." Lu Yu stood up, patted Tong Junlin on the shoulder, and walked into the bathroom with his clothes. Although Lu Yu planned to stay on Kokoli Island for only 1 or 2 days. But when he really came into contact with this aspect, he found that many things were not as simple as he thought. Apart from anything else, the shareholders' meeting and Lu Yu's entry into the board of directors took 3 full days to be finalized. Moreover, because of the proportion of shares held by Lu Yu became the deputy head of the entire MAF board of directors. This position is an honorary position with no specific powers, but the person can give instructions on many matters in the company. But more often than not, it is a sinecure. This was also Lu Yu's initiative. Not participating in the company's management was his last insistence in this life. When he had no money, he valued life more. Now he just wants to enjoy life. As for the rest, Hartilder, does it have anything to do with him? On the evening of the 4th day, Lu Yu finally held the final dividend signing ceremony with the MAF chief financial team represented by Coles. Here, his journey to Kokali Island was finally over. At 9:30 in the evening, Lu Yu walked out of the hotel, and Tong Junlin followed closely behind him. The money has arrived, a total of 167.2 million euros. Do you need to convert this money into Shinju currency? Lu Yu paused, turned around and asked, how much? 167 million euros, equivalent to 1.6 billion Shinju currency. Is there any problem? Tong Junlin was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. Lu Yu shook his head. No, have you booked the flight? Okay, we're still an hour from departure. Do we really have to go back at this time? I've exceeded the time limit. Lu Yu responded with a helpless smile. He could even imagine Liang Xuanzi's expression at that moment. Thinking of Liang Xuanzi's charming and lovely appearance, Lu Yu's heart was burning with excitement. Let's go. Chapter 30, Wish Come True. Tong Junlin looked at Lu Yu with some envy. He also wanted to have such a sweet relationship, but, considering Mu Qingwan's personality, it would probably be difficult, right? After all, Mu Qingwan has always been strong-willed. Even if the two of them were really together, they would probably be more respectful to each other, right? Haicheng. Genting Mansion. Liang Xianzishan collapsed on the bed with no hope in his heart, staring blankly at the ceiling. The room was unusually quiet except for the ticking sound of the clock. After a while, footsteps were heard at the door, and Xu Wenwen came in with a cup of brown sugar water. Looking at her former best friend who was very popular on campus, she couldn't help but sigh and quietly put the brown sugar water on the table. She suddenly jumped in front of Liang Xuanzi, lowered her head and made a face. Liang Xuanzi's eyes moved, she pouted, and pushed her away with a look of disgust. Go away, I'm very annoyed now. Xu Wenwen snorted and simply lay down beside her. I said you're not serious, are you? It's only been 4 days, and you're like this. If you ask me, you're just being pretentious. You don't understand. Liang Xuanzi sneered at her and said, when you find the person you are willing to entrust your life to, you will know what separation means to two people. Hey Tilda, you're still arguing with me, right? Xu Wenwen turned over and sat up, looking at her straight. Then tell me, how do so many long-distance relationships last? Don't people want to? Liang Xuanzi shook her head with a smile. How many long-distance relationships can really last? And, how do you know that those people in long-distance relationships are really consistent? Don't mention long-distance relationships to me. I'm just a little woman. I just want to stay with my husband and have a child. I just don't want to leave him. Without him, I feel that my life is empty. Is that not okay? You idiot, with this time, why don't you find a partner? Puff Tilder, Xu Wenwen almost vomited blood. Liang? Z. How many times have I told you that personal attacks are not allowed? What's wrong with me being single? Does it bother you? Liang Xuanzi squinted at her and simply closed her eyes. At this moment, the cell phone Liang Xuanzi placed beside her suddenly rang. In an instant, Liang Xuanzi turned over like a rabbit and quickly grabbed the phone. Looking at the incoming call, her eyes turned red. She quickly answered the call and said aggrievedly, Husband, you are a big bad guy. What about the one day you said? It's been 4 days now, and the baby is dying. Xu Wenwen? What the hell? I'm still here. Girl, I'm still here, where do you put me? Lu Yu on the phone was silent for a while, then he said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect things here to be so complicated, but I have already bought the plane ticket and will rush back overnight. I should arrive there at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I will send you the flight information later. Okay. Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up. I'll get up and pack now, and I'll pick you up. Well, be careful on the road and don't be too anxious. The flight takes about 10 hours. After hanging up the phone, Liang Xuanzi instantly regained her energy, hummed a cheerful song, got up, and changed her clothes. Xu Wenwen was standing nearby, completely dumbfounded. While Liang Xuanzi was getting dressed, she came up to her and touched her forehead with her hand. You don't have a fever, sister. What about the punishment you promised Lu Yu? What about making him kneel down in front of the keyboard? Did you forget? Get lost. I can't bear to leave you. Lulu, don't talk to me if you're single. Liang Xuanzi pushed Xu Wenwen away, happily opened the closet and started looking for clothes. Xu Wenwen was completely confused. She sat on the edge of the bed with a frown on her face and whispered, Is love really that scary? I'd better stay single. I don't want to become a moron. At this moment, Xu Wenwen suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards Liang Xuanzi. She used to be such a good girl, lively, cheerful, confident, and strong. But now? She is just a little fool, laughing foolishly. TSK, so miserable. Although she thought so, Xu Wenwen's eyes showed uncontrollable envy and yearning, which frightened her so much that she quickly shook her head. Damn! She was almost corroded. While Xu Wenwen was in a daze, Liang Xuanzi had already changed her clothes. She suddenly ran to her and kissed her on the face. Thank you for your company these days, I'm going to pick up my husband. Before she finished speaking, Liang Xuanzi had already run out. Mom, Yu is coming back. Hsinchu time, 4:45 p.m. Haicheng International Airport, exit 3. Lu Yu stretched himself, stood on the steps, and breathed in the air of Haicheng with an intoxicated look on his face. Although the quality is a little worse, I still think the air in China is fragrant. Tong Junlin followed Lu Yu, half a body length behind him. Although he always called Lu Yu the youngest, that was only because Lu Yu did not start a company. In his heart, Lu Yu was not only his brother, but also his benefactor and his superior, and he had to show the proper attitude. When you reach Lu Yu's level, you can be down to earth, but you must not break the rules. Friendship is friendship, and official business is official business. Tong Junlin is very clear about this. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tong Junlin nodded and responded with a smile. That's right, you don't know, when we were on Kokwari Island, I was really afraid that someone would suddenly come up to us with a gun and shoot us. It's good to be in China, at least we don't have to worry about safety issues, right? Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, he saw a pretty figure running towards him like the wind, and then throwing herself into his arms with a worried look on his face. Liang Xuanzi hugged Lu Yu's neck tightly, her face full of grievance, and her eyeballs fell down her delicate face like golden beans, which almost broke Lu Yu's heart. He quickly picked her up, gave Tong Junlin a look, and walked out. Wife, I'm sorry, I'm back late. Liang Xuanzi shook her head. No, as long as my husband comes back, it will be fine. I just miss you, I miss you so much. Husband, can we not go next time? Okay. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. Liang Xuanzi finally smiled, but soon she shook her head. No, my husband is going to work, I can't hold him back, so let's go. Lu Yu lowered his head and kissed her. It's okay, I have already discussed it with the boss. Next, he will set up a financial team and a legal team to serve us. In addition, I have now joined the board of directors of MAF, so it doesn't matter whether I go or not. Just leave it to the boss to handle it. In the next period of time, I will always stay with you until you get tired of me. Liang Xuanzi snorted and turned her head away. Humph Tilder, you only know how to say nice things to coax me. Ding! A special situation has been detected. The target person's happiness value is off the charts. Super energy warning. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to their host for obtaining ownership of Jiwar Law Firm. Note, all the documents of Jiwar Law Firm have been placed in the study room of Yunding Mansion. Please pick them up by yourself. Lu Yu, who was walking, suddenly froze in place, with a look of shock on his face. Special circumstances. What special circumstances? He looked down at Liang Xuanzi. Could it be because of their reunion after separation? That should be it. But Jiwar Law Firm, Lu Yu couldn't help laughing. According to the information in my mind, this is an old law firm that was established 15 years ago. It not only has 7 top-notch lawyer teams, but also a top-notch financial management team of 15 people. Moreover, the winning rate of this firm in the past 15 years has reached 99.4%, making it a super law firm comparable to Nanshan Pizza Hut. The most important thing is that this firm is in Haicheng. What is this called? A wish come true. Also, Lu Yu suddenly hugged Liang Xuanzi and kissed her hard on the face. Wife, you are really my lucky star, har har. Let's go home. Liang Xuanzi was confused by Lu Yu's sudden, sneak attack. She looked at Lu Yu, who was laughing heartily in surprise. She couldn't help laughing herself. She hugged his neck tightly with both hands, put her head close to his heart, and whispered, as long as my husband likes it. Chapter 31 Pregnancy Test. Lu Yu, this silly girl really touches people all the time. At the same time, Tong Junlin at the exit looked at Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi walking away, unable to conceal the envy in his eyes. But just as he was about to take a taxi to leave, a hand suddenly reached out and rested on his shoulder. At the same time, Mu Qingwan's voice came over. What are you looking at? Are you envious? Tong Junlin's heart trembled, and he turned back to look at Mu Qingwan, who was smiling sweetly. Why are you here? I. Mu Qingwan smiled and patted him. Is it strange that I'm here? Tong Junlin scratched his hair innocently and showed a silly smile, which made Mu Qingwan laugh. You are so silly. After that, she walked towards the car not far away. Tong Junlin suddenly came back to his senses and quickly chased after her. How did you know my flight information? Xiaozi told me. Tong Junlin, your brother is really good. Not only does he assist you, but even his wife assists you. How did you do that? Mu Qingwan looked at this man who had become more and more stable after not seeing him for a few years with amusement. 5 years ago, her mind was completely focused on studying, so she was not attracted to anyone. Now, perhaps influenced by Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi's relationship, or perhaps because she had completed her own studies and had made room in her heart, when she looked at Tong Junlin again, she inexplicably felt pretty good. If not for this, she would not have given Tong Junlin chances again and again. Tong Junlin suddenly realized, and his gratitude towards Lu Yu increased. He chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing, it's true for true. Now I'm very glad that the youngest didn't rely on my true efforts. Of course, I will never do anything to let him down in the future. Mu Qingwan hummed thoughtfully and said with emotion, That's great. There are very few brothers like you in this world now. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Tong Junlin was slightly stunned, shook his head and was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the incoming call, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, he still chose to answer the call immediately. Youngest. What's up? Lu Yu smiled and said, I saw you guys. I didn't want to disturb you, but I have something to tell you first. You don't have to form a financial team or a legal team. I will give you a complete team tomorrow. Okay, that's it. I won't disturb your date anymore. Tong Junlin was dumbfounded, looking at the hung-up phone. What's going on? Mu Qingwan's pretty face turned red, and she hit him angrily. Where are you going? Tell me or not, then leave. The next day, when Lu Yu saw Tong Junlin again, the silly smile on his face was still there. It was obvious that he and Mu Qingwan must have gotten along well yesterday. In the car, Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi sat in the back seat, and Tong Junlin was driving in the front. Looking at Tong Junlin with a smile on his face, Lu Yu couldn't help but complain, Boss, you hit a home run yesterday. You're so happy. Get lost, what home run? But Qingwan said yesterday that she can give me a probation period of 2 months. If there are no problems by then, we can officially date. Lu Yu suddenly realized, no wonder, the girl he had been begging for 7 or 8 years during his student days finally got a response. Anyone would be happy. Liang Xuanzi put her arms around Lu Yu's waist, her little head resting on his chest, and smiled as she heard him say, That's great, congratulations, lovers are about to get married, keep up the good work. Tong Junlin nodded happily, Thank you, sister-in-law, for your help yesterday. After saying this, Tong Junlin looked at Lu Yu through the rear-view mirror. Youngest brother, now is the time to tell me what a team is, right? Have you heard of Jihua Law Firm? Gar. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, Tong Junlin slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, he reacted at the critical moment and quickly adjusted the speed and direction of the car, so nothing happened. However, the shock on his face could not be concealed no matter what. Jihua Law Firm. The law firm that's known as the Pizza Hut of Haicheng? Did you take them over? Lu Yu protected Liang Xuanzi tightly and almost fell into the front seat just now. However, he also knew how great the influence of Jihua Law Firm was, so he could not blame Tong Junlin. He could only say that he was exposed at the wrong time. Glancing at Liang Xuanzi, who was heartless and still in high spirits, Lu Yu smiled and pinched her face before nodding in response, I'll take it. I'll go over there today to hand it over, and then have them handle all the work they have on hand. However, the office space in Jingting building will be left to you. Tong Junlin's face turned red with excitement, and he said with shining eyes, Don't worry, you have taken care of the most important things. If I can't do this well, I will just pack up and leave. I don't know if it was because he had a goal or because Jihua Law Firm was so famous, but Tong Junlin even increased his speed on the rest of the road. Liang Xuanzi has always maintained the principle of not asking anything about Lu Yu's work. Besides believing that Lu Yu will tell her, she also knows very clearly what she wants. For thousands of years, it has been forbidden for the harem to interfere in government affairs. When it comes to starting a business, especially such a huge industry, Liang Xuanzi believes that she does not have that much ability, and even lacks the vision. Of course she could go to study, and she believed that Lu Yu would definitely support her, but compared to work, she would rather stay by Lu Yu's side and be his good wife, ensuring that Lu Yu could be a happy fool and pamper her, the clingy little fool, every day when they were together. Therefore, even though she was very curious about this Jivuar law firm, she still had no intention of asking any questions. She just leaned against Lu Yu's chest and listened quietly to his thoughts. The sound of jumping makes me feel extra safe. At 9:20 in the morning, Lu Yu and Du Hua, the head of Jivuar law firm, completed the handover of all procedures, and then handed over everything to Tong Junlin. Whether Tong Junlin can handle it well is his problem. Lu Yu is only responsible for setting up the stage. Whether he can perform well is what Tong Junlin must do next and must do well. Downstairs in the office, Lu Yu explained a few words to Tong Junlin again, and then patted him on the shoulder. Go, I'm going to take your sister-in-law to the pregnancy checkup now. This is the third time, and it's very important. Tong Junlin hammered his chest and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Liang Xuanzi breathed a sigh of relief after watching Tong Junlin go in. She playfully hung on Lu Yu and said, Handsome husband, is it time for another pregnancy test today? Lu Yu pulled her to the front with a smile on his face, held her thighs with both hands to prevent her from falling, and touched her with his forehead. Yes, this time we are going to check the development of the children and see if the 4 children in your belly have any congenital problems or defects. Early detection and early resolution are very important, little idiot. Oh tilde, Liang Xuanzi seemed a little unhappy. She looked down at her belly which had grown twice as big. She wailed and lay on Lu Yu's shoulder. It's so uncomfortable to be pregnant. I can't even be with my husband. Par. Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he raised his hand and slapped her on the lower back in annoyance, interrupting her. What are you talking about? Do you believe that I will burn your braids? As the two of them spent more time together, Liang Xuanzi no longer had too much fear about Lu Yu. Facing Lu Yu's threat, she made a mischievous face. Lulu, husband won't do that. If you burn the braids, your big baby will become an ugly monster and you won't be able to take him out. Lu Yu. This damn girl is becoming more and more outrageous. Lu Yu feels that if she continues like this, he might not be able to see the birth of his child. He glared at her unhappily before putting her in the passenger seat, got in the car, started the car, and drove straight to Haicheng Third Hospital. Because Lu Yu had made an appointment last night, after they arrived at the hospital, they only had to wait for less than half an hour before it was their turn. Chapter 32 Exciting News. The moment Liang Xuanzi entered the examination room, Lu Yu's calm heart suddenly tightened, and all kinds of thoughts began to appear in his mind. Are 4 children too weak? Are there any problems with their bodies caused by their collision? The most important thing is, will these children hurt their mothers when they give birth in the future? Just when Lu Yu was in a state of uncertainty and had a lot of bad thoughts in his mind, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Hey, what's going on? Lu Yu was slightly stunned, and looked up at Mu Qingwan. It's you? Nothing, just a little worried. Mu Qingwan suddenly realized and sat down next to Lu Yu with a smile. Don't worry, it's okay. I've checked Xiao's body and there's no possibility of any problems. Relax. Lu Yu opened his mouth. Is this a matter of just relaxing it? He can't control himself at all, okay? After more than half an hour of anxiety, Liang Xuanzi finally walked out of the examination room. Seeing Liang Xuanzi's rosy face and playful expression, Lu Yu's uneasiness finally dissipated a lot, and he quickly stood up and walked over. How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Liang Xuanzi shook her head. No, I think it's fine. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just a little worried about you. Lu Yu took her hand, walked to the stool outside the doctor's duty room, and helped her sit down. Few tilde Liang Xuanzi couldn't help laughing and left a saliva mark on Lu Yu's face. It's okay, I feel very healthy, there will be no problem with the baby. Slightly stunned, Lu Yu smiled and held her head in his arms. I should have been the one to comfort you, why did I let you comfort me? Hey, then am I, your big baby, great. Liang Xuanzi put her hands next to her ears, made the shape of rabbit ears, and asked while blinking her big sparkling eyes. At this time, the door of the duty room opened and Dr. Lin came out, looking at them with a smile. I say, you two have had enough, I feel like I'd eaten a sour lemon even through the glass. If you want to show off your love, go home. Liang Xuanzi's pretty face turned bright red. She hid behind Lu Yu guiltily, looking at Dr. Lin with a silly smile. Seeing Dr. Lin's expression, Lu Yu's heart was completely relieved. After all, if there was really a problem, Dr. Lin would never talk to them with a smile. Holding Liang Xuanzi's hand and walking in front of Dr. Lin, Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Sorry to bother you, Dr. Lin. It's just my duty. Come in. Overall, the baby is very healthy and developing very well, but you may have to suffer a little when you give birth, as the baby is quite large. Dr. Lin handed the test results to the two and said with a smile. Liang Xuanzi's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Lu Yu's hand. Will it hurt? Dr. Lin nodded seriously, with a smile in his eyes as he spoke. Yes, but it will definitely hurt with the first child, but it will be much better after that. Liang Xuanzi's face turned completely pale. She looked at Lu Yu pitifully and raised her hand to hit him lightly. It's all your fault. Why did you let me get pregnant with so many babies? What if the pain kills me? Phew. Dr. Lin was amused. Okay, it will be fine to do an episiotomy when the time comes. I've checked your body and your physique is much better than that of a normal person, so don't worry too much. By the way, let me tell you some happy news. Do you want to hear it? After hearing this, Liang Xuanzi no longer cared about being afraid, and her big eyes were full of curiosity. Lu Yu frowned slightly. Is it the gender of the child? Isn't it forbidden to tell the parents of newborns about the gender of their children now? Dr. Lin waved his hand and said, that's normal. The reason why we didn't tell the parents is that we're worried that they might be dissatisfied and want to have the baby removed. But your situation is different. You have quadruplets, both boys and girls. There must be one that you're satisfied with, right? Of course, after I tell you, you can't tell anyone else. Just be happy on your own. Lu Yu suddenly realized it, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. 3 little princesses and 1 prince, how is it? Are you happy? After Dr. Lin finished speaking, Lu Yu was completely stunned, staring blankly at Liang Xuanzi's belly. Liang Xuanzi was also stunned. She followed Lu Yu's gaze and gently raised her hand to touch it. She didn't feel much about her pregnancy at first, but after Dr. Lin finished speaking, she truly realized that 4 little lives had been conceived in her belly. Thinking of this, Liang Xuanzi's face lit up with a light that only belongs to a mother. At this time, Lu Yu finally reacted, stood up, took Liang Xuanzi, and bowed heavily to Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, thank you, I really troubled you during this period of time. Dr. Lin originally thought that Lu Yu was dissatisfied, until then she smiled again. Don't, I heard from Dr. Mu that you are worth hundreds of billions and live in Genting Mansion. You said that, I am a little panicked. Lu Yu. What is Mu Qingwan doing? While he was stunned, Dr. Lin spoke again. Since you have the conditions, Mr. Lu, I still think it would be better for you to hire a professional medical team to stay at your home, so that if there is any problem, it can be dealt with immediately. After all, the distance between Genting Mansion and this place is not that close. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. It's up to you, Mr. Lu, to decide what to do. Okay, I've got that. Thank you again, Dr. Lin. We'll be leaving first. Lu Yu greeted Dr. Lin with a smile, then walked out of the duty room with Liang Xuanzi. After coming out of the duty room, Lu Yu didn't say anything, but just held Liang Xuanzi's hand tightly, which made Liang Xuanzi nervous. Many strange thoughts suddenly popped up in her mind, such as whether Lu Yu didn't like girls or whether Lu Yu would send all these girls away. It was not until they walked out of the hospital and reached the underground parking lot that Lu Yu suddenly let go of Liang Xuanzi's hand, jumped up excitedly, clenched his fists and roared loudly. Then, with Liang Xuanzi stunned, he picked her up and kissed her on the face several times. Wife, I'm so happy, so happy. Liang Xuanzi finally put her heart at ease, and a silly smile appeared on her face. She hugged Lu Yu tightly and said, Hey, am I awesome as your wife? Great, so great, har har. Lu Yu kissed her hard again, then put her on the bed and said, No, I have to call your mother-in-law and make them happy. Seeing Lu Yu take out his phone, Liang Xuanzi hurriedly held his hand and said mischievously, Give your parents a surprise when you get back. If you tell us now, we won't be able to see it tilder. Lu Yu. Although he didn't quite understand what Liang Xuanzi was thinking, his wife was the most important now, so he listened to her. He smiled and nodded, raised his hand and touched Liang Xuanzi's head. Lu Yu cheered and started the car. Okay, let's go home and scare my parents. Let's go. He, husband, go slower. 3 little princesses. 1 brat. Bang. At the Yunting mansion, Wen Yun raised her hand and slapped Lu Qinming on the back in anger, staring at him. What do you mean by a brat? They are my precious grandson and granddaughter, we have to treat them equally. Lu Qinming nodded with a silly smile. Hey, I was wrong, my wife was right tilde. What do you mean by right? Can't you see that my daughter is hungry? Go buy some groceries quickly. We need to celebrate today. Buy more. Wang Yun ordered with a serious face. As the price for saying the wrong thing, Lu Qinming could only nod his head continuously. After he left, Wang Yun suddenly screamed, turned around and ran to the sofa, hugged Liang Xuanzi, and stroked her slightly rosy face. Girl, that's amazing, har, our Lu family's ancestral grave is really on fire this time. Okay, I have to take some time to go back and report to your grandparents. My heart. Chapter 33 Medical Team. Liang Xuanzi, who was just startled, simply reached out and hugged Wang Yun, smiling foolishly. Mom is awesome. Next to him, Lu Yu, seeing that he had nothing to do, simply got up and went back to the study, leaned back in his chair, took out his cell phone and dialed. At Fanglong Group, Yu Haohan looked at Secretary Liu in front of him with a strange expression, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He raised his hand and rubbed his brows. Mr. Liu acquired Jihua Law Firm. Secretary Liu nodded and said, yes, Director Yu. Yu Haohan waved his hand. Okay, I get it, you can go out first. This is. Secretary Liu turned and walked out. After the door was closed, Hao Hai forced an ugly smile, shook his head and whispered, Boss Liu, your trick. Yu Haohan is now finding it increasingly difficult to see through Lu Yu. He has clearly investigated many times, and Lu Yu's identity is just that ordinary. However, first it was Fanglong Group, then MAF Group, and then he also got involved in the Dosha live streaming platform. Now look what's going on, Jihua Law Firm. In fact, compared to the previous ones, it was the acquisition of Jihua Law Firm that had the greatest impact on Yu Haohan. After all, the previous 3 were listed companies, and there were quite a few shares distributed. Coupled with some relatively scattered small shareholders, as long as they had money, they could basically complete Lu Yu's actions, but they would not be as straightforward as Lu Yu and not give people any reaction at all. But Jihua Law Firm is different. It is just a small law firm, not listed on the stock market, and is even a bit like a small workshop. But this small workshop is quite tough, with a lawsuit winning rate of 99.4%, which can be regarded as a legend in the country. Moreover, all their members are former classmates, and there is no so-called hierarchy among them. They are just a group of young people who come together for the same ideal. Therefore, the acquisition of them has been going on for many years, including Yu Haohan. He has also taken action, but no matter who it is or how much money they offer, they are all rejected by them. Originally, Yu Haohan thought that it was impossible for Jihua Law Firm to be acquired by anyone, but now Lu Yu has succeeded, so how did he do it? Just as Yu Haohan was thinking silently, his cell phone on the table rang. After taking a look at the incoming call, Hao Hai was slightly startled, then quickly took the phone and answered, Mr. Lu, I was just thinking about you when your call came. Should we consider this? Not really. On the other side of the phone, Lu Yu in the study room interrupted Yu Haohan without waiting for him to finish. Mr. Yu, your joke makes me feel uneasy. Har, Yu Haohan laughed heartily. Sorry, by the way, congratulations to Mr. Lu on the successful acquisition of Jihua Law Firm. This matter has now caused a great impact in the business circle of Haicheng. Everyone is asking about Mr. Lu's identity. Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. I just do it casually. Yu Haohan was almost choked to death by Lu Yu's words. Boss Lu, you are so casual, do you know? At the beginning, I offered 1 billion yuan, hoping that Jihua Law Firm could be merged into Fanglong Group, but in the end it failed. Lu Yu. After a brief moment of daze, Lu Yu forced himself back to his thoughts and said in a deep voice, let's not talk about this. I called this time to ask Director Yu if there is a more professional medical team under you. It would be best if it is private. Director Yu also knows that my wife is pregnant with quadruplets. It's been 5 months now, so some things need to be prepared in advance. Yu Haohan suddenly realized. He had said that Lu Yu usually didn't care about company affairs and seldom had any contact with him. If it was for his wife, then it made sense. After a moment's silence, Hao Hai sighed, I really envy the relationship between Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu. I don't have a professional medical team here, but I can ask for Mr. Liu. I will contact you as soon as I have any news. Okay, I'll trouble director you. After hanging up the call, Liu Yu flipped through the phone casually, thought about it, and finally put the phone down, got up and walked out of the study. In the living room, Liang Xuanzi sat cross-legged on the sofa. The TV was on, playing a youth idol drama that Liu Yu had no interest in at all. However, Liang Xuanzi's eyes were not on the TV. Instead, she was holding her cell phone and talking to Xu Wenwen. Wang Yun was busy in the kitchen, humming a song that Liu Yu had no memory of at all. Lu Qinming had not returned from buying groceries yet, and the huge living room seemed a little deserted. It seemed that hiring a professional housekeeping team was imperative. He walked slowly to Liang Xuanzi and sat down. Liang Xuanzi, who had been focusing on her phone, suddenly sat over and naturally hugged Liu Yu's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, staring with big eyes. Lulu, I have my husband with me now, but you don't. I'll have a child soon, but you don't either. I can stay at home and let my husband spoil me, but you still don't have one. I'll make you mad. Fuck. Liang Xuanzi, you are too much. Husband, she scolded. Before Xu Wenwen finished her words, Liang Xuanzi suddenly looked at Liu Yu with a face full of grievance and spoke pitifully. And these words of hers almost suffocated Xu Wenwen to death. But when she saw Liu Yu turning his gaze towards her, she instinctively shrank her neck and gritted her teeth. Just wait. After saying that, without waiting for Liang Xuanzi and Liu Yu to speak, he looked at the question. Liang Xuanzi casually threw her phone on the sofa, raised her fair neck proudly, looked at the phone with disdain and complained, "TSK tilde fight with me, humph, husband, am I awesome? Liu Yu. Honey, am I awesome?" In the hall, Liang Xuanzi had a proud look on her face, as if she was saying, "I am the most powerful person in the world." Liu Yu held her in his arms and pinched her face. "Awesome, my eldest baby is the best." Har har. Liang Xuanzi happily put her little head on Liu Yu's neck, arching it back and forth, making Liu Yu's neck itchy. While stroking Liang Xuanzi's long hair, Liu Yu's eyes could not help but be fixed on the TV. Strangely, the TV series playing on TV at that time happened to be a marriage proposal. The rich second generation inside created fireworks all over the sky and roses all over the ground, and Liu Yu's heart couldn't help but be moved. Looking down at Liang Xuanzi, who was like a little fool, Liu Yu's eyes were full of tenderness. Although the beginning of their relationship was a little abrupt, Liang Xuanzi completely opened Liu Yu's heart with her actual actions, and then moved in without any hesitation, filling his heart up without a trace of space left. Did I miss out on her proposal ceremony? This thought popped up in Liu Yu's mind. Even though the two of them were initiated by Liang Xuanzi, without even Liu Yu's permission, what did it matter? Maybe I should give her one. If others have it, she must have it too. Liu Yu made a decision silently. Honey, what are you thinking about? Can you tell the baby? Liang Xuanzi saw that Liu Yu was slow to speak, and asked curiously with blinking eyes. Liu Yu lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips. No tilde. Not now, but it will be possible soon. Liang Xuanzi. Seeing Liang Xuanzi's dumbfounded expression, Liu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, and rubbed his head against Liang Xuanzi's neck. Girl, are you trying to make me bleed? HMPH tilde, Liang Xuanzi reacted and turned her head away from Liu Yu. Bao was angry. No. No, I won't pay attention to you for just 1 minute. But as soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and hugged Liu Yu, staring at him with tears in her eyes. But baby can't help it, you big bad guy, you just bully me, I'm going to go to my mom to complain. As she said that, she struggled to get up, which made Liu Yu very upset. He quickly hugged her tightly and said, Okay, your husband is wrong. Then tell me, what do you want your husband to do so that you won't be angry? Liang Xuanzi blinked her eyes and put a finger on her mouth, as if saying, Don't disturb me, I'm thinking seriously, which made Liu Yu so amused that he almost couldn't help but execute her on the spot. In less than 5 seconds, she turned around and hugged Liu Yu, and said with a guilty conscience, At least, 3 of them. No less. Chapter 34 Proposal 1. Har har har, okay, don't just say 3, 30, or even 300 will be fine, let's go. Liu Yu picked up Princess Liang Xuanzi and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Liang Xuanzi's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Don't do bad things, it's time to eat, you bad boy, put me down, my mother will find out. Seeing Liang Xuanzi break free from his arms and run into the kitchen, Lu Yu was stunned. What the hell, they just want to kill her and not bury her. Looking down, Lu Yu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and came to the kitchen door. Girl, my husband is going out for a while and will be back soon. Liang Xuanzi, who was complaining to Wang Yun. Wang Yun also frowned. What are you doing out here at this time? Lu Yu chuckled. I have something to do, so you don't have to wait for me at noon. I want to go too. Liang Xuanzi didn't bother to complain and quickly hugged Lu Yu's arm with an expression that said, I will cry for you if you don't let me go. Lu Yu patted her head gently. It really won't work this time, girl, just wait for me at home, okay? Okay. Liang Xuanzi was overwhelmed by Lu Yu's sudden tenderness. Coupled with Lu Yu's handsome face at this moment, Liang Xuanzi's eyes began to shine and become watery. It was not until Lu Yu left the room that she suddenly reacted. She tilted her head and thought for a while, then turned to look at Wang Yun. Mom. Did my husband use his looks to bully me again? Wang Yun's mouth twitched slightly. An hour later, in a self-service hotpot restaurant in Tianhua Street Food City. Li Meng looked at Lu Yu in astonishment. Propose? No way. You haven't proposed to your sister-in-law yet. TSK. Lu Yu was startled by Li Meng's loud voice. He turned around to look at the diners around him and whispered, Don't you want to make up for it now? Think of a way. What the hell do I have to do? Li Meng was confused. You need to find a professional team for this matter. For example, my aunt's store has a special proposal planner. Why don't you ask them? Lu Yu was amused by him. So you are trying to attract customers for your aunt, right? TSK Tilder, just tell me whether you need it or not. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. It was impossible not to use it. Besides, a professional proposal plan was definitely much better than the random efforts of those who had no experience. That's right, they have never experienced this. The same thing happened to Li Meng and Hu Yunyun. Their situations were similar to Lu Yu's. The children came too suddenly, but Li Meng knew clearly that he had a child, while Lu Yu had the child in a daze. After making the decision, the two of them ate much faster. 3:30 p.m., inside the bridal shop. Li Meng's aunt Li Shangyun listened to Lu Yu's request and nodded thoughtfully. Do you have a budget? What's the approximate price range? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. What are the prices? Li Shangyun shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Our proposal plan is customized according to the customer's requirements, so there is no fixed price, but the more money you pay, the more grand it will be. Lu Yu suddenly realized, is that so? As I said before, I have only one requirement, let nature take its course and give surprises in nature, so, as for the budget, you can decide for yourself, there is no upper limit. Li Shangyun was shocked by Lu Yu's big talk. It was not like she had never seen wealthy second generations coming here to seek help, but their budget was basically around 100,000 yuan. After all, 100,000 yuan was enough to make a proposal that would shock the whole Haicheng. Is there an upper limit? This was the first time she had heard of this budget, so she was a little confused for a while. Inside the bridal shop, Li Shangyun discussed with her planner, then returned to Lu Yu and looked at him thoughtfully. When are you going to propose? As soon as possible. My wife is 5 months pregnant now, and I don't want her to not even have a proper proposal before she gives birth. Is that so? Is this okay tonight? Lu Yu was slightly stunned. Do you have a plan? Li Shangyun chuckled. It's not really a plan, but what you said just now gave me a bold idea. But I still want to ask, are you sure there is no upper limit on the budget? Yes, as long as you can satisfy me, money is not a problem. That's all, our plan is this. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yu returned to Genting Mansion with a calm expression. Judging from his face alone, there was absolutely no sign of any problem. But when he returned to the living room, he was completely stunned. Liang Xuanzi was sitting on the sofa in her nightgown, holding a teddy bear. She punched the teddy bear's head with her little fists again and again, muttering, bad guy, big bad guy, you didn't take me out, you must have gone on a date with another girl, I'm so mad, baby is so angry, baby will beat you. Wang Yun sat next to Liang Xuanzi. Not only did she not have any intention of dissuading him, but she fanned the flames. That's right, this brat is too bad, he must be beaten. Don't worry, girl, beat him with all your strength. Mom supports you. If you can't beat him, Mom will help you. And Lu Qinming also raised his hand. Lu Yu looked at the three of them with a frown on his face. No, he just went out alone for a while, didn't he? Is it really that serious? Public Enemy is just like this, right? But he still walked in and stood awkwardly beside the sofa, not knowing whether to sit down or not. Especially when the three people looked at him, his scalp went numb and he had the urge to turn around and run away. Wang Yun sneered and poked Liang Xuanzi's arm. Girl, come on, let's let this brat know how powerful we are, so that he won't do such inhumane things again in the future. Liang Xuanzi took a deep breath, nodded heavily, jumped off the sofa, and walked in front of Lu Yu with a stern face. But just as she was about to raise her hand to hit Lu Yu's chest, Lu Yu placed one hand on her little head first. In an instant, all Liang Xuanzi's anger disappeared. She looked at Lu Yu with blurry eyes and pouted aggrievedly, "Hubby, I miss you so much." As she said that, she threw herself into Lu Yu's arms. "Don't leave me next time, okay?" Lu Yu lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. "Okay, just this once, and it won't happen again." "Well, my husband is so nice." Looking at the scene in front of them, Wang Yun and Lu Qinming looked at each other in bewilderment. "No, I was angry for an entire afternoon, and that was it?" Then what about the two of them who had been helping out for an entire afternoon? They were neither a good person nor a bad person. The most important thing is, isn't it a bit too much for you two to show off so much in front of us? After comforting Liang Xuanzi, Lu Yu carried her to the sofa and sat down, looking at Wang Yun with a complicated expression. "Mom, how much do you dislike me? Is it necessary to be so angry?" Liang Xuanzi nodded beside him. "Yeah, Mom, I think we went a little too far this afternoon. Yu also needs some personal space." Wang Yun was almost vomiting blood because of the two young men. She raised her hand and pointed at them. Then she stood up angrily and kicked Lu Qinming on the calf. "What are you looking at? Go shopping with me and pack your things. We will go back to Huahengting Yuan to stay at night." Lu Qinming took a deep breath, but after hearing the following words, he instantly forgot the pain and stared at Wang Yun in amazement. "You don't want it anymore?" "The child doesn't mean that. Besides, you can rest assured that Xiaozi will stay here by herself." Liang Xuanzi kept nodding beside her. "Yeah, Mommy, Xiaozi needs you." Wang Yun. Well, she finally realized that her life was doomed to fail in the Lu family. But looking at her man, and her happy son and daughter-in-law, she couldn't help but laugh. "I really wonder if I will be pissed off to death by you one day." Hee, Mama is the best, Moo, one. Liang Xuanzi broke free from Lu Yu's arms, ran to Wang Yun, hugged her and kissed her. Wang Yun wiped the saliva off her face in annoyance, and reached out to tap Liang Xuanzi on the forehead. You are useless, that face fooled you, just wait for this brat to deal with you in the future." Chapter 35 Proposal 2. A little bit tilder, Liang Xuanzi laughed foolishly. "No, Yu loves me very much, he won't bear to bully me, right, husband?" Lu Yu smiled and nodded. At this moment, his heart was calmer than ever before. Wang Yun couldn't bear to watch it any longer and kicked Lu Qinming again. "What are you looking at? Go. Where are you going?" Lu Qinming stood up and looked at Wang Yun blankly. "Go buy groceries, what else can I do?" Wang Yun walked out angrily, gnashing her teeth and muttering, "I can't keep this damn old man anymore." Lu Qinming was so upset that he quickly said hello to Lu Yu and his wife and chased after them. Pucci tilder, Liang Xuanzi couldn't help laughing and hugged Lu Yu tightly. "Mom and Dad have such a good relationship. Husband, do you think we will be like them in the future?" Lu Yu shook his head, touched his forehead to hers and said, "No, our relationship will be better than theirs." "Yeah." Liang Xuanzi nodded quickly, her eyes narrowed in confusion. "Hubby, what did you do this afternoon? Can you tell the baby?" Lu Yu rubbed her long hair and said, "I'm going to arrange some things. By the way, I'll take you shopping after dinner." As soon as the word shopping came out, Liang Xuanzi instantly forgot everything else, her eyes sparkling. "Okay, I want to eat delicious food and watch a movie, or, no, it's not clean outside, let's go home. Mom and Dad are here, no, husband, how about we just go tonight?" Seeing that the girl was becoming more and more unreliable, Lu Yu quickly raised his hand and flicked her forehead. "What are you thinking about?" 7:30 in the evening. West Sea Road. Lu Yu parked the car in a temporary parking space that had been prepared long ago, turned off the engine, got out of the car, naturally came to the passenger seat, and helped Liang Xuanzi open the door. The only difference from usual was that this time, Liang Xuanzi actually turned her head back the moment he opened the door, clutched the seat belt tightly with both hands, and whined, with an expression that said, "The baby is angry, and no kiss can stop him from being appeased. Lu Yu looked at her with a smile on his face, and poked her delicate cheeks with his hand. There are so many delicious foods in there, and I saw a lot of fun things this afternoon. Are you sure you don't want to go down and take a look? Liang Xuanzi's face flashed with a tangled expression, but soon she snorted again in a proud manner, and tried to turn her head away, but her eyes kept drifting towards Lu Yu, as if to say, "Why don't you come and coax me?" This silly and cute expression made Lu Yu couldn't help laughing. He hugged her and kissed her face. "Are you done?" Liang Xuanzi then hugged Lu Yu with a smile on her face and kissed him on the face. "Hey, my husband is so nice, I love you." "You, go." Lu Yu unbuckled her seatbelt, then carried her down, closed the car door, and locked the car, all in one go. Shanghai Road is much more lively at night than during the day. After a day's fatigue, countless young men and women take to the streets. Those who are in a relationship talk about their future dreams with their boyfriends' girlfriends, while those who are single take to the streets, looking forward to a wonderful encounter. Liang Xuanzi held Lu Yu's arm, her eyes constantly glancing at the snacks on the roadside. However, now that she was pregnant, there were not many things to eat at these street stalls, so she could only look at them and swallow her saliva secretly. Lu Yu held her hand tightly, fearing that the girl would run to the stalls and buy a lot of things that she couldn't eat. After the two walked about 10 meters, Lu Yu's cell phone vibrated. Lu Yu paused slightly, then reached into his pocket and hung up the phone. In an instant, all the LED billboards on Shanghai Road went out, and the entire Shanghai Road was instantly plunged into darkness. But soon, the billboards lit up again, but what lit up again was no longer the names of the stores, but words of confession. "Hello Liang Xuanzi, I love you, lucky to be with you, marry me." The densely packed billboards completely attracted the attention of all passers-by. At this moment, regardless of age or gender, everyone's expression was the same. Stunned. Shocked. Shocked. Especially the three densely packed words, Liang Xuanzi, shocked everyone's brain. At this moment, even Lu Yu was shocked. He originally thought that Li Shangyun was just doing it simply. After all, the time was too short. The next day. Early in the morning, Lu Yu opened his eyes dazedly, picked up his cell phone and checked the time. The next moment. Shit, it's already 9 o'clock. Lu Yu sat up in amazement, looking at the time on his phone in shock. You know, he usually gets up before 6:30, so why was he so late today? I had to redo it several times before I finally accepted the reality. He rubbed his brows with a headache. Oh my god, he had exerted too much force yesterday, so when Liang Xuanzi came back, she beat him up like a mad little lion. Feeling his body soften, Lu Yu sighed heavily, glanced at the lovely girl who was still sleeping soundly beside him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This silly girl. Perhaps it was because Lu Yu's voice was a little loud, or it could be that the two of them really had a telepathic connection. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, Liang Xuanzi turned over, put one hand on his belly, and muttered in a daze, "Handsome husband, why are you so good? Your big baby loves you so much, so much." Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. He bent down and kissed her on the forehead before getting up to wash. However, when he walked into the living room, he saw Lu Qinming sitting there timidly holding a newspaper, and Wang Yun whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at Lu Qinming's trembling hands, Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat and he quietly prepared to retreat. "What? You want to leave after doing something bad? Come here." Wang Yun turned around abruptly and looked at him with gritted teeth. Lu Yu walked to Wang Yun with tears in his eyes. He said, "Boss. You are not eavesdropping at the wall in the middle of the night. This is not a good habit." Bang! Wang Yun slapped him on the head and said, "I'm going to teach you a bad habit, you bastard. Do you know what's going on with Xiao Zi? She's 5 months pregnant and has 4 babies. Do you want her to get into trouble? I'm going to beat you to death today, you little bastard. Stop right there." Lu Qinming gave Lu Yu a look of wishing for the best, and hurriedly put down the newspaper and ran out. "Wife, I'm going to go outside to see if there are any fresh vegetables. I have to nourish my daughter-in-law today." Lu Yu was confused. Oh my god, is this dad so unreliable at the critical moment? Seeing that the broom in Wang Yun's hand was about to fall, he hurried forward and hugged Wang Yun. Mom, listen to me, I proposed to Xiao Zi last night, and that girl's mood swings were a bit big. This has nothing to do with your son, but I promise that I definitely didn't let her get tired, really, believe me." Wang Yun paused there and frowned. "Propose? As she spoke, Wenyan seemed to have thought of something. She quickly ran to the sofa, picked up her phone, and opened a video she had just watched. Why do you look so familiar? Are you too? Lu Yu was slightly stunned and walked over in confusion. Then he suddenly realized that someone had recorded his proposal process and posted it online, but the lighting was too dim at the time, so their faces were not very clear. After just one glance, Lu Yu ignored it. He had never had any interest in these short videos, and he was more aware of the health attributes of Chinese people. The popularity would fade away in a few days at most, so he was too lazy to care. After all, at this time, is there anything more important than making your mother happy? No. Putting his hand on Wang Yun's shoulder, Lu Yu smiled flatteringly. Mom, you saw it too. It's really not my fault. I just felt so emotional. So, can you understand? Chapter 36 Medical Team. Wang Yun glared at Lu Yu unhappily, then sat back down again. Forget it this time, but don't do it again next time. You have to learn to feel sorry for your wife. Remember? I remember it and I will definitely not forget it. Mom, is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Lu Yu sat next to Wang Yun happily and helped massage her shoulders. Wang Yun patted his shoulder with an angry smile, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Is Shazi awake yet? Let her get up and eat something. Skipping breakfast is bad for her stomach, not to mention that she has several children to take care of now. I'll go take a look. Lu Yu said and ran out. He breathed a sigh of relief after entering the bedroom. Looking at Liang Xuanzi, who was still sleeping soundly, his eyes became much softer. He walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and gently stroked her face. Feeling the warmth of Lu Yu's palm, Liang Xuanzi rubbed it playfully, then she opened her eyes dazedly, and after seeing Lu Yu, she smiled infatuatedly. Hubby, good morning. Lu Yu chuckled. Are you awake? Do you want to get up and eat something? No, I'm tired. Hubby feeds the baby. Liang Xuanzi twisted her body to Lu Yu's side, stretched out her arms and hugged him. Her lazy look made Lu Yu a little distracted. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yu suddenly thought of the reward given by the system yesterday. Feeling the new sense of strength emerging in his body, he quickly said to himself, add 10 points of physical fitness to Liang Xuanzi. As his silent recitation ended, Liang Xuanzi only felt a strong heat flow into his exhausted body, which was warm. And with the influx of these heat currents, her lost strength reappeared, and it was much stronger than before. She blinked her big, bright eyes in confusion. Husband. I feel so strong all of a sudden, what's going on? Lu Yu happily picked her up and said, this is because God was moved by our love and is rewarding you. Do you want to go eat now? Gurgle. As soon as their voice fell, Liang Xuanzi's stomach rumbled. In an instant, the girl's pretty face turned red. She was embarrassed and quickly buried her little head in Lu Yu's arms. Bad husband, Tilder, it's all your fault. After breakfast, Liang Xuanzi was dragged outside by Wang Yun to see the scenery, while Lu Yu went into the study and began to study yesterday's reward. 10 points of physical fitness, 50 million in cash, 40% of Wanhai Jewelry S shares, and, When he saw the last Muz medical team, he was stunned. Hey Tilder, this system really makes your wishes come true, right? He muttered cheerfully, then quickly closed his eyes and began to understand the details of the Muzi Medical Group. Muz Medical Corps. A private medical service team founded 5 years ago. This team was originally funded by the chairman of Feiyu Group. Later, due to poor management, Feiyu Group went bankrupt and liquidated. Because this medical team was private, it was retained and gradually became a medical studio. However, since the members of this medical team are basically young people between the ages of 30 and 35, and the nature of this service is private, it is not well known to the outside world. And it just so happens that Lu Yu has a cheat, so he understands the horror of this medical team. The entire medical team consists of 7 people. The team leader is Zhang Jingyu, who graduated with a PhD from the China Medical Academy and has 3 years of clinical experience. During this period, he has published more than 30 papers and treated 426 patients. The success rate of treatment was 99.3%. The only case of failure was that the patient wanted to die. Surgeon Lu Mengmeng is a graduate student from the Hsinchu Academy of Sciences. He has 4 years of clinical experience and has never published a paper. However, his surgical skills are world-class and he has independently performed an intracranial neurological tumor surgery. Internal medicine physician Zhang Cheng, a doctoral graduate from Yenju Medical University, has 3 years of clinical experience, during which he has published 16 papers. He has absolute top-notch capabilities in cardiovascular diseases. Obstetrician and gynecologist Hu Yuling graduated with a master's degree in traditional Chinese medicine from Yinzhou Medical University. She has 5 years of clinical experience and has delivered more than 800 newborns during this period. She is definitely a top expert. In addition to the 4 of them, there are 3 nurses, all of whom are graduate students from Hsinchu Medical College and have sufficient clinical experience. In addition, their medical team is equipped with the world's most advanced medical equipment. To put it bluntly, although the number of people in this medical team is not large, it is enough to support a small hospital. In terms of value alone, the value of this medical team will definitely not be less than 50 million. The most important thing is that with this medical team, Lu Yu basically doesn't have to go to the hospital anymore to ensure the health of those around him. After reading the medical team's information, Lu Yu opened his eyes and couldn't help but raise his lips. System, thank you. After saying that, he picked up his phone, found Zhang Jingyu's number based on his memory and dialed it. Hello? Hello, I'm Zhang Jinyu, who are you? My name is Lu Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an obvious silence on the other side. After more than 10 seconds, Zhang Jinyu's voice came again. Are you Mr. Lu who acquired our entire team? Lu Yu hummed, yes, where are you now? Well. Sorry, I don't know if it's Mr. Lu. We are still in Yinzhou. It shows that you are in Haicheng. Do you need us to go over there? Zhang Jinyu's tone was a little surprised and a little nervous. This is no wonder. When Lu Yu received the information, they naturally also received the information about Lu Yu. The chairman of Feiyu Group, who was responsible for forming their team, had a net worth of only tens of billions, but this Mr. Lu had a net worth of hundreds of billions, not to mention tens of billions, and it seemed that his net worth was about to reach the trillion level. Moreover, he lives in the Genting mansion in Haicheng. Not to mention his wealth, his identity as the owner of the Genting mansion was something they could never dream of before. Although he was very confident in his abilities, they were unknown to others after all. In addition, the natural class difference made Zhang Jingyu feel somewhat guilty when facing Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't understand Zhang Jingyu's emotional changes, but this didn't hinder his decision. Yes, I need you to come to Haicheng. My wife is 5 months pregnant with quadruplets, which is rare, so I need a few experienced people from your side to be responsible for her daily protection and conditioning. Zhang Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? Okay, boss. I will immediately send Dr. Hu Yuling and 2 nurses over. We will transfer the remaining industries to Haicheng in batches. Okay, call me when you get there. Lu Yu paused and continued, as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu casually put the phone on the table, and he felt a lot more relaxed. There was a lot of information about Hu Yuling, but no matter from which angle you look at it, she was a top conditioning master and baby care expert. With her around, Liang Xuanzi basically didn't have to worry anymore. After sitting in the study and resting for a while, Lu Yu walked out of the study and came to the natural lake in the backyard. At this time, Wang Yun was taking Liang Xuanzi fishing. However, Liang Xuanzi just couldn't sit still. She placed the fishing rod there casually, and stood up and walked around, then sat there shaking her head and looking around. When Lu Yu came over, she grabbed a pebble from the road next to her and threw it into the middle of the lake. With a dull plop, Wang Yun suddenly lifted up the fishing rod, walked to her side with a smile, and put the fishing rod down casually. Girl, you can't do this, you have to learn how to cultivate your energy. Mom, what do you think Yu is doing now? Before Wang Yun finished speaking, Liang Xuanzi looked at her pitifully and asked. With that aggrieved expression, people who didn't know would think that Wang Yun had done something to her. Wang Yun couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, and patted her on the shoulder with a smile. Okay, I'm redundant, go find your husband, get out of here, don't bother me here. A little tilder, Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue playfully and casually hugged Wang Yun's arm. No, Mom is the best mom, then I'll go find my husband, moo. Chapter 37 Beautiful Happiness. Wang Yun looked at her from behind and was so angry that she laughed. That's it? It's true that you are the best mother, but it's also true that you look disgusted. Lu Yu watched quietly from the side with a happy smile on his face. But when Liang Xuanzi started running, he couldn't stand still and rushed to meet her. Slow down, silly girl, I've told you so many times, don't be so impatient. Seeing Lu Yu, Liang Xuanzi's eyes lit up, and she walked faster. She fell into Lu Yu's arms with a plop, and laughed foolishly. I miss my husband. Fishing is the most boring. Lu Yu opened his mouth and tapped her forehead unhappily. If your mother-in-law heard this, wouldn't she be mad to death? All right. I'm going to go cook, you two can just take your time. Wang Yun walked over carrying the fish bucket. Full of sarcasm, Lu Yu was embarrassed, and took a look at Liang Xuanzi, who was still heartless. She was even more stupid. My husband eats this, it's delicious. And this, I'll give you some sauce, come and open your mouth. Moo. I should eat more of this. I heard it's good for the body, hee. Night. At 7:30, at Chaoyang Seafood Hotpot self-service restaurant, Liang Xuanzi kept picking up dishes for Lu Yu, and most of the time she tasted the food before feeding it to Lu Yu. Across from them, Li Meng and Hu Yunyun, Tong Junlin and Mu Qingwan, the couple stared at the two of them showing off in amazement. They all forgot to eat, and their expressions were as sour as those of lemon essences. But Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi were enjoying it, completely ignoring the murderous looks from the other four. Suddenly, Li Meng slammed a card on the table and said through gritted teeth, Lu Zi, I say, enough is enough, are you two here to have a meal or to show off? I'll give you the money back, you can't eat this meal anymore. As he said that, he went to pull Hu Yunyun, but he didn't expect Hu Yunyun to not move. Instead, she looked at him with a smile, her eyes narrowed slightly. Don't you think they are very loving? Or, don't you want to do something tilder? Li Meng looked at the chopsticks on the table, then looked at Hu Yunyun's hands on her stomach. Tong Junlin pulled the corner of his mouth sourly, looked at Mu Qingwan, and was silent for a moment. They are both couples, how about we go to another place to eat? Mu Qingwan chuckled and shook her head. You can also learn it, or do you not want to learn it? Tong Junlin's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Learn, I will definitely study hard. As he said that, he carefully picked up a piece of fish meat as thin as a cicadar's wing and put it in the pot to rinse it. He then dipped it in the sauce that Mu Qingwan liked according to his memory, and then placed it on the plate in front of Mu Qingwan. You eat. Mu Qingwan narrowed her eyes, picked up the meat, put it in her mouth, and said with a look that said, not bad, keep working on it. Hey. Well, this one sentence turned Tong Junlin, the super academic master, into a big fool, and he was very happy. Seeing this, Hu Yunyun's eyes turned from serious to dangerous when she looked at Li Meng. The creaking sound of her teeth made Li Meng shiver, and he quickly clamped the needle for Hu Yunyun. Liang Xuanzi smiled, holding her chin with both hands, and ate the food handed to her by Lu Yu. Why are you doing this? Sister Yun, Saner is scared by you. Hu Yunyun's beautiful eyes rolled up. He deserves it. Li Meng. After dinner, a group of 6 people strolled on the street. 3 girls were in the front, holding hands, talking and laughing. They had known each other for less than a month, but their relationship was as good as sisters. Especially Hu Yunyun and Liang Xuanzi, the two of them actually discussed their post-pregnancy experiences. Mu Qingwan, the chief physician next to them, turned the two of them into little fangirls with her strong medical knowledge. Behind them, Lu Yu and the other 2 followed closely, fearing that something unexpected might happen to them. Dozens of minutes later, they stopped on the Pujiang Bridge, holding the railings and enjoying the breeze, feeling so comfortable. After letting the cool breeze blow for a while, Li Meng turned over and leaned against the railing, took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yu. Lu Zi, I'll return the money to you. I really won't go this time. Also, I'm out of work. Lu Yu did not refuse, because he knew that Li Meng had tripled or quadrupled his assets with the information he gave him and the 300,000 yuan. Not only was he married now, but he had also paid off 70% of his mortgage and rearranged the rest in installments. He only had to pay back less than 2,000 yuan a month, and there were only 5 years left. This money is nothing to Li Meng today. The most important thing is that he just picked up a car yesterday, a Geely Xingyue, high-end, and paid in full. Life is going well now. Putting the money casually into his pocket, Lu Yu patted Li Meng on the shoulder and said, actually, you're a little too quick. I have another piece of news. Do you want to hear it? Li Meng was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Tong Junlin beside him couldn't help but said, what news? Great, youngest brother, you are taking care of her to make money and forget about us brothers. Lu Yu waved his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That can't be possible. If Sana was in a hurry to raise the betrothal gift at that time, he couldn't have asked me for money directly, so he just helped me. How could he have forgotten about you guys? Then tell me, what's the news? Tong Junlin looked at him with a chuckle. Li Meng was the same. Although he didn't have much money now, he didn't want to miss out on any opportunity to make more money. I will definitely not hide the news, but this is about futures. You two should go back and figure out how to do it, and notify the second brother and the others. I will tell you the news after the news is confirmed in 2 days. I dare not say more, but it should not be a problem to multiply your assets several times. After that, Lu Yu said nothing more. He patted their shoulders and quickly caught up with Liang Xuanzi in front of him. Wife, it's almost time. It's time to go home and rest. Liang Xuanzi said, reluctantly, said hello to Hu Yunyun and Mu Qinwan, and let Lu Yu take her away. Looking at the backs of the two people, Mu Qinwan smiled and leaned on the railing. It's great that you are here too. I envy you guys now. Hu Yunyun poked Mu Qinwan's arm. Isn't there a ready-made one? What do you think? Mu Qinwan glanced at Tong Junlin and coughed twice. It's okay, har, it's getting late, I should go too, I have a morning meeting tomorrow, see you next time. As she said that, she glanced at Tong Junlin. Seeing this, Tong Junlin quickly said something to Li Meng and quickly chased after her. Qinwan, I. In the car, Liang Xuanzi happily shook her head gently to the song in the car, humming a tune, looking at Lu Yu from time to time, and then smiling foolishly, which was warm yet addictive. Lu Yu looked at her through the back view and chuckled. Wife, what do you think happiness is? Liang Xuanzi was stunned for a moment, then squinted her eyes and looked at Lu Yu with a smile. Happiness is having you by my side. As long as I see you every day, it is the most beautiful happiness for me, he. Lu Yu smiled and rubbed her long hair. Little fool. Big fool. Liang Xuanzi shrugged. As soon as the words fell, both of them laughed. Bite. Ding. The host is detected to be doting on the target person. The target person's happiness value increases, and the 7-day stock chart information is obtained. Genting Mansion. When Lu Yu led Liang Xuanzi into the living room, he found 3 women sitting on the sofa. While he was wondering, the woman in the middle stood up, walked to Lu Yu with a smile and stretched out her hand. Hello, boss. I'm Hu Yuling. They are the nurses who came with me to take care of my wife this time, Song Ting and Li Meng. Hello, boss. Song Ting and Li Meng also hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Lu Yu was slightly startled, then raised his hand to signal them to sit down, then walked in front of them and sat down. You guys came quite quickly, have you got everything? Hu Yuling shook her head and responded with a smile. I have brought the basic things, but large instruments like the ultrasound need professional transportation, so we have to wait. Chapter 38. Liang Xuanzi is happy. Okay, this is my wife Liang Xuanzi. You should first give her a detailed examination and see how to treat her next. Okay, please follow me. Hu Yuling responded, then stood up and greeted Liang Xuanzi. Liang Xuanzi's mind was still dizzy. She looked at Lu Yu in confusion, then at Hu Yuling and the other 3. Her little head was full of question marks. Lu Yu patted her head gently. This is the professional medical team I found. Dr. Hu Yuling is a top expert in obstetrics and gynecology. She has delivered nearly 1,000 newborns. Let them examine you now and adjust your diet in the future, so that you won't be so painful when you give birth in the future. Liang Xuanzi lost interest immediately when she heard that these 3 people were coming to control what she would eat in the future. She stared at Lu Yu with resentment and reluctantly followed Hu Yuling and the others into the bedroom. After they left, Wenyan quickly ran over from the kitchen, sat next to Lu Yu, and frowned. Xiao Yu, are these people reliable? Don't let anything unexpected happen. Lu Yu chuckled and raised his hand, holding Wang Yun's shoulders. Mom, don't worry. Although this Dr. Hu Yuling is not very famous, she is really capable. By the way, besides her, there are several doctors from other departments. They should be here in a few days. When the time comes, let them do a full body check on you and my dad. Wang Yun stared at Lu Yu doubtfully, then laughed and scolded. No need, your father and I are in good health, so we won't waste that money. What do you mean by a waste of money? I've accepted this medical team. Now they are professionally serving our family, including the equipment and their medical skills, so they don't charge any money. That's it. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he didn't give Wang Yun a chance to react and quickly ran into the bedroom. After all, Hu Yuling and the others were strangers, and he was really worried that Liang Xuanzi would have trouble adapting. It was not until he entered the bedroom that Wang Yun reacted, eyes widening. "Hey, this stinky boy, is he spending money recklessly again?" Having said that, Wenyan couldn't suppress a smile on her face. Hu Yuning is worthy of being an excellent student of a top Chinese medicine college. In less than half an hour, she had a general idea of Liang Xuanz's current situation. But when she found out about Liang Xuanz's physical condition, she was completely dumbfounded. "Boss, Madam's body is at least 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. With this physique, she can have quintuplets, let alone quadruplets. Boss, are you sure it's not unnecessary for you to ask me to come here?" Song Ting and Li Meng had similar expressions. They had seen many patients over the years, especially pregnant women. Generally speaking, women's physical fitness is much weaker than that of ordinary people due to pregnancy and various pregnancy reactions. This is the main reason why it is said that giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell. But after examination, Liang Xuanz's physical strength and cell activity were more than 3 times stronger than ordinary people. This means that Liang Xuanz's body is much healthier than ordinary people. To put it bluntly, this is unscientific. Lu Yu glanced at Liang Xuanzi, who was still in a daze, and asked softly, "Does she need treatment next? Why do you need to take care of this?" Hu Yuling's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Madam has a very good physique. Too much care may damage this physique. After all, medicine is 3/4 poison, so just follow your usual habits." "Eh? So I can eat whatever I want from now on?" Liang Xuanzi, who had been confused, reacted instantly after hearing this. She turned over and half sat on the bed, looking at Hu Yuling eagerly and asked. Hu Yuling pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay, but you can't eat too much of something that is too cold. You still need to be careful. Then can I have ice cream?" Liang Xuanzi blinked her big eyes, full of anticipation. Hu Yuling was startled, but after thinking carefully about Liang Xuanz's physical condition, she nodded, "Okay, but you have to limit the amount, no more than 1 a day, and as the pregnancy continues, this situation may need to be adjusted." "Yeah." Liang Xuanzi couldn't hear the rest of the words. She only heard that she could eat ice cream. Liang Xuanzi, who couldn't wait any longer, cheered and ran to Lu Yu quickly. She hung on him like a koala and looked at him pitifully, "Husband." Lu Yu held her in his arms, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, fearing that she would fall. "Doctor Hu, she's jumping around like this, is it a big problem?" "This is not a big problem, and it also means that Madam is in good health. However, this cannot be done in 4 weeks, because the baby will be fully formed by then, and the brain and bones will enter a state of rapid growth. Any minor accident may cause problems for the baby." "Okay, thank you for your help. By the way, where do you live now?" Hu Yuling chuckled, "We don't have a place to stay here yet, but we have booked a hotel." Lu Yu suddenly realized, "I have a house over at Wahington Yuan, it's a large flat with a lot of space, you can live there in the future. Jingting building is mine. If you have nothing to do tomorrow, you can go there and tell a guy named Tong Junlin to make room for you in a professional office area. As for tonight, you can stay here, there are plenty of guest rooms anyway." "Thank you, boss. See you tomorrow." After seeing Hu Yuling and the other 2 off, Lu Yu just turned around when Liang Xuanzi called him again, looking at him with tears in her eyes, "Hubby, the big baby wants to eat ice cream." The next day. As time entered May, the temperature in Haicheng started to soar. It was only 29 degrees yesterday, but it suddenly soared to 35 degrees today. In Haicheng People's Park, Liang Xuanzi wore a loose dress and her hair was tied up on her head to prevent her neck from getting stuffy and causing rashes. Holding an ice cream in her hand, she sat on a wooden bench with an intoxicated look on her face. She took a sip and couldn't help but hum with pleasure, "It's so delicious. Hee, you should eat it too, husband." Ding Tilder, the host, is detected to be doting on the target person. The target person's happiness value is increased, and he gains physical fitness +1 and cash of 500,000. Note, all cash has been transferred to their host account through legal channels and can be used with confidence. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he raised his hand and touched the top of her head. "Husband won't eat anymore, you eat slowly." Hee, it's really delicious Tilder." Liang Xuanzi blinked and shook the ice cream in front of Lu Yu. Such childish behavior made Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle, and finally he took a light bite in her expectant expression. Seeing Lu Yu eating it, Liang Xuanzi couldn't wait to ask, "Is it delicious?" Lu Yu opened his mouth slightly and nodded with a smile, "Yes, it's delicious." Liang Xuanzi proudly made a gesture, "I told you, this ice cream is the best, hee." Ding! The host is detected to be doting on the target person. The target person's happiness value increases and physical fitness is gained. Lu Yu. Is an ice cream so powerful? He held Liang Xuanzi in his arms with some heartache. It was not because the ice cream was powerful, but because Liang Xuanzi was really being suffocated too much. It was like a person who was about to die of thirst in the desert and suddenly had a big bucket of water. That feeling of happiness was unstoppable. The reason for this situation was that Liang Xuanzi fell in love with him at some point and was willing to give birth to a child for him. So, no matter what method Liang Xuanzi used, at this moment, Lu Yu had no reason to feel heartbroken. He gently stroked Liang Xuanzi's face and said softly, "You little fool." Liang Xuanzi smiled heartlessly, sucking in small sips, and making an ethereal laugh like a child. Just as the two were enjoying this rare warmth, a woman in her 30s suddenly jumped out and frowned, saying, "Hey, young man, how could you let your wife eat ice cream? Are you trying to save your life?" Chapter 39 Simple Happiness. Liang Xuanzi froze in place, looking at the angry elder sister in front of her in astonishment, blinked, and looked at Lu Yu again. Lu Yu slapped his forehead, stood up slightly embarrassedly, and said with a wry smile, "Sister, I have consulted the doctor, and it is okay to take only one a day." The elder sister was confused. "Hey, young man, do you think you can lie to me? You even asked a doctor. Come on, tell me, which doctor? Your wife has had this for at least 6 months, right? If a doctor says so, does he want to quit his job or does he want to get sued for murder? Young man, I've been through this before, listen to me, you can't eat it." After saying that, the eldest sister sat next to Liang Xuanzi again and patted her shoulder in a familiar manner. "Sister, we can't ruin our children and our bodies for the sake of a momentary desire, so be patient, a few months will pass in the blink of an eye, throw away this ice cream, be obedient." Faced with the elder sister's sincere feelings, Lu Yu and Liang Xuanzi were both dumbfounded. Especially Liang Xuanzi, looking at her elder sister's eyes, it seemed that if she continued to eat, she would be an unforgivable bastard and a big fool who was irresponsible to her child and herself. But, the doctor clearly said it's okay to eat it. Liang Xuanzi was in tears and looked at Lu Yu pitifully, hoping that her husband could stand up and help her save the ice cream in her hand. Lu Yu was trembling in his heart when Liang Xuanzi looked at him, and he could only bite the bullet and say, "Sister, my wife has a good physical condition, and this is what the doctor told me. Do you think I am that kind of irresponsible person? How can I not worry about my wife and children? Right?" The eldest sister rolled her eyes and said, "Don't think I don't know what you young people think. You all think you are in good health and it doesn't matter if you do anything. My brother made his wife eat something she shouldn't have without telling me. In the end, she almost died. In the end, we had to save her. I don't know how many sins he committed." At this point, she didn't wait for Lu Yu to speak, and spoke to Liang Xuanzi again. "Sister, sometimes we have to control ourselves. Men's blind pampering may harm us. Listen to me, don't eat this ice cream." Lu Yu. Liang Xuanzi's face twisted. She looked at the ice cream in her hand and didn't know whether to eat it or not. She felt so heartbroken. But after a moment of stalemate, she still couldn't get rid of her elder sister's gaze. When she handed the ice cream to her elder sister, she felt her heart was bleeding. The eldest sister took the ice cream and breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and comforted him. "Hey, that's right. Such a beautiful sister will definitely give birth to a big fat boy, and he will be a super handsome boy." Liang Xuanzi felt very aggrieved, but still nodded. She waited until Lu Yu sent her elder sister away before she burst into tears. She hung on Lu Yu like a koala, sobbing, "Hubby, my ice cream, the ice cream is gone, wooar." Her crying made Lu Yu feel distressed, and he patted her back gently. Don't cry, I will ask someone to buy some ice cream outside, and we will put it at home and eat it at home. Let's see who dares to snatch our baby's ice cream. Don't cry. Really?" Liang Xuanzi looked at Lu Yu with hazy eyes, her little nose twitching constantly and a tearful expression. People who didn't know would think that Lu Yu had done something to let her down. Lu Yu nodded quickly. "When has your husband ever lied to you? I'll call you now, be good." "Okay then, Humtilder never come out for ice cream again." Liang Xuanzi lay on Lu Yu's shoulder, mumbling something. Lu Yu was silent. What could he say? There was nothing to say, right? Liang Xuanzi, whose ice cream was snatched away, has completely lost the motivation to go shopping. Even the beautiful scenery of flowers blooming around her could not attract her attention, and her eyes were always fixed on Lu Yu's mobile phone. Just now Lu Yu still couldn't get the better of her, so he called Li Meng and asked her to go out and buy some ice cream and put it at home. Now he is waiting for a reply. Seeing Liang Xuanzi's expectant expression, Lu Yu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and gently smoothed her long hair. Okay, let's go back. I guess Li Meng will have bought the ice cream when we get home. Yeah, my husband is the best. Liang Xuanzi happily nibbled Lu Yu's face several times, her eyes narrowed with joy. In response to this, Lu Yu could only say that this girl was too easy to coax. He even worried that one day she would be coaxed away by someone with an ice cream. Okay, this is just for fun. After all, Lu Yu had seen Liang Xuanzi's performance in front of other people. Although she couldn't be described as shrewd, she was definitely calm and sophisticated, with a high IQ. Only when facing him would she be heartless like a little fool. In her world, he was like an omnipotent god who could help her block all bad things. After knowing that she would be able to eat ice cream soon, Liang Xuanzi's mood improved a lot. At the same time, Genting Mansion. Wang Yun watched Li Meng put the ice creams in the refrigerator one by one, with a little doubt on her face. Xiao Li, is it really okay? Li Meng chuckled, it's okay, auntie. Her physical fitness is the best I've ever seen. Many retired special forces soldiers don't have as good a physique as her, so don't worry. But the quantity is limited. 1 a day at most. And I bought the quantity here by the amount. You can't eat it after you finish it. Song Ting also responded with a smile, yes, auntie, don't worry, we live here now, and we will check your body every day to ensure the safety of you and the child. Wang Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, that's fine. But after she finished speaking, she began to complain angrily, what a silly girl. It's just ice cream. Can't she eat it after giving birth? Li Meng and Song Ting looked at each other and kept their heads down without saying anything. After all, well, they both thought that if they were to go without ice cream for 10 months, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to bear it. So, when they heard Hu Yuling say that Liang Xuanzi could eat an ice cream every day, they were both so envious that they almost cried. At this time, Hu Yuling walked in from outside, looked at the situation in the house and said, Sister, do you think there is anything else we need to do at home? Wang Yun waved her hand, no, is there anything wrong with Dr. Hu? Hu Yuling chuckled, it's not a big deal, it's just that the color Doppler ultrasound machine has arrived and we need someone to take it over. Yesterday the boss asked us to convert the East Wing into a medical room, so. Wang Yun suddenly realized, okay, let's do this. I don't know much about these things. How about you find someone to do it? I'll pay for it when the time comes. Hu Yuling shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask how big the medical room needs to be. I've seen that wing room, it's about 100 square meters, enough to build a large medical room and an operating room. But you have to decide how big it should be. Is that so? Then you guys discuss it with Yu, I don't understand. Wang Yun was a little embarrassed, and then took out his cell phone, this brat, why hasn't he come back yet? But just as she dialed the number, a ringing sound came from the yard. Soon after, Lu Yu walked in holding Liang Xuanzi's hand and looked at the few people in confusion. But before he could say anything, Liang Xuanzi ran to Wang Yun aggrievedly, hugged her and started to complain, Mom, someone bullied me, woo-woo. Wang Yun? Lu Yu slapped his forehead and quickly recounted what happened in the park. After hearing it, the expressions of several people froze. Song Ting and Li Meng were both trying hard to hold back their laughter, which was a bit difficult, and their faces turned red. Hu Yuling saw it quite often, but still couldn't help laughing. She could only keep shaking her head, trying to divert her attention. Wang Yun opened her mouth. She finally understood Lu Yu's thoughts. Who could resist seeing her daughter-in-law's expression? Chapter 40 Going on a Trip. She patted Liang Xuanzi's back and comforted her, okay, Mom got it. We won't go out to eat anymore. We'll eat at home. Xiao Li has already bought the ice cream. Mom will get you one now. Be good and don't cry. Liang Xuanzi nodded her head with tearful eyes, and sat down on the sofa, looking at Hu Yuling and the others with her big, tearful eyes. Hu Yuling coughed twice, walked up to Lu Yu and said, Boss, the color ultrasound machine is here. What do you think about the medical room? Should we set up a separate medical room, or should we set up the medical room and the operating room together? Lu Yu pondered for a moment. What is the best you can do? After he finished speaking, he paused and continued, forget it, you decide. According to the highest standards, I will transfer 1 million to you later. We'll talk about it after you go to the hospital. Anyway, I hope the medical conditions at home will not be worse than those at Jingting building. Okay, then I'll contact the person now to start the work. It will probably take about 10 days. Hu Yuling nodded with a smile, turned around and said, Xiaoting, go connect the color Doppler ultrasound machine. I'll send the address to your phone later. Okay, Sister Hu, I'll be there right away. Song Ting had wanted to go out for a long time. She was really feeling too uncomfortable. So, as soon as Hu Yuling finished speaking, she couldn't wait to run out. Li Meng looked at her good sister who was leaving in astonishment, and looked at Hu Yuling eagerly. What about me? Is there anything you need me to do? Hu Yuling shook her head cheerfully. No, your task is to stay here to guard the madam and be ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Li Meng? She turned her head and glanced at Liang Xuanzi. An emergency? Could it happen? Looking at the embarrassed Li Meng, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, you follow Dr. Hu to the medical room, I'm here. After hearing these words, Li Meng breathed a sigh of relief, happily shouted, long live the boss, and ran out dragging Hu Yuling. After watching them leave, Liang Xuanzi fixed her eyes on Lu Yu. Husband, am I scary? Just go on a trip if you want to. Don't act like you've never been to anyone before. TSK tilde, do you think I'd be envious? Who doesn't know that traveling is the process of going from a place you're tired of, to a place others are tired of, spending all your savings, and then returning to the place you're tired of? I'm telling you, Xu Wenwen, don't try to seduce me. Am I someone who would give up so easily? Get lost, I'm telling you, you're still single no matter what, find a partner if you can. Lululu tilde, I'm just showing off my husband, so what? At noon, Liang Xuanzi sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding an ice cream, and talking to Xu Wenwen on the phone. It had been 5 days since her ice cream was stolen last time. Liang Xuanzi had originally planned to ask Xu Wen to come over and keep her company, but when she called, she found out that the girl had gone on a trip to Sonya, which was quite annoying. Coupled with Xu Wenwen's annoying tone, the two best friends started fighting again. A few minutes later, Liang Xuanzi angrily threw her phone on the sofa, looked at Lu Yu who was half lying there with his eyes closed, quietly moved over, and playfully put the ice cream in her hand on his mouth. His tilde, the cold feeling made Lu Yu couldn't help but take a breath, and he turned over and sat up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What happened again? Liang Xuanzi was slightly stunned. Are you mean to me? Lu Yu? Is there? No. He thought carefully about his courage just now. No. After making sure that it was not his problem, he knew that this girl was up to something and he suddenly felt a headache. But he still smiled and held her in his arms. Tell me, what are you going to do this time? Let me make it clear first, it is absolutely impossible not to do it. Liang Xuanzi stuck out her tongue mischievously. I want to travel, go. Dong tilde. Lu Yu knocked on her forehead unhappily. What are you talking about? Why don't you go to Zoroastrianism? Impossible. HMPH tilde bad husband, I don't want to pay attention to you. Liang Xuanzi got off the sofa and ran out. Not long after, she walked in with Wang Yun, pointing at Lu Yu angrily. Mom, he just bullied me. Lu Yu opened his mouth and said, fuck, this girl is becoming more and more lawless now, right? You are the only one who has a backer. That depends on whether your backer supports you or not. Wang Yun now understands Liang Xuanzi's temper, but this is normal. During pregnancy, women's thoughts are generally more imaginative and exceptionally sharp. Any disturbance may cause them to have wild thoughts and imagine all kinds of plots. Liang Xuanzi's behavior was already relatively good, at least she didn't act crazy. But Wang Yun still asked curiously, what's going on? Lu Yu sighed, she wants to go to Sonya. Given her current situation, she can't take a plane, and driving is not an option either. It takes too long, and she also has to take a boat, which is not feasible. Wang Yun was also choked, and turned to look at Liang Xuanzi in amazement. Girl, are you going to Sonya? Liang Xuanzi shrank her neck guiltily and looked at Wang Yun with a flattering expression. Okay, I know the answer. Wang Yun wanted to reason with her daughter-in-law, but after thinking about it, she gave up and kicked Lu Yu on the calf. If you can't go to Sonya, then go somewhere else. The scenery over Westlake is also very good now. Do you want to go and see it? It only takes a few hours to drive there, and it won't have any impact on Xiaozi. Liang Xuanzi had originally planned to give up, but at this moment she was suddenly startled, looking at Lu Yu eagerly, blinking her eyes. Lu Yu felt as if he owed her something when she looked at him. He sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, let's go to Westlake. I'll pack my things now and stay there tonight. I'll be back the day after tomorrow morning." Seeing Liang Xuanzi wanted to object, Lu Yu directly blocked her with one sentence, "No, the physical examination must keep up." Liang Xuanzi. At this time, Hu Yuling walked in from outside. "Boss, the situation over there is almost done. Xiaomeng and Xiaoting can just follow. I think madam wants to play for a few more days. In that case, why don't I follow her? Of course, if their boss disagrees, then just ignore what I said. Your tilder sister Yuling is the best." Liang Xuanzi happily hugged Hu Yuling and blinked her eyes again at Lu Yu. "Husband. Can we do it now?" Lu Yu was so angry at this girl that he laughed. "It's not impossible to play for a few more days. Anyway, he has nothing to do here and he is not short of money. Going out more will also be good for Liang Xuanzi, and it can also help him relax. It's killing two birds with one stone, so why not?" He pinched Liang Xuanzi's pretty face lovingly and said, "Okay, then sister Hu, go pack your things now, we'll leave soon." "I'm going too." Liang Xuanzi ran out first. After the two left, Lu Yu said to Wang Yun, "Mom, do you and my dad want to go over and play for a few days? It's not a good idea to stay at home all day. We won't join you in the fun." Wang Yun waved her hand. "Now that we have money, can't we go out and play anytime?" "Okay then, you guys can make your own arrangements. If you need anything, just tell me directly." Half an hour later, Hu Yuling drove out of Genting Mansion and headed straight for the highway entrance. That's right, Hu Yuling became a driver. It was also at this time that Lu Yu found out that this talented female academic was also an experienced driver with 15 years of driving experience. The car window was opened a little, and the whistling wind made a rustling sound in her ears, but this did not affect Liang Xuanzi's interest at all. After getting in the car, she took out her cell phone again and continued to talk to Xu Wenwen. I don't know where the two sisters got so much to say. Just as they were getting on the highway, Lu Yu's cell phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at the caller ID and suddenly realized who it was. The call was connected, and Tong Junlin's voice came from the inside. "Youngest, we are almost ready here, do you have any news now?" It can be heard that Tong Junlin is a little excited now, but think about it, if this succeeds, his foreign debt can basically be paid off, so that he can concentrate on work and pursue his happiness. Lu Yu hummed, "I will send the information to your phone later, you must do as I tell you." "Okay. I'll make a note of it."